Hi there, friends. Thanks for tuning in to Half-Blood Harry. Get ready for an incredible journey as we present what if Thalia Grace rescued Harry at age 6 and Zeus himself burned every manipulation Dumbledore placed. If you find our stories entertaining, a simple like and subscribe would mean everything to us. Your support motivates us to create more. Here we go. Chapter 1. Lightning strikes. Thunder crashed above Privet Drive as Thalia Grace ducked between the identical houses of suburbia. Rain pelted her leather jacket, but she barely noticed. After 3 days on the run from monsters, a little rain wasn't going to slow her down. Stupid British weather, she muttered, pushing her spiky black hair from her eyes. The silver circlet she wore, Lieutenant of Artemis and all that jazz, seemed to glow faintly in the dark. She wasn't supposed to be here, wasn't supposed to have left the hunters, but after that dream, something had called her to this place. Some power that felt weirdly familiar yet totally foreign at the same time. A flash of lightning illuminated the street sign, Privet Drive. This was it. The place from her dream. "Okay, Dad, what's so important here?" she whispered to the storm clouds. Zeus wasn't exactly Father of the Year material, but when he sent dreams this vivid, Thalia knew better than to ignore them. The houses all looked the same, boring, square, and aggressively normal. But as she passed number 4, something prickled along her skin. A surge of power, like static electricity but deeper, more fundamental. Magic. But not her kind. A child's scream cut through the thunder, coming from inside number 4. Thalia froze, her hand instinctively reaching for her silver bracelet, Aegis in disguise. Another scream, followed by a man's angry shout. "Freak! What did you do to Dudley's toys? I warned you." Thalia didn't hesitate. She vaulted over the garden fence and pressed herself against the wall beside a window. Peering carefully inside, she saw a massive man with a walrus mustache, his face purple with rage. He towered over someone, small, huddled in the corner of the living room. A little boy, maybe 6 years old, skinny as a rail with wild black hair and taped-up glasses. I didn't do anything, Uncle Vernon," the boy pleaded, raising his arms to shield himself. The walrus man, Vernon, yanked off his belt. "Lying only makes it worse, boy. I know your freakishness when I see it." Something in Thalia snapped. The air around her crackled with electricity, and the storm above intensified. She'd seen too many monsters to count, face-down gods and titans, but there was something uniquely horrifying about watching a mortal adult terrorize a child. She didn't bother with the door. One kick, backed by demigod strength, and the window shattered inward. Glass exploded across the living room as Thalia landed in a crouch, her electric blue eyes fixed on Vernon. "What the?" Vernon spun around, belt still raised. "Who the bloody hell are you?" Thalia straightened, letting electricity dance between her fingertips. "Someone who doesn't like bullies." A shrill-voiced woman rushed into the room, followed by a pudgy boy who looked like a miniature version of Vernon. "Vernon! Who is this delinquent?" the woman shrieked. The little boy in the corner stared at Thalia with wide green eyes, the most intense green she'd ever seen. Like looking into a lightning storm. Vernon regained his composure and stepped toward Thalia. "Now see here, young lady. This is breaking and entering. I'll have you arrested." Thalia tapped her bracelet, and Aegis spiraled out into a shield with Medusa's face emblazoned on it. The Dursleys stumbled back in reflexive terror. "The police are the least of your worries right now," Thalia said. She glanced at the boy. "You okay, kid?" The boy didn't answer, but his eyes hadn't left her face since she'd crashed through the window. There was something strange about him, a kind of restrained power, like lightning in a bottle. Vernon found his voice again. This is a family matter. That boy is our responsibility, and your responsibility." Thalia cut him off. "Is that what you call this?" She gestured to the belt, then to the boy's bruised arms. "Where I come from, we call that abuse." "You don't understand," the woman hissed. "He's not normal. He does things." A crack of lightning struck so close to the house that the windows rattled in their frames. Thunder boomed immediately after, and the lights flickered. "I know all about not normal," Thalia said, her voice dangerously soft. She turned to the boy. "What's your name, kid?" Harry," he whispered. "Harry Potter." Something clicked in Thalia's mind. The dreams, the strange power she'd felt. "Well, Harry Potter, how would you like to get out of here?" For the first time, a flicker of hope crossed the boy's face. Then uncertainty. "But Aunt Petunia says I have to stay. They're my only family." Vernon seized on this. "That's right. He's our responsibility. His parents left him to us, and you decided to use him as a punching bag," Thalia finished. She knelt down to Harry's level, keeping one eye on the Dursleys. "Harry, do these people treat you well?" Harry hesitated, then shook his head slightly. "Do they hurt you?" A tiny nod. "Do you want to stay here?" This time, Harry looked directly at his uncle, then back at Thalia. "No," he said, so softly she almost didn't hear it. "That settles it." Thalia stood and faced the Dursleys again. "Harry's coming with me. You can't just take him." Vernon bellowed, taking a step forward. "Who do you think you are?" Electricity arced across Thalia's body. "I'm Thalia Grace, daughter of Zeus. And I'm taking him." The air pressure in the room suddenly changed. The hairs on everyone's arms stood up, and the storm outside intensified to a fever pitch. A blindingly bright bolt of lightning struck the street just outside, followed instantly by a thunder crack that shook the foundation of the house. Standing in the doorway, illuminated by the fading lightning flash, was a tall man in a pinstriped suit. His beard was neatly trimmed, his hair dark with streaks of gray at the temples. His eyes, electric blue like Thalia's, seemed to contain the power of the storm itself. "Dad?" Thalia breathed. Zeus rarely appeared in person, especially not for something as trivial as a mortal dispute. The god of thunder surveyed the room with casual disdain, his gaze lingering on Harry. "So," he rumbled, his voice like distant thunder, "this is where Hecate's champion has been hidden away." Vernon and Petunia Dursley cowered against the wall. Even their son seemed to recognize the danger, hiding behind his mother's legs. Zeus walked into the room, and each step seemed to shake the earth slightly. "Thalia," he acknowledged with a nod. "Your instincts were correct." Harry stared up at Zeus with wide eyes but, strangely, didn't seem afraid, just curious and a bit awed. "You know who he is?" Thalia asked, gesturing to Harry. "Indeed." Zeus moved closer to Harry, examining him like a scientist might study an interesting specimen. "The wizards have their own prophecies and their own wars. This boy stands at the center of one." "Wizards?" Harry whispered, finding his voice. "Like magic?" Zeus laughed, a sound like a thunderclap. "Yes, boy. Like magic. Your magic, specifically. Though someone has gone to great lengths to bind it." The god reached out a hand toward Harry's forehead, where Thalia now noticed a lightning-shaped scar. His fingertips hovered over it. "Curious," Zeus murmured. "Very curious." Vernon Dursley finally found what passed for courage in his bloated body. "Now see here. Who are you people? What gives you the right?" Zeus didn't even look at him. He flicked his fingers in Vernon's direction, and the man's voice cut off as if someone had hit a mute button. Vernon clutched at his throat, eyes bulging. "The mortal world has grown too noisy," Zeus said conversationally to Thalia. "They've forgotten respect." Thalia fought a smile. Her relationship with her divine father was complicated, but there were moments when she couldn't help appreciating his style. Zeus turned his attention back to Harry. "Boy, you carry many burdens that were never meant to be yours. Manipulations and bindings placed by an old wizard who thinks himself wise." "Dumbledore," Harry said suddenly, then looked surprised at his own words. I don't know why I said that." "Because it's true," Zeus replied. "Albus Dumbledore. A powerful wizard who plays chess with the lives of others. He placed you here, with these." Zeus glanced distastefully at the Dursleys, creatures. Thalia kept one eye on the Dursleys while listening. She didn't know anything about wizards, not the kind Zeus was talking about, anyway. Her world had gods, monsters, and demigods. But there was clearly more going on. "Why me?" Harry asked. "Why did he put me here?" "To break you," Zeus said bluntly. "To ensure you would be grateful for any kindness, malleable to his plans." Harry frowned, his small face scrunching in confusion and hurt. "But why?" "Prophecy," Zeus replied. "A poison that affects gods and mortals alike. Dumbledore believes you must die to fulfill yours." Thalia felt a surge of protectiveness. She knew all about prophecies and their costs. "Die? He's just a kid." "Indeed." Zeus placed his palm fully on Harry's forehead. "The old wizard has placed many spells on you, young Harry Potter. Tracking charms. Binding spells to limit your power. Compulsion webs to shape your thoughts. Even magical leeches to drain your strength into other vessels." Harry trembled under Zeus's touch. Can you remove them?" Zeus smiled, and lightning flashed outside. "I am Zeus, King of Olympus, Lord of the Sky. There is very little I cannot do." The god closed his eyes, and his hand began to glow with a blue-white light. Harry gasped as the energy flowed into him, but he didn't pull away. The light spread through his body, visible beneath his skin like a network of lightning branches. The Dursleys watched in terror as their nephew lit up like a light bulb. The small, skinny boy began to float several inches off the ground. "I burn away the bindings," Zeus intoned. "I sever the trackers. I shatter the compulsions." With each declaration, Harry's body convulsed, and objects around the room began to rattle and shake. Pictures fell from walls. The television screen cracked. "I restore what was stolen and free what was caged." Harry cried out, a sound of pain and release. The glasses on his face shattered and fell away. The lightning bolt scar on his forehead split open, and something dark and oily seeped out, screaming as it evaporated into nothing. Thalia instinctively raised Aegis to shield herself, but Zeus stood impassive as objects whirled around the room. The Dursleys cowered in the corner, Vernon still unable to speak. With a final pulse of energy that shattered every window in the house, the light faded. Harry floated gently back to the floor, his eyes closed. When he opened them, Thalia gasped. They were still brilliant green, but now they seemed to glow from within, crackling with power. Harry blinked, then looked down at his hands in wonder. "I feel different," he said, and even his voice sounded stronger, more confident. "I can think more clearly." Zeus nodded in satisfaction. "The bindings are gone. The soul fragment that clung to you is destroyed. You are free, Harry Potter." "Soul fragment?" Thalia asked, alarmed. "A piece of the dark wizard who killed his parents," Zeus explained. "Dumbledore knew it was there but left it, believing it necessary for his plans." Harry touched his forehead where the scar had been. The lightning bolt was still visible, but it looked like an old scar now, faded and silver rather than angry and red. "Thank you," Harry said to Zeus with surprising poise for a 6-year-old. "Sir," he added as an afterthought. Zeus actually laughed. "You have spirit, young wizard. Perhaps that's why my daughter was drawn to you." He turned to Thalia. He cannot stay in the wizarding world yet. Dumbledore will know his manipulations have been broken and will seek to replace them. He can come with me, Thalia said immediately. A demigod and a wizard, Zeus mused. An unusual pairing, but perhaps a necessary one. The threads of fate are rewoven tonight. He looked at Harry. The wizarding world believes you to be their savior, boy. They will not relinquish their claim on you easily. Harry frowned. I don't want to be anyone's savior. I just want. He hesitated, as if the concept was foreign to him. I just want to be free. Then go with my daughter, Zeus said. Learn from her. Grow strong. When the time comes to face your destiny, do so on your own terms, not those written for you by others. Zeus turned to the Dursleys, who were still huddled together. As for you. He smiled, and it wasn't a pleasant expression. I believe a reminder of your place in the cosmic order is appropriate. He snapped his fingers, and the Dursleys' expressions went blank. You will forget Harry Potter, Zeus commanded. You will forget this night. You will live your small, insignificant lives without the boy you tormented. And each time thunder sounds. His smile widened. You will feel an inexplicable terror that you can never explain. Thalia watched as the Dursleys' eyes glazed over. It was more mercy than they deserved, in her opinion, but she understood why Zeus wouldn't waste much power on such insignificant mortals. We should go, Thalia said to Harry. Grab anything you want to take. Harry looked around the house. I don't have anything. Just these clothes. Thalia took in his oversized, ragged clothes and felt another surge of anger at the Dursleys. We'll get you new stuff, she promised. Zeus regarded them both. The path ahead is difficult. Wizards, monsters, gods, all will have interest in you both now. Story of my life, Thalia said with a shrug. Zeus actually smiled at that. Indeed. He looked at Harry once more. Remember, young wizard, power is neither good nor evil. Intent makes it so. Use yours wisely. With that, Zeus walked back to the doorway. Thunder cracked outside, and he was gone in a flash of lightning. Thalia turned to Harry. Ready to get out of here? Harry looked at his relatives, still standing in their trance, then back at Thalia. A small, determined smile formed on his face. Ready. They were 3 miles away from Privet Drive when Thalia realized they were being followed. Stay close, she murmured to Harry, who was keeping pace surprisingly well for a 6-year-old. The rain had stopped, but the clouds still hung low, providing cover. What is it? Harry whispered back. Not sure yet. Thalia reached into her pocket and pulled out a silver hunting knife, courtesy of Artemis before she'd left the hunters. But it's been tailing us since we left your relatives. Harry glanced back nervously. Is it a monster? Maybe. Or a wizard. Thalia steered them toward a small copse of trees. Either way, we need to be ready. As they slipped into the trees, Thalia realized how strange it was to have this small boy looking to her for protection. She was used to working with the hunters, trained fighters all. But there was something about Harry that made her instincts kick into overdrive. That, and the fact that Zeus himself had shown up. It all added up to this kid being important. Really important. When I tell you to, I want you to hide behind that big oak tree, Thalia instructed, pointing. Don't come out until I call for you. Harry nodded, his face serious. What if something happens to you? Good question, kid. Then run. As fast as you can. Find somewhere with lots of people. They crept deeper into the trees. The night was quiet except for the occasional rumble of distant thunder. Then Thalia heard it, a soft whispering, like fabric moving through the underbrush. Now, she hissed, and Harry darted behind the oak tree. Thalia tapped her bracelet, transforming it into Aegis. The shield's surface, with Medusa's face molded into it, gleamed in the darkness. With her other hand, she gripped her hunting knife. "I know you're there," she called out. "Show yourself." The whispering stopped. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a figure emerged from between the trees, a tall, thin man in flowing robes of deep purple. He had a long white beard that reached his waist, half-moon spectacles, and eyes that twinkled even in the darkness. "Good evening," he said pleasantly, as if they'd met at a tea party rather than in the woods at night. "I am Professor Albus Dumbledore. I believe you have a young boy with you who is under my protection." Thalia kept her shield raised. "Funny definition of protection you've got, old man. The kid was being beaten by those monsters you left him with." Dumbledore's expression remained calm, but something flickered in his eyes. "The situation is more complex than it appears, young lady. Harry Potter must remain with his blood relatives for his own safety." "Yeah, I heard all about your idea of safety from my father," Thalia shot back. "Binding his magic? Putting some kind of soul leech on him? That's not protection, that's control." Now genuine surprise crossed Dumbledore's face. "Your father?" Lightning cracked overhead, illuminating Thalia's face with its blue-white light. "Zeus, god of thunder. Maybe you've heard of him?" Dumbledore's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. "Ah. That complicates matters." "You bet it does." Thalia adjusted her stance, ready to fight or flee. "Harry's with me now. My father broke your little spells, and we're not going back." The old wizard sighed, suddenly looking every one of his considerable years. "You don't understand what's at stake. Harry is central to a prophecy, save it," Thalia cut him off. "I know all about prophecies. They're garbage. Self-fulfilling traps." "Nevertheless, they are real," Dumbledore insisted. "And Harry's destiny is his own," Thalia finished. "Not yours to control." Dumbledore's pleasant demeanor slipped further. "I have spent years ensuring Harry's path. The fate of the wizarding world depends on it." "Guess you should have thought of that before you left him with abusers," Thalia retorted. "Kind of undermines your whole greater good vibe." Dumbledore raised his hand, and suddenly Thalia felt a subtle pressure against her mind, like someone gently trying to open a door. Her eyes narrowed. "Are you trying to read my thoughts, old man?" The pressure increased. "I merely wish to understand. Get out of my head." Each word was punctuated by a crackle of electricity along Thalia's body. The air around her ionized, and her hair began to stand on end. Dumbledore hesitated, clearly reassessing the situation. "I see Zeus has claimed you strongly. The gods rarely intervene so directly in mortal affairs these days." "Yeah, well, maybe he didn't like someone messing with a kid's mind." Thalia took a step forward. "Harry stays with me. End of discussion." "I'm afraid I can't allow that." Dumbledore drew a wand from his robes. "Harry must return to his relatives. For the greater good." "I'm getting really tired of hearing about this greater good." Thalia readied herself for a fight. She didn't know much about wizard magic, but she knew her own powers. "Last chance to walk away, Dumbledore." The wizard's eyes hardened. "I have faced far worse than an angry demigod, child." "Bet you haven't," Thalia muttered, then yelled, "Harry, stay down." She thrust her hand toward the sky, calling on her father's domain. Lightning answered, streaking down from the clouds to connect with her outstretched fingers. The energy surged through her body and exploded outward toward Dumbledore. The old wizard's eyes widened in shock as he hastily conjured a shield. The lightning struck it with a deafening crack, splintering the magical barrier and sending Dumbledore staggering backward. "Impressive," he acknowledged, regaining his composure. He flicked his wand, and ropes of light shot toward Thalia. She rolled to the side, the magical bonds missing her by inches. Coming up in a crouch, she charged, aegis raised before her. Dumbledore's eyes met the molded face of Medusa on her shield, and even he couldn't completely resist its power. He flinched, his next spell going wide. Thalia pressed her advantage, closing the distance. Her knife slashed out, not aiming to kill but to disable. Dumbledore twisted away with surprising agility for his age. "You cannot protect him from what's coming," Dumbledore warned, firing another spell that Thalia deflected with aegis. "Voldemort will return. Harry is the only one who can defeat him. Then we'll deal with that when it happens," Thalia shot back. "On our terms. Not yours." The fight continued, wizard against demigod, magic against lightning. Thalia knew she couldn't win in a prolonged battle. Dumbledore had centuries of magical knowledge at his disposal. But she didn't need to win. She just needed to get Harry away. Speaking of Harry. From the corner of her eye, Thalia saw movement. Harry had emerged from behind the oak tree and was watching the battle with wide eyes. But what caught her attention was the energy gathering around him, a swirling mix of his newly unbound magical power. "Harry," she called. "Stay back." Too late. Harry raised his hands, and a wave of pure magical force erupted from him. It wasn't controlled or directed, just raw power bursting free after years of containment. The blast caught both Thalia and Dumbledore off guard. Thalia was knocked to her knees, while Dumbledore was thrown several yards back, crashing into a tree trunk. "I won't go back," Harry said, his voice steady despite the trembling of his small frame. "You can't make me." Dumbledore stared at Harry in astonishment. "Your power, it shouldn't be this developed yet." "You locked it away," Harry said, pieces falling into place in his mind now that the compulsion webs were gone. "You wanted me weak." "Not weak," Dumbledore corrected, struggling to his feet. "Safe. Controlled. The power you possess is mine," Harry finished. "Not yours to lock away." Thalia regained her footing and moved to Harry's side. "Nice blast, kid," she murmured. "But maybe a little warning next time." Harry looked up at her apologetically. "Sorry. I didn't know I could do that." "The binding spells," Dumbledore said, brushing debris from his robes. "They were necessary. Your magic is too volatile, too dangerous without proper training." "Then train him," Thalia challenged. "Instead of suppressing him. He is too young. The time is not right." "Convenient," Thalia scoffed. "Keep him weak and ignorant until you need your weapon, right?" Dumbledore's expression hardened. "You understand nothing of the forces at play." "I understand enough." Thalia placed a protective hand on Harry's shoulder. "We're leaving. Try to stop us, and you'll get worse than a magical tantrum." For a long moment, Dumbledore seemed to be calculating, weighing options. Finally, he said, "Where will you take him?" "The magical world will never stop looking for their savior. And without proper training, his magic will become dangerous, to himself and others." "We'll figure it out," Thalia said firmly. "Away from your manipulations." "If I cannot persuade you now," Dumbledore said slowly, "perhaps time will prove my warnings correct." He straightened, suddenly looking every bit the powerful wizard. "Know this, Voldemort will return. When he does, Harry will be at the center of a war he cannot escape. When that happens," Thalia countered, "he'll face it as himself. Not as your puppet." Harry, finding courage from Thalia's support, stepped forward. "I remember things now. Things you made me forget. My parents. The green light. The man with the red eyes." Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. "What else do you remember, Harry?" "Enough to know I don't trust you," Harry said simply. A shadow of genuine sadness crossed the old wizard's face. "I have only ever acted for the greater," don't say it, Thalia warned. Dumbledore sighed heavily. Very well. But remember my warning. The path you choose now will have consequences far beyond what you can imagine. With a crack that split the air, Dumbledore vanished. Thalia kept her shield raised for several more seconds, scanning their surroundings to ensure it wasn't a trick. When she was satisfied they were alone, she collapsed Aegis back into a bracelet. Is he really gone? Harry asked, still staring at the spot where Dumbledore had disappeared. For now, Thalia confirmed. But he'll be back. Wizards like him don't give up easily. Harry looked up at her, his green eyes troubled. He said Voldemort will return. That's the man who killed my parents. Thalia nodded grimly. Yeah, I figured as much. What do we do now? Good question, kid. Thalia considered their options. They couldn't go back to the Hunters, Artemis would help, but Harry was a boy, and the Hunter's oath prohibited long-term male company. Camp Half-Blood was an option, but it wasn't designed for wizards. And the wizarding world was clearly out as long as Dumbledore had influence there. First, we keep moving, Thalia decided. Put some distance between us and Dumbledore. Then we find a safe place to figure out our next steps. Will you stay with me? Harry asked, suddenly looking very much like the 6-year-old boy he was. Something tugged at Thalia's heart, a protective instinct she'd only really felt for Annabeth when they'd been on the run together. Yeah, kid, she said, ruffling his hair. I'll stay with you. We're in this together now. 3 days later, they were holed up in a small motel outside of Manchester. Thalia had borrowed enough money to get them a room and some supplies. She wasn't proud of the petty theft, but survival came first. And after seeing how Harry's relatives had treated him, she figured the universe owed him a few stolen pounds. Harry sat cross-legged on one of the twin beds, concentrating intensely on a small object floating about 6 inches above his palm. It was just a bottle cap, but the fact that he was controlling it without any formal training impressed Thalia. How am I doing? He asked, not breaking his concentration. Not bad, Thalia replied from where she was cleaning her hunting knife. How does it feel when you do that? Harry's forehead creased in thought. Like there's this energy inside me that's always been there, but I couldn't reach it before. Now it's just available. The bottle cap began to spin slowly. Dumbledore really did a number on you, Thalia muttered. Binding magic like that in a kid. Harry let the bottle cap drop into his palm. Why did he do it? Really? Thalia sighed, setting down her knife. Control, I guess. From what my dad said, this Dumbledore guy had some plan for you. Needed you to develop a certain way. Like a plant, Harry said with surprising insight. Growing it in a small pot to keep it from getting too big. Yeah, exactly like that. Thalia studied him. Over just 3 days, Harry had already changed. He stood straighter. Spoke more clearly. The constant fear that had shadowed his eyes was fading. And according to Harry, his eyesight had fixed itself after Zeus removed the bindings. Do you think he was right? Harry asked suddenly. About Voldemort coming back? About me having to face him? Thalia considered her answer carefully. She didn't want to scare the kid, but she didn't believe in sugarcoating things either. I think prophecies have a way of coming true no matter what, she said finally. But how they come true, that's where you have choices. What do you mean? I mean, maybe you do have to face this Voldemort guy someday. But that doesn't mean you have to do it Dumbledore's way. You can prepare yourself. Get strong on your own terms. Harry nodded slowly. I want to learn. Everything. Magic, fighting, whatever you can teach me. Thalia smiled. That's the spirit, kid. We'll start with the basics. She broke off as a sound outside caught her attention. Moving silently to the window, she peered through the curtains. In the parking lot below, a figure in a dark cloak was examining the motel registry board. "Trouble?" Harry asked, catching her sudden alertness. "Maybe." Thalia grabbed her jacket. "Grab your stuff. We might need to move." Harry quickly stuffed his few possessions into the small backpack they'd purchased. In just 3 days, he'd already learned to pack fast and travel light. The door to their room suddenly rattled, as if someone was testing the handle. Thalia motioned for Harry to get behind her, then readied Aegis. "We know you're in there, demigod," a raspy voice called through the door. "Open up, and perhaps we'll kill you quickly." "Monsters," Thalia whispered to Harry. "Stay close to me." "How many?" he whispered back. "At least 2, from the sound of it." The door rattled again, more violently this time. "Plan?" Harry asked, and Thalia had to admire his composure. "Window," she replied. "Fire escape. I'll hold them off while you get down, then I'll follow." Harry nodded, moving toward the window. As he slid it open, the motel room door exploded inward in a shower of splinters. 2 figures stood in the doorway, humanoid in shape but definitely not human. Their skin was gray and leathery, their eyes glowing red in the dim light. Sharp teeth protruded from their mouths, and their fingers ended in curved talons. "Demigod and wizard child," one hissed, its nostrils flaring. "Unusual prey. Powerful prey." Yeah, Thalia muttered, expanding Aegis to its full size. "We've heard it all before." "Harry, go." Harry hesitated, looking between Thalia and the monsters. "I said go." Thalia shouted, charging forward with her shield. The monsters recoiled from Medusa's visage, giving Thalia the opening she needed. She slashed with her knife, catching one across the chest. It howled in pain, black ichor seeping from the wound. The second monster lunged for her, talons extended. Thalia ducked and rolled, coming up behind it. Before she could strike, however, the monster spun with unnatural speed and caught her with a backhand that sent her crashing into the wall. "Thalia!" Harry cried. The first monster, recovering from its wound, turned toward Harry with a hungry grin. "Little wizard," it crooned, "so much power in such a small package." Thalia struggled to her feet, dazed from the impact. "Harry, run!" But instead of fleeing, Harry's face set in a determined expression. He raised his hands, and Thalia felt the air in the room change, like the pressure drop before a massive storm. "Get away from her," Harry said, his voice eerily calm. The monsters hesitated, sensing the building power. "What is this?" one hissed to the other. "The child should not have such power. Leave us alone." Harry shouted, and a blast of pure magical energy erupted from his hands. It wasn't focused or controlled, just raw power lashing out in defense. The wave hit both monsters, throwing them backward through the shattered doorway and into the corridor beyond. One smashed through the opposite wall, while the other skidded along the floor, leaving grooves where its claws dug in. Thalia stared at Harry in amazement. That was impressive. Harry looked equally shocked at what he'd done. "I just wanted them to stop hurting you." "Well, it worked." Thalia grabbed their bags. "But they won't stay down long. Let's move." They scrambled down the fire escape as sounds of recovery came from above. By the time they reached the ground, roars of anger echoed from their former room. "This way," Thalia directed, leading Harry toward the back of the motel where a small wooded area provided cover. They'd barely made it 20 yards when one of the monsters landed in front of them, having jumped from the second floor. "Nowhere to run," it growled, advancing slowly. Thalia pushed Harry behind her. "Stay back," she warned, raising Aegis again. The monster charged. Thalia met it head-on, her shield taking the brunt of its attack. She countered with her knife, scoring another hit, but the monster seemed more prepared this time. It grabbed her wrist, squeezing until she nearly dropped the weapon. "Let her go!" Harry shouted. He thrust his hand forward, and a bolt of what looked like concentrated lightning shot from his palm. It struck the monster square in the chest, sending it tumbling backward. Thalia gaped at him. "How did you do that?" "I don't know," Harry admitted. "I just copied what I saw you do against Dumbledore." No time to think about it now. The second monster had recovered and was closing in. And the first was getting back to its feet, smoking slightly from Harry's attack but far from defeated. "We need to split up," Thalia decided quickly. "I'll draw them off. You run for the trees." "No," Harry said firmly. "Together." Before Thalia could argue, Harry reached out and took her hand. Immediately, she felt a surge of energy pass between them, her demigod power and his wizard magic somehow amplifying each other. "What the?" she began, but Harry was already raising his other hand toward the approaching monsters. "Help me," he said simply. Instinctively, Thalia understood. She called on her own power, feeling the familiar tingle of electricity gathering. But this time, it felt different, stronger, more focused, as if Harry's magic was providing a channel for it. Together, they released a blast of hybrid energy, part lightning, part magical force. It struck both monsters simultaneously, enveloping them in crackling blue-white light. They shrieked, their bodies convulsing before disintegrating into golden dust that scattered in the night breeze. For a moment, neither Thalia nor Harry moved, still processing what had just happened. "That was..." Thalia started. "Awesome," Harry finished, a grin spreading across his face. Thalia laughed, partly from relief, partly from the rush of what they'd just done. "Yeah. Awesome." She looked down at their still joined hands, feeling the residual energy humming between them. "I think we just discovered something important, Harry." "Our powers work together," he said, nodding. "Like they're meant to." Zeus said the threads of fate were being rewoven, Thalia recalled. Maybe this is what he meant. Harry's grin faded slightly. "Will there be more monsters?" "Count on it," Thalia said grimly. "Between my demigod scent and whatever magical signature you're putting out now that your powers are unbound, we're like a beacon." "And wizards too? Will Dumbledore come back?" "Probably." Thalia shouldered her bag. "Which is why we need to keep moving. And why we need to find you some proper training, for both magic and combat." Harry nodded, his expression serious beyond his years. "Where do we go?" Thalia considered their options. "I know someone who might be able to help. Another demigod who's been on the run longer than me. If anyone knows safe places, it's him." "Who?" "His name is Luke Castellan, son of Hermes." Thalia's expression softened slightly. "He's a friend. We can trust him." "How do we find him?" "Last I heard, he was moving around the northeast United States." Thalia looked up at the night sky, where stars were now visible between breaks in the clouds. "Which means we need to cross an ocean." Harry's eyes widened. "America?" "Yep." Thalia gave him a challenging look. "Up for an adventure, wizard boy?" For the first time since she'd met him, Harry Potter laughed, a genuine sound of delight that made him sound like the child he was supposed to be. "Definitely." Getting to America proved more complicated than Thalia had initially hoped. Two kids traveling alone raised suspicions, especially when trying to book international flights. And using magical or demigod abilities to bypass security seemed like a surefire way to attract more attention from both monsters and wizards. After much deliberation, they settled on a more mundane approach, hitching a ride on a cargo ship leaving from Liverpool. It wasn't glamorous or comfortable, but it was discreet. And discreet was what they needed right now. "How much longer?" Harry asked, huddled beside Thalia in the narrow space between shipping containers where they'd made their temporary home. "Another day, maybe two," Thalia replied, checking the small watch she'd acquired before they left England. Depends on the weather. Harry nodded, pulling his jacket tighter around him. The North Atlantic in autumn wasn't exactly warm, especially at night. Despite his complaints, though, Thalia had to admit the kid was holding up remarkably well. No whining, no endless questions, just quiet determination. "Tell me more about Camp Half-Blood," Harry said after a while. "Will they let me stay there? Even though I'm not a demigod?" Thalia shifted, trying to find a more comfortable position against the hard metal of the container. "Honestly? I don't know. The camp has magical boundaries that keep monsters out. They might keep wizards out too. Or keep me in," Harry mused. "Maybe." Thalia ruffled his hair. "But we won't know until we try. And even if you can't stay there permanently, it's a good place to start. Chiron, he's the activities director, he's been around for thousands of years. If anyone knows about wizards and how they fit into our world, it's him." "Thousands of years?" Harry repeated, impressed. "Is he a god?" "Centaur, actually. Half man, half horse." Harry's eyes widened. "Like in the stories?" "That's brilliant." Thalia smiled at his enthusiasm. For a kid who'd been through so much, Harry still had an ability to be amazed by the world. It was refreshing. "What about Luke?" Harry asked. "Will he be at this camp?" Thalia's expression clouded slightly. "I'm not sure. Last time I saw him, he was angry. At the gods. At how they treat their children. Like my father treats you?" Harry asked with surprising insight. "That's complicated." Thalia sighed. "Zeus isn't exactly father of the year, but he's better than some. At least he acknowledges me. Some gods ignore their kids completely. That's awful." "Yeah, well, being a demigod isn't all lightning powers and cool weapons." Thalia leaned her head back against the container. "It's mostly monsters trying to kill you and gods using you as pawns in their games." Harry was quiet for a moment, processing this. "Sounds a lot like what Dumbledore was doing to me." "Different scale, same principle," Thalia agreed. "People with power using people with less power to fight their battles." "I don't want to be anyone's pawn," Harry said firmly. "Not Dumbledore's, not the gods', not anyone's." "Good." Thalia bumped his shoulder with hers. "Keep that attitude." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, listening to the rhythmic sounds of the ship cutting through waves. "Thalia?" Harry finally asked, his voice smaller. "Yeah, kid? Thank you. For rescuing me. For everything." Something warm bloomed in Thalia's chest, a feeling she wasn't entirely comfortable with but couldn't deny either. This strange, powerful kid had somehow wormed his way into her heart in just a week. "No problem," she said gruffly. "Get some sleep. We've got a long day tomorrow." Harry nodded, leaning his head against her shoulder. Within minutes, his breathing evened out as exhaustion claimed him. Thalia remained awake, keeping watch. She'd meant what she said to Dumbledore, she and Harry were in this together now. Whatever came next, whatever monsters or wizards or gods stood in their way, they'd face it as a team. As if in response to her thoughts, lightning flickered across the distant sky. Not a storm, just a single bolt illuminating the clouds for a brief moment. A sign from Zeus? A warning? Or just a random act of nature? With gods, you never knew. New York loomed before them, a sprawling metropolis of steel and concrete that made Harry stare in wide-eyed wonder. After a week at sea and another 3 days of careful travel to avoid both monsters and authorities, they'd finally reached their destination. "It's massive," Harry breathed, taking in the skyline from their vantage point in Brooklyn. "Wait till you see Olympus," Thalia replied with a grin. "Empire State Building, 600th floor. Buildings don't have 600 floors, Harry said, then paused. Do they? They do when gods are involved. Thalia checked her map again. We need to head upstate. Camp Half-Blood is on Long Island. They'd been lucky so far, only 2 monster attacks since landing in Boston, both easily dispatched with their combined powers. But Thalia knew their luck wouldn't hold. The longer they stayed in one place, the more attention they'd attract. We'll need to take a train, she decided, counting their remaining money. Should be enough for tickets if she broke off as her demigod senses tingled a warning. Someone was watching them. Harry, she said quietly, don't look around suddenly, but I think we've got company. Harry tensed but followed her instructions, keeping his gaze fixed on the skyline. Monster? Not sure. Thalia casually glanced around, as if taking in the scenery. There, across the street. A figure in a dark hoodie, leaning against a lamppost, face obscured but clearly observing them. Could be a monster, could be a wizard, could be just a regular creep, Thalia murmured. Let's move. They began walking casually down the street, Thalia guiding them toward more crowded areas. A quick check over her shoulder confirmed her suspicions. Hoodie was following, maintaining distance but definitely tailing them. What's the plan? Harry asked, impressively calm for a 6-year-old being stalked through a foreign city. Find somewhere crowded, then confront them, Thalia decided. Better to deal with this now than have them follow us all the way to camp. They quickened their pace, heading toward a busy shopping district a few blocks away. As they turned a corner, Thalia caught movement from another direction, a second figure, this one in a leather jacket, moving to intercept them. Change of plans, she said, pulling Harry into a narrow alley. We're being herded. Ambush? Harry guessed. Looks like it. Thalia tapped her bracelet, ready to transform it into Aegis at a moment's notice. Stay behind me. If things go south, run. They moved deeper into the alley, which Thalia knew was a risky move, but better to force a confrontation on their terms than be caught in the open. The alley ended in a brick wall. Thalia positioned Harry behind her, facing the way they'd come. Ready? She asked. Harry nodded, raising his hands. In the week since his powers had been unbound, he'd gained remarkable control, not refined, but effective. Footsteps approached the alley entrance. Thalia expanded Aegis and drew her knife. Come on, then, she called. We know you're there. A figure stepped into view, but not hoodie or leather jacket. This was a girl, maybe 13 or 14, with curly blonde hair and intense gray eyes. She wore an orange t-shirt and carried a bronze knife that caught the light. Thalia Grace? The girl asked cautiously. Thalia blinked in surprise. Who wants to know? The girl lowered her knife slightly. My name is Annabeth Chase, daughter of Athena. Luke sent me. At the mention of Luke, Thalia's guard dropped a fraction. Luke? Is he here? 2 more figures appeared behind Annabeth, hoodie and leather jacket. Hoodie pushed back his hood, revealing a handsome face with a scar running down one cheek. Been a while, Thalia, he said with a crooked smile. Luke. Thalia's face broke into a genuine grin. She lowered Aegis but didn't collapse it entirely. How did you find us? Luke Castellan stepped forward, his blue eyes twinkling with mischief. Dad might be useless for most things, but the whole God of Travelers gig comes in handy sometimes. I knew the moment you hit American soil. His gaze shifted to Harry, who was peering around Thalia with curious eyes. And this must be the wizard kid I've been hearing so much about. Harry frowned. How do you know about me? The third figure, leather jacket, stepped into the light. He was older than the others, maybe in his 20s, with wild eyes and the twitchy energy of someone who'd had too much caffeine. Word travels fast when a demigod and a wizard team up, he said. Especially when Zeus himself gets involved. Thalia studied the newcomer warily. "And you are?" "Gerald Morris, son of Dionysus," the man replied with a mock bow. "Scout for Camp Half-Blood and occasional babysitter for these two." He gestured to Luke and Annabeth. "We don't need a babysitter," Annabeth said with a scowl that suggested this was a frequent point of contention. Luke ignored the exchange, focusing on Thalia. "We need to talk. Privately." Thalia glanced at Harry, who was watching the interaction with alert eyes. "Whatever you have to say, you can say in front of Harry. We're a package deal now." Luke's expression tightened, but he nodded. "Fine. But not here." He glanced around the alley. "There's a safe house nearby. We can talk there." Thalia hesitated, her instincts warring. On one hand, Luke had been her closest friend, someone she trusted with her life. On the other, something felt off about this encounter. Too convenient. Too easy. Harry tugged at her jacket. When she looked down, he mouthed silently, "Trust?" Thalia gave him a small nod. Despite everything, she did trust Luke. Whatever was going on, whatever had brought him to find them, they'd face it together. "Lead the way," she told Luke, collapsing Aegis back into a bracelet but keeping her knife ready. The safe house turned out to be a small apartment above a Chinese restaurant. The smell of fried rice and sesame chicken wafted up through the floorboards, making Harry's stomach growl audibly. "When did you two last eat?" Annabeth asked, noticing Harry's reaction. "Properly?" "About 2 days ago," Thalia admitted. Luke frowned. "Gerald, food run." "The usual." The older demigod nodded and headed back out, leaving the four of them alone in the sparsely furnished apartment. "So," Luke said, dropping onto a worn sofa, "Zeus himself showed up to help you rescue a wizard kid. That's not exactly standard operating procedure for the King of Olympus." "How much do you know?" Thalia asked cautiously. "Enough to be worried," Luke replied. "Olympus is buzzing. Zeus intervening directly in wizard affairs has upset some ancient balances. Hecate, especially, isn't happy." "Hecate?" Harry asked. "The goddess of magic?" Annabeth looked at Harry with new interest. "You know Greek mythology?" "Little bit," Harry shrugged. "Been reading up since Thalia rescued me. Figured I should know what I'm getting into." "Smart kid," Luke commented, studying Harry more closely. "But knowing myths and living them are different things. The gods aren't bedtime stories, kid. They're dangerous, unpredictable, and mostly don't care about mortals, or even their own children." The bitterness in Luke's voice was unmistakable. Thalia caught his eye, silently asking what had happened since they'd last met, but Luke just shook his head slightly. "Back to the wizard situation," Annabeth prompted, ever the focused one. "Chiron sent us to find you because there's been movement from the wizarding world. They're looking for Harry." Harry tensed. "Dumbledore?" "Him and others," Annabeth confirmed. "They've got some kind of tracking system, but it's been confused since." She hesitated, glancing at Luke. "Since Zeus burnt away the spells they had on you," Luke finished. "But they're persistent. And getting closer. Which is why we need to get you to camp," Annabeth added. "The magical boundaries might help shield Harry's signature." "Might?" Thalia questioned. Annabeth shrugged. "Wizarding magic is different from what we deal with. Chiron isn't sure how the boundaries will interact with it." Harry looked thoughtful. "If Zeus removed Dumbledore's tracking spells, how are they still finding me?" "Good question," Luke said, sounding impressed. "According to Chiron, it's something to do with your magical core. Now that it's unbound, it's putting out a pretty significant magical signature. Like a beacon to anyone who knows how to look for it." "Great," Thalia muttered. "So we've got wizards and monsters after us. Anyone else want to join the party? Maybe some Egyptian gods or Norse berserkers?" Don't joke about that, Annabeth said seriously. The other Pantheons have their own problems. Before Thalia could respond, the door opened, and Gerald returned with several bags of Chinese food. The aroma filled the apartment, momentarily distracting everyone from the conversation. As they ate, Harry watched the interactions between Thalia and her friends. The dynamic was interesting. Thalia and Luke clearly had history, a comfortable familiarity punctuated by moments of tension. Annabeth deferred to both of them but had her own quiet confidence. Gerald remained somewhat apart, watchful and alert. So what's the plan? Thalia finally asked, setting down her empty container. Get to Camp Half-Blood, then what? Chiron wants to talk to Harry, Luke explained. Figure out how wizarding magic fits into our world. And maybe contact the wizarding authorities, the ones not under Dumbledore's influence. Harry frowned. I don't want to go back to them. No one's suggesting that, Thalia assured him quickly. But we need information. About this Voldemort guy, about the prophecy, about your parents and what really happened. Knowledge is power, Annabeth added. The more we understand about what we're dealing with, the better prepared we'll be. Harry considered this, then nodded reluctantly. I suppose that makes sense. Smart kid, Luke said again, more warmly this time. How's his training coming along, Thalia? He's a natural, Thalia replied with genuine pride. Already figured out how to channel his magic into something like my lightning strikes. And we discovered our powers can combine. This caught everyone's attention. Combine how? Annabeth asked, leaning forward. Thalia glanced at Harry. Show them the bottle cap trick, but with a little extra juice. Harry nodded. He pulled a bottle cap from his pocket, he'd taken to carrying one for practice, and set it on the table. Concentrating, he made it float about a foot above the surface. Then, with a small furrow of his brow, electricity began to crackle around it, forming a miniature lightning storm in the middle of the apartment. Holy Hera, Gerald muttered, speaking up for the first time since returning with the food. That's not all, Thalia said. She reached out and touched Harry's arm. Immediately, the electrical display intensified, the lightning changing from normal blue-white to a deeper, more vibrant purple shot through with green. What happens if you try to hit something with it? Luke asked, fascinated. Harry closed his hand, and the electrified bottle cap shot forward, striking the wall with enough force to embed itself a half-inch into the plaster, leaving a scorched mark around it. That's unprecedented, Annabeth breathed. Demigod powers and wizard magic shouldn't be compatible like that. They come from different sources entirely. Luke's expression was calculating. Think of what else he might be able to do with proper training. Both magical and demigod combat techniques. He's not a weapon, Luke, Thalia said sharply, catching something in her friend's tone. Of course not, Luke backpedaled smoothly. I just meant it's impressive. And potentially very useful for his protection. Gerald checked his watch. We should move. Sunset in an hour, and I'd rather get to camp before dark. Less chance of encounters. How far is it? Harry asked. About 2 hours normally, Annabeth replied. But we've got transport waiting. As they packed up, Thalia pulled Luke aside. What aren't you telling me? She murmured. Something's changed since I left. Luke's expression darkened momentarily before he forced a smile. Lots to catch up on. But later, okay? When we're safe at camp. Thalia didn't like it, but she nodded. Whatever was going on with Luke, whatever had put that new hardness in his eyes, would have to wait. Getting Harry to safety came first. As they prepared to leave, Harry approached her, his green eyes serious. Can we trust them? He whispered, echoing her earlier thoughts. Thalia looked at her old friends, then back at Harry. Luke and Annabeth? With our lives. Gerald. I don't know him well enough to say. Harry nodded, accepting her assessment. What do you think is waiting for us at this camp? Honestly? I have no idea, Thalia admitted. But whatever it is, we'll face it together. Remember what we learned on the ship? Harry's face brightened with a small smile. Our powers are stronger together. Exactly. Thalia ruffled his hair. Now let's go see about this transport Annabeth mentioned. Knowing Luke, it could be anything from Pegasi to a stolen school bus. Harry's eyes widened. Pegasi? Like, flying horses? Welcome to the world of gods and monsters, kid, Thalia said with a laugh. Flying horses are just the beginning. The transport turned out to be a van, a normal-looking white vehicle with Delphi Strawberry Service painted on the side. Only when they got closer did Thalia notice the celestial bronze reinforcements cleverly disguised as trim. New camp vehicle, she asked Luke as they approached. One of several, he confirmed. The old station wagon kept breaking down with all the magical interference. As they loaded their meager belongings into the back, Thalia caught Harry examining the van with a slight frown. What's up? She asked quietly. There's magic on it, he replied, surprising her. Different from mine or yours. Older. Thalia raised an eyebrow. You can sense that? Harry nodded. Since Zeus removed the bindings, I can feel magic around me. Like seeing colors I couldn't see before. Luke overheard and joined them. That's Hecate's blessing on the vehicles, he explained. Helps mask them from monsters and mortal attention. Handy, Thalia commented. Though I'm surprised Hecate is helping, if she's upset about Zeus interfering with wizard business. The gods are complicated, Annabeth said, climbing into the passenger seat. Their feuds don't always extend to their practical arrangements. Gerald took the driver's seat, while Luke, Thalia, and Harry piled into the back. As they pulled away from the curb, Thalia noticed Harry staring out the window with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Nervous? She asked. A little, he admitted. What if they don't accept me at camp? I'm not a demigod. They'll accept you, Luke said with surprising firmness. Chiron won't turn away anyone who needs protection, especially not someone with your potential. Besides, Annabeth added, turning around in her seat, you're with Thalia. That counts for a lot. Thalia felt a flush of pride at that, though she wasn't entirely comfortable with the implied status. Yes, she was Zeus's daughter, but that hadn't exactly made her life easier. As they drove through the city and out toward Long Island, the conversation shifted to lighter topics. Annabeth peppered Harry with questions about wizarding magic, fascinated by the differences between it and the magic she was familiar with. Luke shared stories of camp life, painting a picture of a place that was part summer camp, part military training ground, and part haven for the divinely displaced. Thalia mostly listened, content to see Harry engaging with her friends. The kid had spent so much of his life isolated and abused, seeing him animated and curious was a welcome change. They were about halfway to camp when Gerald suddenly tensed, his eyes fixed on the rearview mirror. We've got company, he announced, his voice tightly controlled. 2 motorcycles, gaining fast. Thalia twisted in her seat to look out the rear window. 2 riders were indeed closing in, their bikes moving with unnatural speed. Mortals? Luke asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. Gerald shook his head. No mortal bikes move like that. Can we outrun them? Annabeth asked, already reaching for what looked like a laptop bag but was almost certainly filled with weapons. In this? Not a chance, Gerald replied, pressing the accelerator anyway. We're still 30 minutes from camp borders. Thalia exchanged a look with Harry. Ready for some action, kid? Harry nodded, his expression shifting from nervous to determined in an instant. What's the plan? We need to slow them down, Luke said, pulling a sword from seemingly nowhere, the magic of celestial bronze allowing it to transform from an ordinary-looking item. Give Gerald time to get closer to camp. I can help with that, Harry offered. If we can get them close enough. Gerald checked the mirror again. That won't be a problem. They're almost on us now. As if to punctuate his statement, one of the motorcycles accelerated with a roar, pulling alongside the van. The rider turned to look inside, and Thalia got her first good look at what was pursuing them. It had a human body, more or less, but the head was that of a bull, a minotaur, or something related. It wore leather armor studded with spikes and carried what looked like a massive battle axe strapped to its back. Cattle rustlers, Gerald muttered. Just what we needed. The bull-headed rider smashed a fist against the van's window, cracking but not breaking the reinforced glass. Harry, Thalia said urgently, remember what we practiced on the ship? The focused blast? Harry nodded, already positioning himself near the window. On your mark. The second rider appeared on the other side of the van, this one with the head of a ram. It produced a short, curved blade and began sawing at the door handle. Now! Thalia shouted. Harry thrust his hand toward the window, palm flat against the glass. Thalia placed her hand on his shoulder, channeling her energy into him. The familiar surge of combined power flowed between them, and a blast of purple-green lightning erupted from Harry's palm. The energy shattered the window and struck the bull-headed rider directly in the chest. The creature was thrown from its motorcycle, tumbling along the highway before crashing into the median barrier in a shower of golden dust. One down. Luke called, moving to the other side to deal with the ram-headed attacker. But before he could reach it, the creature smashed through the window and grabbed Annabeth by the hair. Annabeth! Thalia yelled, trying to reach her, but the van swerved as Gerald fought to maintain control. Luke didn't hesitate. His sword flashed, slicing through the creature's arm. It howled in pain, releasing Annabeth, who immediately drew her own knife and plunged it into the monster's throat. It dissolved into dust, coating the front seats. Everyone okay? Gerald called, straightening the van. Fine, Annabeth replied, shaking monster dust from her hair. But I think we've got bigger problems. Thalia followed her gaze back to the road behind them. Where there had been 2 motorcycles, there were now 5, all carrying similar beast-headed riders. They're hurting us, Luke realized. Driving us away from camp. Gerald cursed in ancient Greek. He's right. They're forcing us to take the next exit or crash. Then we fight, Thalia decided, readying Aegis. Pull over somewhere defensible. There's an abandoned gas station about a mile ahead, Gerald said, accelerating to put distance between them and their pursuers. Better than nothing. As they sped toward the gas station, Thalia checked on Harry. You okay? That was a pretty big blast you just did. Harry looked tired but determined. I'm fine. Just need a minute to recover. Thalia nodded, mentally calculating their odds. 5 monsters against 4 demigods and a wizard kid. Not great, especially with Harry still learning to control his powers. But they'd faced worse. Luke, what are we dealing with? She asked. Cattle rustlers, he replied grimly. Minor followers of Minos. They hunt demigods for sport, collecting our weapons as trophies. Charming, Thalia muttered. Any particular weaknesses? They're strong but slow, Annabeth offered. And not too bright. If we can separate them, pick them off one by one. Good plan, Luke agreed. Thalia, you and Harry take the left flank. Annabeth and I will take the right. Gerald, you're center. Gerald nodded, slowing the van as they approached the abandoned gas station. Here we go. Everybody ready? Thalia met Harry's eyes, seeing the determination there. Ready, she confirmed. The van skidded to a halt in the cracked concrete lot of the derelict station. The 5 motorcycles were close behind, forming a semicircle as they pulled up, blocking the exit. "Stay close to me," Thalia told Harry as they piled out of the van. "Remember, control over power. Precision beats brute force." Harry nodded, positioning himself slightly behind her. The cattle rustlers dismounted, drawing various weapons, axes, swords, even a wicked-looking flail. They were an assortment of bull, ram, and goat-headed humanoids, all muscled and armored. Demigods, one bellowed, a massive bull-headed brute that appeared to be their leader. And something else. Its nostrils flared as it focused on Harry. Something magical. "The wizard child," another said, "this one with curved ram's horns. He'll fetch a fine price in certain markets." Thalia expanded Aegis to its full size, causing several of the monsters to flinch back from Medusa's visage. "You want him? You go through me first." The bull-headed leader laughed. "Daughter of Zeus. Your head will make a fine trophy." Without further warning, the monsters charged. Thalia met the leader head-on, Aegis taking the brunt of its axe swing while she countered with her knife. Luke and Annabeth moved with practiced coordination, engaging two others, while Gerald faced off against a fourth. That left one, a goat-headed creature with a barbed whip, heading straight for Harry. "Harry!" Thalia called in warning, unable to break away from her own opponent. But Harry wasn't panicking. As the monster closed in, he raised his hands and concentrated. Instead of the wild blast he'd used earlier, a focused beam of energy shot from his palms, striking the goat man in the legs. The creature stumbled, its lower half frozen in what looked like magical ice. "Not bad, wizard brat," it snarled, struggling to free itself. "But not good enough." It lashed out with its whip, the barbed end catching Harry across the arm. He cried out in pain but didn't lose focus. Gritting his teeth, he intensified the freezing spell, the ice climbing higher up the monster's body. Meanwhile, Thalia was finding her opponent more challenging than expected. The bullman was strong, each blow from its axe sending vibrations through Aegis that numbed her arm. But she had speed on her side, darting in with quick knife strikes that left golden ichor flowing from a dozen small wounds. "You fight well, daughter of Zeus," the beast acknowledged, circling her warily. "But you are outnumbered and far from safety." "That's where you're wrong," Thalia replied, calling on her powers. Electricity crackled around her body. "I'm never far from my father's domain." She thrust her hand skyward, and lightning answered, streaking down from the cloudy sky to strike through her body and into the bullman. The creature roared in pain, dropping to one knee, its armor smoking. A quick glance showed Luke and Annabeth holding their own, while Gerald had already dispatched his opponent and was moving to help Harry. The goat-headed monster was now frozen to its chest, still struggling and cursing. "Time to finish this," Thalia muttered, advancing on the stunned bullman. But as she raised her knife for a killing blow, a new sound cut through the chaos of battle, a high, piercing note that seemed to resonate in her very bones. Everyone, demigod and monster alike, paused and looked toward the source of the sound. Standing at the edge of the gas station lot was a figure in flowing robes of midnight blue, a wand raised in one hand. "Wizard," the bullman snarled, struggling to its feet. "This is not your affair." The figure lowered its hood, revealing a severe-looking woman with her dark hair pulled back in a tight bun. Her expression was one of cold fury. "When you attack a magical child under the protection of Hogwarts," she said in a crisp Scottish accent, "it becomes very much my affair." "Professor McGonagall," Harry whispered, recognition and wariness in his voice. The woman, McGonagall, inclined her head slightly in Harry's direction before returning her attention to the monsters. "I suggest you leave now. Before I demonstrate why wizards and monsters have maintained a healthy distance for centuries." The bullman laughed, raising its axe. "One wizard against 5 of us? I like those odds." "You miscounted," McGonagall replied calmly. "And I'm not just any wizard." She flicked her wand, and the ground beneath the bullman erupted, concrete transforming into spiked chains that wrapped around the creature with crushing force. Another flick, and the monster fighting Luke was hit by what looked like a bolt of pure force, sending it flying into the abandoned gas station building with enough impact to collapse one wall. "Still like those odds?" McGonagall inquired coldly. The remaining monsters exchanged looks, clearly reconsidering their position. Without a word, they broke off their attacks and retreated to their motorcycles. Even the partially frozen Goatman managed to break free enough to limp toward its bike. "This isn't over, demigods," the bullman threatened as it mounted its motorcycle. "And you, wizard, the old laws won't protect you forever." With a roar of engines, the cattle rustlers sped away, leaving a cloud of dust and monster ichor behind. For a moment, no one moved. Then Gerald broke the silence, voicing what they were all thinking. What the actual Hades just happened? McGonagall surveyed them all with a penetrating gaze before her eyes settled on Harry. "Mr. Potter. You've led us on quite the chase." Thalia immediately moved to Harry's side, aegis still expanded. "Back off, lady. Harry's with us now." "I can see that," McGonagall replied, her tone softening slightly. "And I'm not here to take him back to those people." Her lips thinned in obvious disapproval. "Albus had no right." "Then why are you here?" Luke demanded, his sword still ready. "To ensure Mr. Potter's safety," McGonagall said simply. "And to provide information that may be crucial to his future." Harry stepped forward, still partially shielded by Thalia. "You knew, didn't you? About how they treated me? The Dursleys." McGonagall's expression flickered with what might have been guilt. "I had suspicions. I voiced them to Albus when he first placed you there. But I deferred to his judgment, believing he knew best." She straightened, meeting Harry's gaze directly. "It was a mistake I deeply regret." "Why should we trust you?" Thalia challenged. "You shouldn't, not completely," McGonagall acknowledged, surprising them. "Trust must be earned. But I am not here as Dumbledore's agent. I am here as Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts, fulfilling my duty to a magical child in need." Annabeth stepped forward. "You said you had information?" "Indeed." McGonagall glanced around the demolished gas station. "Though perhaps this isn't the ideal location for such a discussion. You were heading to your camp, I believe. I could meet you there, or at a location of your choosing." Thalia exchanged looks with Luke and Annabeth. The offer was tempting. They needed information about the wizarding world, about Harry's situation. But bringing a powerful witch to Camp Half-Blood raised all sorts of concerns. Luke made the decision. "There's a safe house closer than camp. We can talk there." McGonagall nodded. "Very well. I shall follow your lead." "How?" Gerald asked skeptically. "Our van's pretty banged up, and I don't see your car." McGonagall smiled slightly. "I have my own methods of transportation, young man. Simply tell me where to meet you." As Luke gave her the address, Thalia pulled Harry aside. "What do you think? You knew her name." "She was one of my teachers," Harry said slowly. "Or, will be, I suppose. At Hogwarts. I remember her from before Zeus removed the bindings." "Can we trust her?" Harry considered this seriously. "I think so. She seems different from Dumbledore. More straightforward." Thalia nodded. "We'll hear her out. But stay close to me." As they prepared to leave, McGonagall approached Harry once more. "Mr. Potter, may I see your arm? That injury from the barbed whip may be poisoned." Harry hesitated, then extended his arm, revealing an angry red welt where the whip had struck him. McGonagall examined it carefully, then drew her wand. "This may tingle," she warned before murmuring an incantation. A soft blue light enveloped Harry's arm, and the wound visibly diminished, the redness fading. "Thanks," Harry said, flexing his arm experimentally. McGonagall nodded, then looked at Thalia. "You've done well, protecting him. Few could have stood against Zeus's will as you did, taking Mr. Potter from the path that had been laid for him." "I didn't do it to defy Zeus," Thalia replied. "I did it because it was right." "Precisely," McGonagall said with what might have been approval. "And that, Miss Grace, is why there may be hope yet." She stepped back. "I shall see you all shortly." With a crack that split the air, McGonagall vanished, leaving the demigods and Harry staring at the empty space where she had stood. "Well," Luke said after a moment, "this day just keeps getting more interesting." Thalia couldn't help but agree. As they piled back into their damaged van, she kept her arm around Harry's shoulders, feeling strangely protective. Whatever came next, whatever information McGonagall brought, whatever challenges awaited at Camp Half-Blood, they would face it together. Thunder rumbled overhead, as if in agreement. Chapter 2, Forged in Lightning, Duck. Harry dropped flat as a massive club whooshed over his head. At 8 years old, being small had its advantages. He rolled right, coming up in a crouch as Thalia's spear jabbed past him, catching the Cyclops in its single eye. "Nice teamwork," Luke called from where he was handling a second Cyclops. "But you're still telegraphing your moves, Harry." Harry didn't waste breath answering. Instead, he focused on the third monster circling behind Thalia. His hands came up almost instinctively, power surging through him as he released a controlled blast of energy that sent the creature staggering back. "Got your back," he told Thalia with a quick grin. 2 years of running, fighting, and training together had turned them into a seamless unit. What had started as Thalia protecting a scared, abused 6-year-old had evolved into a true partnership. "Annabeth, now!" Luke shouted. The blonde-haired daughter of Athena materialized seemingly from nowhere, her invisibility cap clutched in one hand as she drove her bronze knife into the Cyclops's back. The monster bellowed in pain, then dissolved into golden dust. "Two down," she reported coolly, already moving to help with the third. But Harry and Thalia had it under control. As the monster charged, Thalia planted herself firmly in its path, Aegis expanded to its full glory. The Cyclops faltered at the sight of Medusa's face, giving Harry the opening he needed. Rather than blast it with raw magic, he focused on a newer technique they'd been practicing. Raising his hands, he manipulated the air molecules around the Cyclops, cooling them rapidly until frost formed on the monster's skin. "Hurry up, wizard boy," Thalia called, though Harry could hear the pride in her voice. "I'm not getting any younger here." Harry grinned, twisting his hands in a sharp gesture. The temperature dropped further, and with a satisfying crack, the Cyclops froze solid. "All yours," he told Thalia. She didn't hesitate, swinging her spear like a baseball bat and shattering the frozen monster into 1,000 glittering pieces that dissolved before they hit the ground. "And that," Luke said, brushing monster dust from his shirt, "is why you never mess with our family." Family. The word still gave Harry a warm feeling. After the Dursleys, he'd never thought he'd have a real family. But over the past 2 years, that's exactly what they'd become. "We're getting better at this," Annabeth observed, resheathing her knife. At 12, she was still the strategist of the group, always analyzing their performance. "But we cut it close. Those Cyclopes nearly cornered us." "Nearly" being the operative word, Luke replied, ruffling her hair, the only person she allowed to do so. "Besides, we needed the practice. It's been too quiet lately." Thalia snorted, collapsing Aegis back into a bracelet. "Only you would complain about not enough monsters trying to kill us." They made their way back to their temporary camp, a small clearing in the woods outside Nashville. After the encounter with Professor McGonagall 2 years ago, they'd spent time at the safe house Luke mentioned, learning what they could about the wizarding world and Harry's place in it. McGonagall had been surprisingly forthcoming, explaining about Voldemort, the night Harry's parents died, and the prophecy that had marked him. The old wizard truly believes he's acting for the greater good, she had told them. But his methods. She'd shaken her head in disapproval. McGonagall had also provided Harry with basic magical training texts and a modified wand, not ideal, but it will serve until you can visit Ollivanders properly, before returning to Hogwarts with a promise to keep their location secret from Dumbledore. I cannot deceive him indefinitely, she'd warned. But I can buy you time. That time had been valuable. For 2 years, they'd moved across the country, staying one step ahead of both monsters and wizards. Luke and Annabeth had joined them permanently after it became clear that their combined skills made them stronger than they were apart. As they reached the campsite, Harry automatically moved to the center, kneeling to start a fire. It was his job now, one quick spell and the kindling ignited with blue-tinged flames that gave off more heat than smoke. "Show off," Annabeth muttered, but she was smiling. "You're just jealous," Harry replied, grinning back. Their banter had become comfortable, a rhythm as natural as breathing. Luke dropped their supply bag and stretched. "So, what's the consensus? Do we make for Camp Half-Blood tomorrow?" It was a topic they'd been debating for weeks now. Camp Half-Blood offered safety, resources, and proper training. But it also meant rules, oversight, and potential complications with Harry's wizard status. "I still think it's our best option," Thalia said, sitting down beside Harry. "The magical boundaries will help mask Harry's signature, and Chiron might know more about this wizard-demigod connection than we do. Plus winter's coming," Annabeth added practically. "Another season of camping in the cold doesn't appeal to me." Harry poked at the fire, watching the flames dance. "Will they even let me in? I'm not a demigod." "They'll let you in," Luke said firmly. "You're with us. And if they try to keep you out?" He left the threat unspoken, but his hand drifted to his sword hilt. "Besides," Thalia added, "after what happened in St. Louis, we could use the backup." St. Louis had been bad, a coordinated attack by monsters led by something older and more powerful, something that had specifically targeted Harry. They'd barely escaped, and Thalia had taken an injury that still hadn't fully healed. "It's decided then," Luke declared. "Tomorrow we head for New York. Camp Half-Blood by the weekend if we push it." As the others discussed travel plans, Harry felt a familiar prickling along his skin. He tensed, instinctively reaching for Thalia's arm. She noticed immediately. "What is it?" "That feeling again," he murmured. "Like static, but deeper." Thalia's eyes narrowed. Over the past 2 years, they'd learned to trust Harry's magical senses. Since Zeus had unbound his powers, Harry had developed an uncanny ability to detect different types of magic, especially anything connected to his past. "Another memory block?" she asked quietly. Harry nodded, rubbing his temples. The first time it happened, about 6 months after leaving England, he'd collapsed in agony as another of Dumbledore's subtle enchantments had surfaced. Zeus had appeared that night, burning away the spell and revealing memories of Harry's mother, fragments of lullabies and the scent of her hair when she hugged him. "It feels like the same kind as before," Harry confirmed. "Not as strong, but definitely there." Luke and Annabeth had gone quiet, watching with concern. They'd witnessed previous episodes and knew what might be coming. "Maybe we should make camp elsewhere," Annabeth suggested. "If Zeus is going to show up, he's already here," a deep voice interrupted. They all turned to see the god of thunder standing at the edge of the clearing, wearing the same pinstriped suit as always, his electric blue eyes fixed on Harry. "Father," Thalia acknowledged, tension evident in her voice. Her relationship with Zeus remained complicated, respect and resentment intertwined. Zeus ignored her greeting, moving directly to Harry. "Another binding is surfacing," he stated without preamble. "Subtler than the others. Dumbledore's work grows more sophisticated." Harry straightened, meeting the god's gaze without flinching. 2 years of running from monsters had burned away much of his timidity. "Can you remove it like the others?" Of course, Zeus replied with the casual confidence of a being who commanded the sky itself. But first, tell me what you feel. What memories are struggling to break free? Harry closed his eyes, focusing inward. The others remained silent, giving him space to concentrate. Even the forest seemed to quiet around them, as if nature itself held its breath in the presence of the storm god. Something about a house, Harry said slowly. Not the Dursleys. Somewhere else. A cottage, I think. And a man with glasses like mine used to be. He's laughing, turning his wand into colored smoke shapes for me. His brow furrowed. And a dog. A big, black dog that turns into a man. Zeus nodded, unsurprised. Memories of your father, James Potter. And Sirius Black, your godfather. Godfather? Harry's eyes flew open. I have a godfather. You did, Zeus corrected. He currently resides in a wizard prison called Azkaban. What? Thalia exclaimed. Why? He was framed for betraying the Potters to Voldemort, Zeus explained dispassionately. And for killing 13 mortals. He is innocent of both crimes. How do you know this? Luke asked skeptically. Zeus turned his penetrating gaze to the son of Hermes. I am a god, boy. There is little beyond my sight when I choose to look. Then why haven't you done anything about it? Thalia demanded. If you know he's innocent, the affairs of wizards are not my concern, Zeus cut her off. I intervene only where the ancient laws permit. The binding spells on Harry fell within my domain as they involved tampering with a mind blessed by my brother Poseidon. Poseidon? Harry repeated, confused. What does he have to do with me? Your mother, Lily Evans, carried a blessing from the sea god, Zeus explained. A distant ancestor was a child of Poseidon who married into a family of natural magic users. It is partly why your magic manifests differently from other wizards, with an affinity for elemental manipulation. This was new information, and Harry absorbed it eagerly. Every detail about his parents felt precious after years of being told nothing but lies. The memory block, Thalia reminded her father. Can you remove it now? Zeus studied Harry for a moment longer, then placed his palm on the boy's forehead. The familiar blue-white light began to glow around his hand. This may be uncomfortable, he warned. Harry gritted his teeth as the energy flowed into him. Unlike the first time in Privet Drive, when Zeus had burned away all the major bindings at once, these subsequent removals were more targeted, more precise. But they still hurt. His body tensed as the magic worked, memories flooding back in vivid flashes, his father tossing him into the air, catching him as he squealed with delight. A large black dog licking his face while his mother scolded, serious, not in dog form. You'll get hair all over him. His father and another man, thin, scarred, with kind eyes, discussing something called the Order while his mother made tea. And then a memory that made his heart catch, his parents arguing with Dumbledore in a small living room. He's just a baby, Albus. His mother was saying, green eyes flashing with anger. You can't possibly expect us to accept that his fate is already decided. The prophecy is clear, Lily, Dumbledore replied sadly. Either Harry or the Longbottom boy. Prophecies can be interpreted many ways, his father countered. We won't raise our son to be a sacrifice for your greater good. The memory faded as the blue-white energy receded. Harry found himself on his knees, Thalia's steady hand on his shoulder. You okay? She asked softly. Harry nodded, though his head was swimming with the new memories. They knew, he whispered. My parents. They knew what Dumbledore was planning, and they were fighting against it. Zeus stepped back, looking satisfied. The binding is gone. There may be more buried deeper, but they will surface in time. Why would Dumbledore block memories of Harry's parents opposing him? Annabeth asked, her analytical mind already working on the problem. Control, Luke said darkly. If Harry believed his parents trusted Dumbledore completely, he'd be more likely to follow the old man's plan. Precisely, Zeus agreed. Dumbledore plays a long game. Every piece of information, every emotional connection, is measured for its usefulness. Harry stood up, feeling steadier as the initial shock of the memories faded. Thank you, he told Zeus. For removing the spell. Zeus inclined his head slightly. Your path diverges further from what the fates intended with each binding I remove. It interests me to see what will come of it. Is that why you're helping? Thalia asked bluntly. Entertainment value? A flash of annoyance crossed Zeus's face. Mind your tone, daughter. My reasons are my own. My apologies, Thalia said, though she didn't sound particularly sorry. We're grateful for your help, regardless of your reasons. Zeus surveyed the four of them, his expression unreadable. Your plan to seek Camp Half-Blood is wise. The magical boundaries will offer protection from both monsters and wizards seeking Harry. He focused on Harry again. But be warned, Dumbledore has realized his tracking charms are useless. He now seeks you through other means, including agents within the American magical community. McCussa, Harry said, remembering information McGonagall had shared. The American wizards. Indeed, Zeus confirmed. They have been told you were kidnapped by a dangerous individual. His gaze flicked to Thalia. They search for you both. Great, Luke muttered. So now we have monsters, Dumbledore, and the American wizards after us. Zeus actually smiled, though it was more predatory than amused. I have taken the liberty of complicating matters for them. Olympian interference creates static in their tracking magic. But this advantage will not last indefinitely. How long do we have? Annabeth asked. Weeks, perhaps. A month at most before they narrow their search to the New York area. Zeus adjusted his cuffs, the gesture oddly human for a god. Chiron has been informed of your coming. He will prepare accordingly. With that, Zeus turned as if to leave, then paused, looking back at Harry. The dog-man, your godfather. His situation may not be as hopeless as it appears. The threads of fate surrounding him have begun to shift. Before anyone could ask what he meant by this cryptic statement, Zeus stepped into a beam of moonlight and vanished with a low rumble of thunder. For a moment, they all stared at the spot where he'd stood. Then Luke broke the silence. Well, that was typically godlike. Vague warnings, cryptic hints, and then poof, gone when you have actual questions. Thalia shot him a look. He gave us valuable information. And he helped Harry. I'm not saying he didn't, Luke backpedaled. Just that gods could occasionally stick around long enough to explain their cryptic statements. Harry was still processing the new memories, particularly the one of his parents arguing with Dumbledore. They didn't trust him, he said quietly. My parents. They saw through him. Thalia squeezed his shoulder. Smart people, your parents. And now I have a godfather, Harry continued. Even if he's in prison. An innocent man in prison, Annabeth corrected, her sense of justice clearly offended. We should do something about that. Luke shook his head. One impossible mission at a time, please. Let's focus on getting to camp safely first. Then we can plot prison breaks for wizard godparents. Despite everything, Harry laughed. It felt good, like release after the intensity of the memory recovery. You're right. Camp first. Jailbreaks later. That's the spirit, Thalia said, ruffling his hair. Now come on, we should all get some sleep. Long journey ahead tomorrow. As they settled into their sleeping bags, Harry stared up at the stars visible through the trees. His mind was racing with the new memories, his father's laugh, his mother's fierce protection, and the revelation of a godfather he'd never known he had. Thalia, he whispered, knowing she was still awake. Yeah, kid? Do you think we'll ever have a normal life? Without running and fighting all the time? He heard her shift to face him in the darkness. Define normal, she replied. Because I'm pretty sure that ship sailed when I found out my dad was Zeus and you turned out to be wizard royalty. Harry smiled. Fair point. I guess I meant, calmer. More stable. Camp will be stable, she assured him. And we'll figure out the rest as we go. Together. She paused. Try to sleep. We've got a big day tomorrow. Harry closed his eyes, letting the familiar sounds of the night wash over him, Luke's soft snoring, Annabeth's occasional murmur as she dreamed, the distant calls of owls. Whatever came next, he wasn't alone. And that made all the difference. They reached Long Island 3 days later, traveling by a combination of borrowed cars, Luke's specialty, trains, and on foot through areas too dangerous for conventional transport. They'd encountered only minor monsters along the way, nothing the four of them couldn't handle with practiced ease. Now they stood at the base of a hill, looking up at a tall pine tree that marked the boundary of Camp Half-Blood. Home sweet home, Luke said, a mix of emotions in his voice. At least for some of us. It'll be home for all of us, Thalia insisted, glancing at Harry. Right? Before he could answer, a movement at the top of the hill caught their attention. A figure in a wheelchair appeared, accompanied by a girl with fiery red hair and a tall boy who seemed to shimmer in the sunlight. Chiron, Annabeth identified the wheelchair-bound figure. And that's Clarice, daughter of Ares, she added, pointing to the red-haired girl. Don't know the boy. Apollo cabin, if I had to guess, Luke said. The way he's gleaming. As they approached the boundary, Chiron wheeled forward to meet them. Up close, Harry could see he was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and intelligent eyes that seemed much older than his appearance suggested. Thalia Grace, Chiron greeted warmly. Luke, Annabeth. It's good to see you all safe. It's good to be back, Luke replied, though Harry noticed he didn't quite meet Chiron's eyes. Chiron turned his attention to Harry, studying him with unnerving intensity. And you must be Harry Potter. Lord Zeus has told me much about you. Harry resisted the urge to shuffle his feet. Yes, sir. Thank you for, letting me come. Chiron smiled kindly. Any friend of these three is welcome to seek refuge here. Though I must admit, your situation presents some unique challenges. Because I'm not a demigod, Harry guessed. Partially, Chiron acknowledged. The magical boundaries of camp are designed specifically to admit demigods and keep out mortals and monsters. Your wizard magic may interact, unpredictably with them. What does that mean? Thalia asked sharply. It means, Chiron explained patiently, that we won't know if Harry can cross the boundary until he tries. He gestured to the pine tree. Shall we find out? Harry exchanged looks with his friends. They'd come too far to turn back now. Let's do it. As they approached the boundary, Harry felt the familiar tingling of magic against his skin. It was different from wizard magic or demigod power, older, more primal somehow. The boundary is strongest here, Chiron explained, stopping near the pine tree. If you can pass through at this point, you'll have no trouble elsewhere on the perimeter. Harry took a deep breath and stepped forward. For a moment, he felt resistance, like pushing through thick syrup. The air around him shimmered, and he heard what sounded like whispers in an ancient language. Then something unexpected happened. Instead of simply passing through or being repelled, the boundary seemed to recognize him, not as a demigod, but as something else. The magic flared briefly, golden light outlining his body, before settling back into invisibility. Fascinating, Chiron murmured, watching closely. It seems the boundary has adapted to you. Is that good or bad? Luke asked warily. Neither. Simply unusual. Chiron gestured for Harry to continue. Please, come fully into camp. Harry took another step, and this time the resistance was gone. He crossed the boundary with ease, turning to grin triumphantly at Thalia. "Told you it would work," she said, joining him inside the boundary. With all four now safely inside, Chiron led them toward the main part of camp. As they crested the hill, Harry got his first view of Camp Half-Blood, and his breath caught. Spread below them was a valley containing a bizarre mix of ancient Greek architecture and modern facilities. A large blue house stood near the entrance. Beyond it, Harry could see an amphitheater, a climbing wall that appeared to be spewing actual lava, a circular arena, and a cluster of unusual cabins arranged in a U-shape. In the distance, Long Island Sound glittered in the afternoon sun. "Welcome," Chiron said, "to Camp Half-Blood." As they descended into the valley, the wheelchair-bound director continued his introduction. "We have been preparing for your arrival. Lord Zeus was quite specific about certain accommodations for young Mr. Potter." "What kind of accommodations?" Thalia asked. "For one, a place to stay," Chiron explained. "The cabins are normally assigned by godly parent, but in Harry's case, he can stay in Zeus's cabin with me," Thalia said firmly. "We've been together for 2 years now." Chiron raised an eyebrow. "That would be highly unusual." The ancient laws can stuff it," Thalia interrupted. "Harry stays with me." Harry felt a surge of affection for her. Even after all this time, Thalia remained fiercely protective. But he didn't want to cause problems from the moment they arrived. "It's okay," he told her. "I can stay wherever they think is best." Actually, Chiron interjected smoothly, Lord Zeus suggested something similar. He proposed that as his daughter's charge, you fall under his protection and thus qualify for residence in Cabin 1. Thalia looked surprised. "He said that?" "Not in those exact words," Chiron admitted. But the meaning was clear. They reached the big house, as Chiron called it, and the director rolled up a ramp to the porch. Once there, something remarkable happened. The wheelchair split open, and Chiron rose from it, revealing not human legs but the powerful body of a white stallion. "Much better," the centaur said, stretching his equine lower half. "The chair becomes dreadfully cramped after a while." Harry tried not to stare, but it was difficult. McGonagall had mentioned centaurs existed in the wizarding world too, but seeing one in person was still startling. Inside, they found a comfortable sitting room where a man in a loud Hawaiian shirt was playing cards by himself. He barely glanced up as they entered. "So these are the runaways," he drawled, sounding supremely uninterested. "Joy." "Lord Dionysus," Chiron said with forced patience. "These are Thalia Grace, Luke Castellan, Annabeth Chase, and Harry Potter." Yes, Zeus's brat and friends," Dionysus muttered, still focused on his cards. "Plus the wizard boy everyone's in such a tizzy about." Harry frowned. "Everyone?" Dionysus finally looked up, his bloodshot eyes briefly flashing with purple fire. "You didn't think you could cross pantheons without causing a stir, did you? Olympus has been abuzz. Hecate is furious that Zeus interfered with one of her blessed. Athena thinks it's all some complex plot. Ares is hoping for a war between gods and wizards." He waved a hand dismissively. "The usual divine dramatics." "Mr. D," Chiron warned. "Perhaps we should focus on settling our guests." "Fine," Dionysus sighed dramatically. "Welcome to Camp Half-Blood, try not to die, blah blah blah." He returned to his cards. "Orientation film's broken, so Chiron will have to bore you with the details personally." Chiron ushered them back outside before anyone could respond to the god's rudeness. "You must forgive Lord Dionysus," he said once they were out of earshot. "His assignment here is a punishment, and he's not particularly fond of it." "We could tell," Luke said dryly. "Why would they punish the god of wine by sending him to a camp full of kids?" Annabeth wondered. "That," Chiron replied with a small smile, is a story for another time. For now, let's get you all settled. Luke, Annabeth, you remember where your cabins are? They nodded. Despite the years away, neither seemed to have forgotten the camp's layout. Excellent. Thalia, you and Harry will be in cabin 1. I must warn you, it's rather austere. We've been sleeping on the ground for 2 years, Thalia reminded him. Austere sounds like a luxury. As Luke and Annabeth headed for their respective cabins, 11 for Hermes and 6 for Athena, Chiron led Thalia and Harry toward the largest of the buildings. Cabin 1 was a massive marble mausoleum with polished white columns and heavy bronze doors decorated with lightning bolts. Subtle, Harry commented, making Thalia snort. Inside was indeed austere, a few alcoves with bunks, a bronze brazier for offerings, and a massive statue of Zeus himself, looking stern and imposing. The ceiling was high and domed, decorated with moving mosaics of weather patterns that shifted and changed as they watched. This is... Thalia trailed off, clearly having mixed feelings about her father's shrine. You're home, for now, Chiron finished for her. Dinner is at 7 in the pavilion. I suggest you rest until then. Tomorrow, we'll discuss training schedules and other matters. After Chiron left, Thalia threw her backpack on one of the bunks. Well, this is weird. Which part? Harry asked, exploring the vast, echoing space. The statue staring at us, the magic ceiling, or the fact that we're actually sleeping in real beds tonight? All of it, Thalia admitted, sitting down heavily on her chosen bunk. I never thought I'd actually stay here. In this cabin, specifically. Harry understood. Thalia's relationship with her divine heritage was complicated. Accepting Zeus's cabin meant acknowledging that connection in a way she hadn't fully done before. At least we're together, he offered, sitting beside her. Imagine if they'd stuck me in some broom closet because I'm not a proper demigod. That made her smile. No more cupboards under stairs for you. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, processing the reality that they had, after 2 years of constant movement, finally reached a place they might be able to call home. Do you think it's safe here? Harry finally asked. Really safe? Thalia considered the question seriously. Safer than anywhere else we've been. The magical boundaries keep out most threats. But nowhere is completely safe, Harry finished. Not with both monsters and Dumbledore looking for us. Exactly. Thalia bumped his shoulder with hers. But hey, now we've got a whole camp of trained demigods as backup. Plus Chiron, who's apparently been training heroes for thousands of years. And a grumpy wine god, Harry added with a grin. Can't forget him. A conch horn sounded in the distance, making them both jump to their feet in alarm before Thalia relaxed. Dinner call, she explained. I remember Luke telling me about that. As they headed toward the dining pavilion, Harry couldn't help noticing the stares they attracted. Word of their arrival had clearly spread, and campers watched them with undisguised curiosity. Is that him? The wizard kid? Zeus's daughter is back. I heard they fought a minotaur with their bare hands. The whispers followed them until they reached the pavilion, where Chiron stood at the head table alongside Dionysus. The centaur stamped his hoof for attention. Campers. As you've no doubt noticed, we have several new arrivals today. Or, in the case of Luke Castellan and Annabeth Chase, returning campers. Please make them feel welcome. There was a smattering of applause, along with some more enthusiastic cheers from the Athena table where Annabeth had joined her half-siblings. Additionally, Chiron continued, we have Thalia Grace, daughter of Zeus, and Harry Potter, who comes to us under unique circumstances. Harry is not a demigod, but a wizard, granted sanctuary here by Lord Zeus himself. The pavilion erupted in murmurs at this announcement. Harry felt the weight of dozens of eyes on him, assessing and evaluating. As such, Chiron raised his voice over the whispers, both Thalia and Harry will be residing in cabin 1 and taking meals at the Zeus table. This caused even more of a stir. Harry caught snatches of conversation. A mortal in cabin 1? Since when do wizards even exist? Zeus must really like this kid. Thalia ignored the chatter, leading Harry to a table that, like Zeus's cabin, stood somewhat apart from the others. As they sat, nymphs appeared with platters of food, barbecue, fresh bread, grapes, and cheese. Before we eat, Chiron announced, as is customary, we make our offerings to the gods. Harry watched as campers stood and approached the central fire, scraping portions of their food into the flames while murmuring names of gods. Offering to our parents, Thalia explained quietly. Come on. They joined the line, and when their turn came, Thalia scraped a portion of her meal into the fire. Zeus, she said, her voice neutral. Harry hesitated, unsure what protocol dictated for someone who wasn't a demigod. Finally, he pushed some of his food into the flames. Thank you, he murmured, not specifying a particular deity. Better to be polite to all of them than risk offending someone by choosing wrong. As they returned to their table, Harry noticed Luke watching them from the crowded Hermes table. The son of Hermes raised his cup in salute, but there was something in his expression that Harry couldn't quite read, a tension that hadn't been there before. The meal passed pleasantly enough, though being at a table for just the two of them felt odd after years of eating as a tight group of 4. After dinner, Chiron announced a campfire sing-along, but Thalia begged off, claiming exhaustion from their journey. We'll catch the next one, she promised, guiding Harry back toward cabin 1. They were halfway there when Luke caught up with them. Ditching the campfire, he asked, falling into step beside them. Can't say I blame you. Apollo cabin singing hasn't improved in my absence. Just tired, Thalia said. It's been a long few days. Luke nodded, glancing around to ensure they weren't overheard. Listen, we need to talk. Not now, but soon. There are things about camp you both should know. What kinds of things? Harry asked, catching the serious undertone in Luke's voice. Just observations. Things I noticed before I left last time. Luke's scar seemed more pronounced in the gathering dusk. The gods aren't as benevolent as Chiron makes them out to be. Tell us something we don't know, Thalia replied with a snort. I'm serious, Thalia. Luke's voice dropped lower. There's discontent here. Among the unclaimed, the overlooked. People are getting tired of being pawns. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the evening air. This echoed too closely what his parents had argued with Dumbledore about, refusing to let their son be a sacrifice for someone else's plan. We'll talk, Thalia promised, seeing Luke's intensity. Tomorrow. After we get the lay of the land. Luke seemed satisfied with this. Good. Sleep well, you too. And keep your eyes open. As he walked away, Harry turned to Thalia. What was that about? She shook her head. I'm not sure. Luke's always had issues with the gods, especially his father. But this seems different. Back in cabin 1, they prepared for bed in the strange, echoing space. The statue of Zeus stared down at them, its expression severe and judgmental. Do you think he's watching us through that? Harry asked, only half joking as he changed into sleeping clothes. Probably, Thalia replied with a grimace. Gods are creepy that way. As they settled into their bunks, actual beds with mattresses and pillows, a luxury after so long on the run, Harry found himself oddly restless despite his exhaustion. Thalia? Yeah. Do you think we did the right thing? Coming here? He heard her shift in her bunk. I think we needed a safe place to regroup. To figure out what's next. Camp gives us that, at least for now. Luke seemed worried. Luke's always worried about something, Thalia replied, though her tone suggested she shared some of his concerns. Get some sleep, Harry. Tomorrow's going to be busy. Harry tried to follow her advice, but sleep was elusive. The ceiling above him continued its display of clouds and lightning, casting shifting shadows across the cabin. After 2 years of constant vigilance, the relative safety of camp felt almost more unsettling than reassuring. When he finally drifted off, his dreams were filled with images of his parents arguing with Dumbledore, of Sirius Black locked in a dark cell, and of Luke watching him with that strange, calculating expression. The next few days passed in a blur of orientation activities. Chiron had developed a specialized schedule for Harry that combined standard demigod training with time to practice and develop his wizard magic. "Your situation is unique," the centaur explained during their first meeting. "A wizard among demigods. We must ensure you develop both aspects of your abilities." Harry's mornings were spent in physical training alongside the demigods, sword fighting in the arena, archery at the ranges, and running the challenging obstacle course. Afternoons were dedicated to magical studies, using the books McGonagall had provided plus additional texts Chiron had somehow procured. "The camp has had dealings with the wizarding world before, though not in recent centuries," he explained when Harry asked about the books. "We maintain a modest collection of magical texts for historical purposes." Thalia divided her time between her own training and helping with Harry's, particularly when it came to combining their abilities. The unique synergy they discovered, the way her lightning could amplify and channel his magic, had become even more powerful with practice. "You two are quite the formidable pair," Chiron commented after watching one of their demonstration sessions, where they'd reduced a training dummy to ash with a combined attack. "I've never seen demigod and wizard powers complement each other in quite this way." "Lucky coincidence?" Harry suggested. Chiron shook his head. "I doubt any of this is coincidence, young Harry. The fates rarely leave such matters to chance." By the end of the first week, they'd settled into a comfortable routine. Harry found himself enjoying many aspects of camp life, the structured training, the sense of community, even the simple pleasure of sleeping in the same bed each night. But there were complications too. Some campers, particularly from the Ares cabin, resented Harry's presence. "He's not even a half-blood," a burly girl named Clarice complained loudly during a sword-fighting session. "Why should he get special training?" Others were simply curious, peppering him with questions about wizard magic whenever they got the chance. "Can you turn people into frogs? Do you ride broomsticks? Is it true wizards have their own government?" Harry answered as best he could, though his own knowledge of the wizarding world remained limited to what McGonagall had shared and what he'd learned from books. Then there was Luke. True to his word, he'd sought them out the day after their arrival, taking them deep into the woods where they wouldn't be overheard. "Camp isn't what it seems," he'd told them, pacing restlessly. "On the surface, it's a haven, a training ground for heroes. But look deeper and you'll see the cracks." "What cracks?" Thalia had asked, frowning. "The unclaimed kids crammed into Hermione's cabin, for one," Luke replied bitterly. "Gods who can't be bothered to acknowledge their own children. Demigods sent on quests that amount to divine errands, risking their lives because some god can't be bothered to fetch their own lightning bolt or retrieve their own helmet." Harry had listened carefully, recognizing the legitimate grievances in Luke's complaints. It did seem unfair that some kids waited years to be claimed, if they ever were at all. And the quest system did sound suspiciously like gods using demigods as convenient tools. "What are you suggesting we do about it?" Thalia had finally asked. Luke had hesitated, something calculating in his expression. "For now, nothing. Just keep your eyes open. Remember that the gods aren't the benevolent parents Chiron makes them out to be." The conversation had left Harry unsettled, especially when combined with his dreams about his parents arguing with Dumbledore over similar issues of control and sacrifice. Now, as he practiced elemental magic near the lake, Harry found himself pondering these parallels. The gods used demigods for their own purposes, just as Dumbledore had tried to use him. Both assumed the right to shape others' destinies in service to their own goals. Deep thoughts, a voice interrupted his musings. Harry turned to find Annabeth watching him from a few feet away, her grey eyes analytical as always. Just thinking about gods and wizards, he admitted. And how they both seem to treat people as pawns. Annabeth sat beside him on the dock, dangling her feet above the water. Luke's been talking to you. It wasn't a question, but Harry nodded anyway. He has some valid points. He does, Annabeth agreed, surprising him. The gods aren't perfect. Far from it. But. Harry prompted when she trailed off. But they're also what holds Western civilization together, she finished. Their power, their influence, it's woven into the fabric of our world. Without them. She shrugged. Chaos. Harry considered this. Dumbledore would probably say something similar. That his plans, even the manipulative ones, serve some greater purpose. The difference, Annabeth said carefully, is that the gods actually are divine beings with cosmic responsibilities. Dumbledore is just a man with too much power and an inflated sense of his own wisdom. Harry laughed at her blunt assessment. When you put it that way. I'm not saying trust the gods blindly, Annabeth clarified. They're selfish and petty and often cruel. But they also maintain a balance that's necessary. A necessary evil? Sometimes, she admitted. Just, don't let Luke's bitterness color everything. He has his reasons, but they're personal. Before Harry could ask what she meant by that, a conch horn sounded across the camp, not the usual call for meals or activities, but a different pattern that made Annabeth jump to her feet. That's the visitor alert, she explained, already moving toward the big house. Someone's at the boundaries. Harry followed her, meeting up with Thalia, who was running from the archery range. What's going on? She asked. Visitors, Harry explained. Not the friendly kind, judging by Annabeth's reaction. They joined a growing crowd of campers gathering near the top of Half-Blood Hill. Chiron was already there, once again in his wheelchair form, speaking with two figures at the boundary line. Harry felt a chill as he recognized one of them. Dumbledore, he whispered to Thalia. Indeed, the old wizard stood at the camp boundary, resplendent in flowing robes of midnight blue embroidered with silver stars. Beside him was a severe-looking man with sallow skin and shoulder-length black hair who radiated an aura of barely contained hostility. What's he doing here? Thalia muttered, instinctively moving closer to Harry. And how did he find us? I don't know, Harry replied, but I don't think those boundaries will keep him out if he really wants to get in. Chiron's voice carried back to the gathered campers, must understand our position, headmaster. The boy is under the protection of Lord Zeus himself. I am well aware of the complications, Dumbledore replied calmly. I merely wish to speak with Harry. To explain certain matters that concern his future. His future is his own to determine, Chiron countered. Not yours to map out for him. The dark-haired man beside Dumbledore sneered. The boy has responsibilities to the wizarding world. Responsibilities he cannot simply abandon because he's found more entertaining companions. Thalia bristled at this, but Harry placed a restraining hand on her arm. Let's hear what they have to say before we start throwing lightning. They moved closer, joining Annabeth and Luke, who had positioned themselves just behind Chiron. Ah, Harry, Dumbledore said when he spotted them, his blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. How you've grown. Harry said nothing, studying the old wizard who had manipulated so much of his early life. Dumbledore looked exactly as he remembered, grandfatherly, powerful, and utterly convinced of his own righteousness. Why are you here? Thalia demanded, not bothering with pleasantries. Charming as ever, Miss Grace, the dark-haired man commented silkily. This is Professor Severus Snape, Dumbledore introduced. Potions master at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He was a colleague of your parents, Harry. A colleague of my mother, Harry corrected, drawing on the memories Zeus had restored. My father couldn't stand him. Snape's expression tightened, confirming Harry's statement. May we speak privately? Dumbledore asked, addressing Chiron rather than Harry directly. There are matters of great importance to discuss. Chiron glanced at Harry, clearly leaving the decision to him. Harry considered refusing outright but decided that information, even from Dumbledore, had value. We can talk, he said finally. But not privately. Thalia stays with me. And we stay on this side of the boundary. Dumbledore hesitated, then nodded his acceptance. Very well. Perhaps there is a place where we might sit? These old bones aren't what they used to be. Chiron directed them to a small seating area near Thalia's pine tree, still within the camp's protective boundary but visible from the entrance. As they walked, Harry noticed that Luke had disappeared from the gathering crowd, though Annabeth remained, watching from a distance with sharp, analytical eyes. Once seated, Dumbledore regarded Harry with what appeared to be genuine interest. You look well, Harry. Better than I had hoped, given the circumstances of your departure from your relatives. You mean my escape from the abusive home you left me in? Harry replied, keeping his voice level despite the anger bubbling beneath the surface. Dumbledore sighed. I have made mistakes, Harry. Grave ones, regarding your placement. I believed the blood protection offered by your mother's sacrifice outweighed other considerations. Cut the crap, Thalia interrupted. You knew exactly what those people were like. McGonagall told us she warned you. Minerva does have a tendency to exaggerate domestic disputes, Snape commented dismissively. Harry's eyes flashed. Domestic disputes? Is that what you call locking a child in a cupboard? Starving him? Beating him for accidental magic he couldn't control? A flicker of something, shock, perhaps, or disbelief, crossed Snape's face before his impassive mask returned. Whatever the conditions, Dumbledore continued, what's done is done. I am here to discuss your future, Harry. Your destiny. I know all about your version of my destiny, Harry replied coldly. Zeus removed your memory blocks. I remember my parents arguing with you about it. They didn't want me raised as a sacrifice for your greater good. For the first time, Dumbledore looked genuinely startled. Zeus removed. I see. That explains much about the magical disruptions we detected. Why are you really here? Thalia pressed. After 2 years, why show up now? Dumbledore steepled his fingers. Because Harry's 11th birthday approaches. The age when young wizards receive their Hogwarts letters and begin their formal magical education. You want me to go to Hogwarts, Harry stated flatly. After everything you did. Hogwarts is more than just myself, Dumbledore countered. It is the premier school of magic in Europe, with a 1,000-year history. Your parents attended, as did generations of Potters before them. It is your birthright. A birthright he can access without falling back under your control, Chiron interjected, reminding them all of his presence. There are other magical institutions. Snape scoffed. American schools are a poor substitute. Their curriculum is chaotic, their standards questionable at best. Yet they produce wizards just as capable, Chiron replied mildly. And without the political complications Hogwarts would entail for Harry. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. I understand your concerns. Truly, I do. Which is why I am prepared to offer certain guarantees. A magical contract, if you will, ensuring Harry's autonomy while at Hogwarts. This caught Harry's attention. What kind of guarantees? Freedom from tracking or monitoring charms. Permission to leave school grounds with appropriate notification. No interference with your living arrangements during holidays. Dumbledore leaned forward. And most importantly, regular access to the wizarding court system should you feel your rights are being infringed upon. Harry exchanged glances with Thalia, who looked skeptical. Why the sudden generosity? What's in it for you? Blunt as always, Miss Grace, Dumbledore acknowledged with a small smile. What's in it for me, as you put it, is fulfilling my duty as headmaster to educate a young wizard with exceptional potential. Whatever our personal differences, I believe Harry deserves access to his magical heritage. It was a good answer, reasonable, even noble-sounding. But Harry had learned enough about manipulation to recognize when someone wasn't revealing their full hand. And Voldemort? He asked. What about the prophecy you're so fixated on? Dumbledore's expression turned grave. The prophecy exists, regardless of whether either of us wishes it so. Voldemort will return someday, and when he does, he will seek you out. Would you not prefer to be prepared? To understand the forces that shaped your life? To know the world your parents died defending? It was a masterful appeal, targeting exactly the things Harry valued most: knowledge, preparation, connection to his parents. He felt Thalia tense beside him, recognizing the manipulation as clearly as he did. Before Harry could respond, the air pressure around them suddenly changed. The sky darkened, and a familiar electric tingle spread across Harry's skin. Thalia straightened, recognizing the signs. "Father," she murmured. A blinding flash of lightning struck the ground just inside the camp boundary, temporarily dazing everyone present. When their vision cleared, Zeus stood before them, his pinstriped suit immaculate as always, his electric blue eyes fixed on Dumbledore. "Albus Dumbledore," the god acknowledged with a nod. "You trespass on the edge of my domain." To his credit, Dumbledore showed no fear, rising to his feet and bowing respectfully. "Lord Zeus. I meant no offense. I merely sought to speak with young Harry about his educational options." Zeus's expression remained impassive. "So I heard." He turned to Harry. "The wizard makes valid points about your heritage, boy. The magic in your blood demands proper training." "My lord," Chiron began cautiously, "there are other options besides Hogwarts." "There are," Zeus agreed. "But none with the connection to the boy's lineage. None where his parents walked the same halls, learned the same secrets." Harry frowned, surprised by Zeus's apparent support for Dumbledore's position. "You think I should go to Hogwarts?" Zeus studied him with those electric eyes. "I think you should know your own world as well as ours. Knowledge is power, and you will need both to forge your own path." "But," Thalia started to protest. Zeus silenced her with a look. "However," he continued, addressing Dumbledore, "certain conditions must be met. Boundaries established." "I have already offered guarantees," Dumbledore began. "Your guarantees are insufficient," Zeus interrupted. "The boy remains under my protection, whether in America or Britain. He will attend your school, but on terms set by Olympus, not your Wizengamot." Snape finally found his voice. "With all due respect, Lord Zeus, wizarding education falls under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic, not foreign deities." Zeus turned his gaze to Snape, who visibly paled under the god's scrutiny. "You speak of jurisdictions to me, mortal? I who ruled before your kind learned to channel magic through sticks of wood." A low rumble of thunder emphasized his words. Snape wisely fell silent. "The terms are these," Zeus declared. "Harry Potter will attend Hogwarts, but remain connected to Camp Half-Blood through regular visits. He will not be bound by any prophecy interpretations without his explicit consent. His living arrangements during holidays will be of his choosing." Zeus fixed Dumbledore with a penetrating stare. "And most importantly, the boy remains under my daughter's protection at all times." "You suggest Thalia Grace should accompany him to Hogwarts?" Dumbledore asked, clearly caught off guard by this condition. "I insist upon it," Zeus corrected. "Where the boy goes, my daughter goes also. Their powers have become intertwined in ways even Hecate finds intriguing. To separate them now would be unwise." Harry and Thalia exchanged surprised glances. Zeus was essentially mandating that they stay together, something neither had expected from the typically distant god. Hogwarts does not typically admit non-magical students, Dumbledore pointed out. Zeus actually laughed, a sound like distant thunder. Non-magical? My daughter commands lightning itself. The magic in her blood is older than your school, older than your entire society. Nevertheless, Dumbledore persisted, there are protocols, traditions, which will bend, Zeus interrupted, or break. Your choice, wizard. The air crackled with tension as the two powerful beings, god and wizard, faced off. Finally, Dumbledore inclined his head in acquiescence. Very well. Harry and Miss Grace will both be welcome at Hogwarts, under the conditions you've outlined. Zeus nodded, satisfied. Then it is settled. He turned to Harry and Thalia. You have until the wizard's school term begins to prepare. Use the time wisely. With that cryptic advice, Zeus stepped back and vanished in another flash of lightning, leaving behind the scent of ozone and a stunned silence. Dumbledore recovered first. Well, he said mildly, as if divine interventions were an everyday occurrence, it seems arrangements have been made. You will receive your official Hogwarts letters shortly, with all the necessary information about supplies and term dates. Harry was still trying to process what had just happened. Zeus had effectively taken control of the situation, establishing terms that gave Harry far more protection and autonomy than he could have negotiated himself. But the god had also decided that Harry would attend Hogwarts, a decision Harry wasn't entirely sure he agreed with. I haven't said yes yet, Harry pointed out. To any of this. Dumbledore regarded him with those twinkling blue eyes. But you will, won't you, Harry? The chance to walk where your parents walked, to learn what they learned, isn't that what you've always wanted? Harry hated that the old wizard could read him so easily, could target his deepest desires with such precision. But he also couldn't deny the pull of Hogwarts, the connection to his parents, to his magical heritage. We'll think about it, Thalia answered for both of them, her expression guarded. And get back to you. Dumbledore smiled benignly. Of course. Take all the time you need, until July 31st, Harry's birthday, when the letters must be answered. He rose, preparing to depart. Oh, and Harry? You might be interested to know that your godfather's case is being reviewed by the Ministry. New evidence has come to light suggesting his innocence. With that parting bombshell, Dumbledore nodded to Chiron, ignored Thalia completely, and motioned for Snape to follow him. The two wizards walked away from the boundary, disappearing with a loud crack once they were several yards distant. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Chiron sighed heavily. Well, that was unprecedented. Did my father just command me to go to wizard school? Thalia asked, sounding dazed. I believe he did, Chiron confirmed. Though he left the final decision to you both. Did he? Harry wondered aloud. It seemed pretty decided to me. Gods often present their preferences as fait accompli, Chiron explained. But they rarely remove free will entirely. If you truly wished to refuse, Zeus would accept it, grudgingly, perhaps, but he would accept it. Harry wasn't so sure, but he nodded anyway. What was that about my godfather? Sirius Black? I'm afraid I know little about wizarding justice, Chiron admitted. But if Dumbledore mentioned it, there must be significant developments. Or he's dangling it as bait, Thalia suggested cynically. Another manipulation tactic. Harry rubbed his temples, feeling a headache forming. I need to think about all this. Of course, Chiron agreed. Take whatever time you need. But perhaps not here, the other campers are getting rather curious. He nodded toward the crowd that had gathered at a respectful distance, watching the proceedings with undisguised interest. As they walked back toward the main part of camp, Annabeth fell into step beside them. So, she said without preamble, Zeus wants you to go to wizard school. Apparently, Thalia replied, still sounding bewildered by her father's direct intervention. "Both of you? Looks that way." Annabeth's gray eyes calculated rapidly. "This changes everything. We need to prepare. Research British Wizarding Society, customs, political structures." "Slow down," Harry interrupted with a small smile. "We haven't even decided if we're going yet." Annabeth gave him a look that clearly said she thought he was being obtuse. "Zeus just personally negotiated your attendance terms with the most powerful wizard in Britain. You're going." "She's got a point," Luke said, appearing beside them so suddenly that Harry nearly jumped. "When gods take that kind of interest in your education, saying no isn't really an option." "Where did you disappear to?" Thalia asked, eyeing him suspiciously. Luke shrugged. "Thought it best to keep a low profile with Dumbledore around. Not all of us have divine protection." There was something in his tone that Harry couldn't quite place, a bitterness beneath the casual words. But before he could analyze it further, Luke clapped him on the shoulder. "So, Hogwarts, huh? Sounds like an adventure. Just remember everything I taught you about watching your back." "We haven't decided," Harry began again, but Luke just laughed. "Keep telling yourself that, wizard boy. Meanwhile, the rest of us will be in the real world, accepting that your path just got laid out in big, divine letters." With that, Luke headed off toward the arena, leaving Harry feeling even more unsettled than before. "Don't mind him," Annabeth said, watching Luke's retreating form with a troubled expression. "He's been different lately. Since his last quest." "What happened on his quest?" Thalia asked. Annabeth hesitated. "It's not my story to tell. But it changed him." The rest of the day passed in a blur of normal activities, though Harry found it hard to focus. By the time evening came, he was no closer to knowing what he wanted to do about Hogwarts. In Cabin 1, as they prepared for bed, he finally voiced his confusion to Thalia. "What do you think we should do?" She sat on her bunk, playing with a small bolt of electricity between her fingers, a habit she developed when thinking deeply. "Honestly? I think we should go," she said after a long pause. Harry blinked, surprised. "Really? I thought you'd be against it." "I was, initially," she admitted. "The idea of putting ourselves in Dumbledore's territory seemed crazy. But the more I think about it..." She let the electricity dissipate. "We can't hide forever, Harry. Sooner or later, you need to face your destiny in the wizarding world." "You sound like Dumbledore," Harry pointed out. Thalia threw a pillow at him. "Take that back." Harry laughed, catching the pillow. "You know what I mean, though. All this talk of destiny, it's exactly what we've been running from." "There's a difference," Thalia said, her expression turning serious. "Dumbledore wants you to fulfill a destiny he's interpreted for you, on his terms. I'm talking about facing whatever comes on our terms." She leaned forward intently. "Think about it. With Zeus's conditions, with both of us together, with everything we've learned, we'd be entering the wizarding world from a position of strength, not weakness." Harry considered her words. There was wisdom in what she was saying. For 2 years, they'd been reactive, running from threats, hiding from pursuers. Perhaps it was time to be proactive instead. "Plus," Thalia added with a small smile, "I'm kind of curious about this wizard school of yours. Do they really make you wear pointed hats?" Harry threw the pillow back at her. "I have no idea. I know as much about Hogwarts as you do." "Exactly my point. Wouldn't you like to find out?" Harry had to admit that he would. Despite everything, the pull of his magical heritage was strong. The chance to learn about his parents, to walk where they had walked. "And what about Camp Half-Blood?" he asked. "You're training here?" "Zeus said we'd make regular visits back," Thalia reminded him. "Besides, we've been training on our own for 2 years. We can keep it up in Britain." Harry nodded slowly. You really think we should do this? I do, Thalia confirmed. But only if you're on board too. We're partners in this, remember? Partners. The word resonated with Harry. That's what they had become over the past 2 years, not just protector and protected, but true partners, stronger together than apart. Okay, he decided finally. We'll go to Hogwarts. But we go in with our eyes open. No blindly trusting Dumbledore or anyone else. Agreed. Thalia extended her hand, and they shook on it, a small spark jumping between their fingers at the contact. Hogwarts won't know what hit it. Harry grinned, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders now that the decision was made. Think they've ever had a demigod at wizard school before? Probably not, Thalia replied with a mischievous glint in her eye. But there's a first time for everything. As they settled into their bunks, Harry's mind raced with possibilities. Hogwarts. His parents' school. A new chapter in their journey. Whatever came next, they would face it together. Outside Cabin 1, thunder rumbled softly in the clear night sky, almost like approving laughter. The remaining weeks at Camp Half-Blood passed quickly. Once the decision to attend Hogwarts was made, their training took on a new focus. Chiron arranged for additional wizard-specific instruction, bringing in an American wizard named Adrian Blackwood who apparently had connections to both the magical world and Camp Half-Blood. My mother was a daughter of Hecate, he explained during their first session. My father a wizard from Salem. I've spent my life with feet in both worlds. Blackwood was a practical, no-nonsense instructor who immediately assessed Harry's magical abilities and developed a crash course to prepare him for formal wizarding education. Your raw power is impressive, he told Harry after their first practice session. But your technique is unstructured. We need to refine your control before you hit Hogwarts, or you'll stand out like a lightning bolt in a clear sky. Thalia, too, received specialized training, not in wizardry, which she couldn't perform, but in how to navigate magical environments as a demigod. Blackwood taught her to recognize different types of enchantments, to understand the limitations and vulnerabilities of wizard spells, and to use her own demigod abilities in ways that would complement Harry's magic. The wizards will underestimate you, he warned her. They'll see you as a non-magical companion, not as a power in your own right. Use that misconception to your advantage. When they weren't training with Blackwood, they continued their regular camp activities. Harry had become surprisingly proficient with a sword, thanks to 2 years of practice with Luke and Thalia. He'd never be as naturally skilled as a demigod, but his wizard reflexes, honed by their combined training, made him a respectable fighter. Their magical cooperation continued to develop as well. During combat exercises, they discovered new ways to combine Thalia's lightning with Harry's spells, creating hybrid attacks that neither wizard nor demigod could achieve alone. It's like your powers resonate on the same frequency, Blackwood observed after watching one such display. I've never seen anything quite like it. As promised, their Hogwarts letters arrived on Harry's 11th birthday. The heavy parchment envelopes were delivered by a screech owl that swooped into the dining pavilion during breakfast, causing a minor commotion among the campers. Harry's was addressed with unsettling precision, Mr. H., Potter Cabin 1 Camp Half-Blood Long Island, New York. Thalia's was similarly specific, Miss T., Grace Cabin 1 Camp Half-Blood Long Island, New York. The letters contained identical welcome messages signed by Minerva McGonagall, along with supply lists that included such items as pewter cauldrons, dragonhide gloves, and an array of spellbooks with titles like, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. How are we supposed to get all this stuff? Thalia wondered, scanning the list. I doubt the camp store stocks wands and cauldrons. That's already been arranged, Chiron informed them. Professor McGonagall will escort you to Diagon Alley, the wizarding shopping district in London, next week. You'll purchase your supplies then. McGonagall? Harry repeated, surprised. Not Dumbledore? The headmaster thought you might be more comfortable with Minerva, Chiron explained diplomatically. Given your history with him. Harry appreciated the consideration, though he suspected it had more to do with Zeus's intervention than Dumbledore's sensitivity to his feelings. The next week was a flurry of preparations. Blackwood intensified their training, focusing on the specific skills Harry would need for first-year classes. Annabeth provided extensive research on British wizarding culture, compiled from the camp's surprisingly comprehensive library. The wizarding world is stuck in the past, she explained, showing them a thick folder of notes. They still use quills instead of pens, parchment instead of paper, and their attitudes are equally archaic. Blood status is a big deal. Some wizards think being from an all-magical family makes them superior. Sounds like certain gods I could mention, Thalia muttered. Luke, meanwhile, had been strangely distant since the decision to attend Hogwarts was made. He still trained with them, still offered advice and support, but there was a new reserve in his manner, as if he was pulling away emotionally. "Are you mad that we're going?" Harry finally asked him directly during a sword practice session. Luke parried Harry's strike with practiced ease before replying. "Not mad. Just concerned." "About what?" "About you diving headfirst into another world with its own agenda for you." Luke lowered his sword, his expression serious. "You're trading one set of manipulators for another." "It's not the same," Harry argued. "We're going in on our terms this time. With Zeus's protection, with our eyes open." Luke's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Let's hope that's enough." The day before they were scheduled to leave for London, Chiron called them to the big house for a final briefing. To Harry's surprise, Zeus was there, lounging in a chair on the porch as if divine visits were commonplace. "Father," Thalia acknowledged stiffly, giving a small bow. "Daughter," Zeus replied with a nod. "Wizard child." He turned his electric blue gaze to Harry. "Lord Zeus," Harry greeted, having learned the proper forms of address for gods over his time at camp. Chiron wheeled himself onto the porch, his lower half disguised by the magical wheelchair. "Lord Zeus has some final instructions before your departure tomorrow." "Instructions?" Thalia repeated, a hint of defiance in her voice. "Or commands?" Zeus's eyes flashed dangerously, but he seemed more amused than angry at her tone. "Guidance, daughter. Take it as you will." He produced two small objects from his pocket and held them out. One was a silver bracelet similar to Thalia's aegis, but smaller and more intricately designed. The other was what appeared to be an ordinary ballpoint pen. "For the wizard," Zeus said, offering the bracelet to Harry. "When activated, it will create a shield that can deflect most magical attacks. Not as powerful as aegis, but useful in your new environment." Harry accepted the gift with genuine gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Zeus. And for my daughter," Zeus continued, handing Thalia the pen. "A weapon better suited for concealment in a school environment." Thalia examined the pen skeptically. "It's a pen." "Remove the cap," Zeus instructed. When she did, the pen transformed instantly into a celestial bronze spear that crackled with electricity, a more elegant version of her current weapon. "It will return to your pocket if lost," Zeus explained as Thalia tested the weapon's balance with evident approval. "A design borrowed from Poseidon's gift to his son, though I've made certain improvements." "Thank you, Father," Thalia said, and this time there was real appreciation in her voice. Zeus nodded, satisfied. "Now, my guidance. The wizarding world operates by different rules than ours, but power recognizes power. Do not allow them to dismiss or diminish you because you are young or because your abilities differ from theirs." "We won't," Harry assured him. "Good." Zeus leaned forward, his expression intense. "Dumbledore will test boundaries. He has accepted my terms, but he will seek ways to influence you nonetheless. Be vigilant." "We always are," Thalia replied. "And finally," Zeus continued, "remember that while you journey into the wizard's domain, you remain connected to us. Should true need arise, call upon me, and I will hear you." This last statement surprised them both. Zeus was not known for his attentiveness to his children's prayers. "The line between our worlds has already been crossed," the god explained, seeing their surprise. "What comes of this experiment interests me." With that cryptic statement, Zeus rose to his feet. "Chiron will provide the remaining details for your journey. Safe travels." He looked directly at Harry. "And wizard child? Remember what I told you when we first met. Power is neither good nor evil. Intent makes it so." In a flash of lightning that temporarily blinded them, Zeus vanished, leaving behind the scent of ozone and a ringing silence. Chiron cleared his throat. Well, as dramatic exits go, that was relatively subdued for Lord Zeus. Harry couldn't help but laugh, the tension broken by Chiron's dry observation. "Now, as for practical matters," the centaur continued, "Professor McGonagall will arrive at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning to escort you to London via something called a portkey, apparently a wizard teleportation device." 10 o'clock, Thalia repeated. "Got it. You'll purchase your supplies, then proceed to a place called the Leaky Cauldron where rooms have been arranged for the remainder of the summer. The school term begins on September 1st. "What about camp?" Harry asked. "When do we come back?" "Zeus has arranged for regular visits during school holidays," Chiron explained. "And emergency returns should they become necessary." He gave them a knowing look. "Though let's hope those won't be required." As they left the big house, supplies list and new gifts in hand, Harry felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Tomorrow they would enter the wizarding world properly, not as fugitives or outsiders, but as students of Hogwarts. "You ready for this?" he asked Thalia as they walked back to Cabin 1 for their final night at camp. She twirled her new pen spear thoughtfully. "Ready as I'll ever be." "You?" Harry touched the bracelet Zeus had given him, feeling the power humming within it. "I think so. It's just..." "What?" "For 2 years we've been running from this world. Now we're walking straight into it. On our terms," Thalia reminded him. "That makes all the difference." Harry nodded, hoping she was right. As the sun set over Camp Half-Blood, he took a moment to appreciate the sanctuary it had become for them. Whatever Hogwarts held, whatever challenges awaited in the wizarding world, they would always have this place to return to. Thunder rumbled softly in the distance, as if in confirmation of his thoughts. Tomorrow, the next chapter of their journey would begin. True to her reputation for punctuality, Professor McGonagall arrived at precisely 10 o'clock the next morning. She materialized at the camp boundary, looking exactly as Harry remembered her, stern, dignified, with her dark hair pulled back in a tight bun. "Mr. Potter, Miss Grace," she greeted them as they approached, Chiron wheeling alongside in his chair disguise. "I trust you are prepared for our excursion?" "As ready as we'll ever be," Thalia replied, adjusting the backpack that contained their few possessions. McGonagall nodded approvingly. "Traveling light is wise. You'll be acquiring quite enough new items today." After brief farewells to Chiron and promises to send Iris messages, the demigod equivalent of wizarding communication, they joined McGonagall just outside the camp boundary. "This," she explained, holding out what appeared to be an ordinary teacup, "is our portkey. It will activate in exactly 1 minute. Simply place a finger on it and do not let go until we arrive." Harry and Thalia exchanged glances before carefully touching the cup as instructed. McGonagall checked her watch, counting down the seconds. 3, 2, 1. Harry felt a violent jerk behind his navel, as if an invisible hook had yanked him forward. The world dissolved into a blur of color and sound, the three of them spinning through what felt like a tunnel of wind. Then, as suddenly as it began, the sensation stopped. Harry's feet slammed into solid ground with enough force to make his knees buckle. Only Thalia's quick reflexes, grabbing his arm, kept him from falling flat on his face. "First portkey journeys are often disorienting," McGonagall commented, looking entirely unruffled by the experience. You'll become accustomed to it in time. As Harry regained his balance, he took in their surroundings. They had arrived in what appeared to be a small courtyard behind a shabby-looking pub. A brick wall stood before them, unremarkable except for the faint magical signature Harry could sense emanating from it. "Welcome to the Leaky Cauldron," McGonagall announced. "The gateway between the Muggle, that is, non-magical, world and Diagon Alley." She approached the brick wall, drew her wand, and tapped a specific pattern on the bricks. Immediately, the wall began to rearrange itself, bricks sliding apart to form an archway revealing a cobbled street that twisted and turned out of sight. "Diagon Alley," McGonagall stated simply, gesturing for them to proceed through the archway. Harry stepped through, Thalia close beside him, and felt his breath catch. The narrow street was lined with the most extraordinary shops he had ever seen. Cauldrons stacked outside one establishment, a shop displaying broomsticks, another with barrels of strange, slimy substances, an owl emporium, a wand shop. It was overwhelming and fascinating all at once. And the people. Witches and wizards in robes of every color, some wearing pointed hats just as stereotype would suggest, others in more practical attire. Some carried wands openly, others had familiars perched on shoulders or following at their heels. "This is incredible," Harry murmured, trying to take it all in. Thalia, too, looked impressed, though she maintained her usual vigilance, scanning the crowd for potential threats out of habit. "Our first stop will be Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank," McGonagall informed them, leading them down the alley. "Mr. Potter has an inheritance to access, and arrangements have been made for Miss Grace as well." "Arrangements?" Thalia questioned. "A stipend from Hogwarts for students with unusual circumstances," McGonagall explained diplomatically. "Completely standard procedure." Harry suspected there was more to it than that, likely Zeus's influence again, but he didn't press the issue. Gringotts proved to be an imposing white marble building guarded by creatures McGonagall identified as goblins, short, clever-looking beings with pointed features and an air of suspicion about them. "Goblins run the wizarding banking system," she explained in a low voice as they climbed the steps. "They are proud and easily offended. Let me do the talking." Inside, they found a vast marble hall with long counters where more goblins sat, weighing coins, examining precious stones, and recording figures in massive ledgers. McGonagall approached one counter, presenting two small golden keys. "Mr. Harry Potter and Miss Thalia Grace to access their vaults, please." The goblin peered at them over spectacles perched on his long nose. "The Potter Trust Vault, yes. And the Special Arrangement Vault." He examined the keys carefully. "These appear to be in order. Griphook will take you down." Another goblin led them through a side door and into what appeared to be a mine cart on rails. "In you get," he directed, his voice gruff but not unfriendly. The cart ride was exhilarating and terrifying in equal measure, speeding along twisting tracks deep underground with no apparent braking system. Thalia, for all her usual courage, gripped the side of the cart with white knuckles, her face slightly pale. "You okay?" Harry asked quietly. "Fine," she replied through gritted teeth. "Just, high places. Not my favorite." Harry remembered then, Zeus's children often had issues with heights, a paradoxical fear given their father's domain. He squeezed her hand reassuringly as the cart finally screeched to a halt. "Potter Trust Vault," Griphook announced, climbing out and approaching a small door in the passage wall. "Key, please." McGonagall handed over one of the golden keys, and Griphook inserted it into the door. A series of metallic clicks followed, and the vault door swung open to reveal piles of gold, silver, and bronze coins. "Your trust fund," McGonagall explained as Harry stared in shock. "Set up by your parents to cover your educational expenses. The main Potter family vault will become accessible to you when you come of age at 17. This is all mine?" Harry asked, still trying to process the sight. "Indeed. The gold ones are galleons, the silver are sickles, and the bronze are nuts." 17 sickles to a galleon, 29 nuts to a sickle. With McGonagall's guidance, Harry filled a small pouch with what she assured him would be more than enough for his school supplies, plus some extra for the remainder of the summer. After securing Harry's vault, they proceeded to another level where Thalia's special arrangement vault was located. It contained a more modest but still substantial amount of wizard currency. Courtesy of an anonymous benefactor, McGonagall said with a slight twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew exactly who that benefactor was. Back in the sunlight of Diagon Alley, McGonagall consulted their supply lists. "I suggest we begin with your wands. Most important tools a wizard or witch can possess." "But I already have magic," Thalia pointed out. "Demigod powers, not wizardry." "Indeed," McGonagall agreed. "However, Lord Zeus was most insistent that you be provided with a focusing tool, shall we say? Not a conventional wand, but something that would allow you to channel your abilities in a way that blends with the magical environment." She led them to a narrow, shabby-looking shop with peeling gold letters over the door reading, "Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. A bell tinkled as they entered the dusty, quiet space. Thousands of narrow boxes were piled high on shelves reaching to the ceiling, and the very air seemed to tingle with latent magical energy. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice, causing both Harry and Thalia to start. An old man stood before them, his wide, pale eyes shining like moons through the gloom of the shop. "Mr. Ollivander," McGonagall greeted. "We have an appointment regarding 2 unusual customers." "Ah, yes," Ollivander replied, his gaze fixing on Harry. "Harry Potter. I've been expecting you." His eyes moved to Thalia, widening slightly. "And Miss Grace. Daughter of the Sky. Most unusual indeed. You know who we are?" Thalia asked warily. "I received a most extraordinary visitor some weeks ago," Ollivander explained, a touch of wonder in his voice. "A messenger from Olympus itself. Instructions were given." He turned back to Harry. "But first, Mr. Potter. Let us find your wand, or rather, let the wand find you." What followed was a process of trial and error as Ollivander presented Harry with wand after wand, only to snatch them back almost immediately, declaring them unsuitable. Far from being frustrated, the wand maker seemed to grow more excited with each failure. "Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere." Finally, with an almost reverent expression, Ollivander presented a wand of holly. 11 inches, holly and phoenix feather. Nice and supple. The moment Harry grasped it, he felt a sudden warmth in his fingers. He raised the wand and brought it swishing down through the dusty air. A stream of red and gold sparks shot from the end like fireworks, lighting up the dimly lit shop. "Oh, bravo!" Ollivander cried. "Yes, indeed, oh, very good. Well, 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 how curious, how very curious." "Sorry," Harry said, "but what's curious?" Ollivander fixed Harry with his pale stare. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand, gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar." Harry swallowed, feeling a chill run down his spine. "Yes, 13.5 inches. You. Curious indeed how these things happen. The wand chooses the wizard, remember. I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great." Thalia shifted protectively closer to Harry, her hand drifting toward her pen spear. Ollivander noticed the gesture and smiled faintly. "No need for concern, daughter of Zeus. Now, for your own, unusual requirement." He disappeared into the back of his shop, returning with a box unlike the others, made of what appeared to be burnished bronze rather than cardboard. Opening it carefully, he revealed what looked like a slender rod of clear crystal with veins of blue running through it. Not a wand in the conventional sense, Ollivander explained. It contains no magical core, for you have no innate wizardry to channel. But this crystal, treated with certain rare processes and blessed by your father's lightning, will serve as a focusing tool for your demigod abilities. Thalia took it cautiously. The moment her fingers closed around it, the blue veins within the crystal lit up with a familiar electric glow. The air in the shop crackled with static electricity, and the crystal seemed to hum in harmony with her power. Extraordinary, Ollivander breathed. A perfect resonance. What do I do with it? Thalia asked, examining the crystal rod. You may use it much as a wizard uses a wand, as a focusing point for your natural abilities. It will not allow you to cast spells as Mr. Potter does, but it will help you direct your powers with greater precision, especially within magically charged environments like Hogwarts. They paid for their purchases, 7 galleons for Harry's wand and, surprisingly, nothing for Thalia's crystal rod, already settled by your benefactor, Ollivander explained with a knowing look. The remainder of their shopping expedition passed in a whirlwind of magical discovery. They purchased cauldrons and potion ingredients at the apothecary, spellbooks at Flourish and Blots, where Thalia insisted on buying several additional texts on magical theory and history, telescopes for astronomy, and dragonhide gloves for herbology. At Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, they were fitted for their Hogwarts uniforms. Harry couldn't help but feel slightly ridiculous in the flowing black robes, though Thalia assured him he looked properly wizardy. What about you? He asked as she examined her own reflection skeptically. Planning to trade in your leather jacket for those robes permanently? Not a chance, she replied with a grin. I'll wear the uniform when absolutely required, but they can't make me like it. Their final stop was Elop's Owl Emporium, where McGonagall suggested Harry might want to purchase a pet. An owl, cat, or toad are the approved familiars for first-year students, she explained. Though I personally recommend an owl. Useful for carrying mail. Harry wandered through the dimly lit shop, past cages containing owls of every size and color. He was drawn to a beautiful snowy white owl that watched him with intelligent amber eyes. She's been here a while, the shopkeeper commented, noticing his interest. Bit temperamental. Won't go with just anyone. As if understanding the conversation, the owl gave an indignant hoot. Harry approached the cage cautiously, extending a finger through the bars. To his surprise, the owl nipped it gently, almost affectionately. I'll take her, he decided. With their shopping completed, McGonagall led them back to the Leaky Cauldron, where rooms had been reserved for them until the start of term. The train to Hogwarts departs from King's Cross Station on September 1st, she informed them, handing over their tickets. Platform 9 3/4. 9 3/4? Thalia repeated skeptically. That's not a real platform number. It is in the wizarding world, McGonagall assured her. I'll return on August 31st to escort you to the station and explain how to access the platform. With that, she bid them farewell, leaving them to settle into their rooms at the Magical Inn. That evening, as they sat in Harry's room surrounded by their new purchases, the reality of what they were undertaking finally sank in. We're really doing this, Harry said, running his fingers over the cover of A History of Magic. Going to Hogwarts. Entering the wizarding world. Scared? Thalia asked, though her tone held no judgment. A little, he admitted. But also excited. For the first time, I feel like I'm choosing to face this world, not being forced into it. Thalia nodded, understanding. That's what makes all the difference. As darkness fell over Diagon Alley outside their window, they continued unpacking and organizing their supplies. The snowy owl, whom Harry had named Hedwig after a figure mentioned in A History of Magic, watched them from her perch, occasionally hooting softly as if offering commentary. Tomorrow they would begin exploring Diagon Alley properly, learning more about the wizarding world they were about to enter. September 1st, the start of term at Hogwarts, loomed on the horizon, a new chapter waiting to be written. Whatever challenges awaited them at the magical school, Harry felt ready to face them. With Thalia by his side, with the training and knowledge they'd gained over the past 2 years, and with Zeus's unexpected backing, they were entering this world on their own terms, not as pawns, but as players in their own right. The thought brought a smile to his face as he carefully placed his holly and phoenix feather wand on the nightstand beside his bed. Tomorrow was the beginning of a new adventure. Chapter 3, Storm Warning. Holy Hades, they're staring again, Thalia muttered, grabbing Harry's arm and steering him through the crowded street of Diagon Alley. Harry ducked his head, painfully aware of the whispers following them. 3 days in the wizarding world had not diminished the attention they attracted. If anything, it had gotten worse. There he is, Harry Potter, who's that girl with him? Lightning bolt Scar, you'd think they'd have something better to do, Harry grumbled, quickening his pace toward Flourish and Blots. The bookshop had become their refuge whenever the stares became too intense. Fame's a pain in the ass, huh? Thalia grinned, though her eyes remained alert, scanning the crowd with the habitual wariness of someone who'd spent years being hunted by monsters. Inside the bookshop, Harry breathed easier. I never thought I'd say this, but I actually miss the monsters. At least they just tried to kill us instead of, whatever this is. Hero worship? Thalia suggested, browsing a shelf of defensive magic texts. Or maybe they're just trying to figure out what a punk rock demigod is doing with their boy wizard savior. Harry snorted. Despite McGonagall's suggestions about blending in, Thalia had flatly refused to abandon her style. Her black jeans, combat boots, and silver-studded leather jacket stood out dramatically among the robes and pointed hats of the wizarding crowd. Find anything interesting? He asked, peering at the book she'd pulled from the shelf. Confronting the Faceless, Thalia read. Advanced Defensive Magic. Probably too complex for first years, but... She shrugged. After facing actual monsters, I'm not big on starting with the basics. A snide voice interrupted their conversation. Well. If it isn't the famous Harry Potter. They turned to find a pale, pointed-faced boy with slicked-back platinum blonde hair watching them. 2 larger boys flanked him like bodyguards, their expressions suggesting limited intelligence but considerable muscle. And you are? Thalia asked, her tone making it clear she didn't particularly care. The boy looked affronted at not being recognized. Draco Malfoy. My father is Lucius Malfoy, perhaps you've heard of him? He directed this at Harry, completely dismissing Thalia. Can't say that I have, Harry replied honestly. Draco's pale eyebrows rose. Where have you been living? Under a rock? Thalia barked out a laugh. More like on the run from wizards and monsters who wanted to control or kill him. But sure, under a rock works too. Draco finally seemed to register Thalia's presence. And who might you be? You're certainly not a witch from any family worth knowing. Thalia Grace, daughter of Zeus, she replied, a small crackle of electricity dancing between her fingers. And if that means nothing to you, then maybe you're the one living under a rock. The boy's face flickered with uncertainty before his sneer returned. Zeus? As in the Greek myth? Please. If you're trying to impress, a tiny bolt of lightning zapped the floor at Draco's feet, leaving a small scorch mark on the polished wood. The boy jumped back, his pale face going even paler. Not a myth, Thalia said pleasantly. Just usually busy with more important things than hanging around bookshops intimidating 11-year-olds. Harry bit back a smile. 2 years with Thalia had taught him that her casual displays of power were often more effective than grand gestures. You can't. Draco sputtered, looking around frantically. That's not wizard magic. Nope, Thalia agreed. Something older. Now, did you want something specific, or are you just here to establish yourself as the local nuisance? The blonde boy recovered some of his composure. My father says Harry Potter needs proper guidance in the wizarding world. Associating with the right sort of people. His gaze swept dismissively over Thalia. Not freaks with parlor tricks. Harry felt a surge of protectiveness. Thalia saved my life. She's my family. If that makes her the wrong sort, in your book, then I'm definitely not interested in your definition of the right sort. Draco's face flushed with anger. You'll regret this, Potter. When we get to Hogwarts, you'll what? Thalia interrupted, stepping forward. She didn't need to summon lightning this time. The dangerous gleam in her electric blue eyes was enough to make Draco take a step back. Finish that sentence. I'd love to hear what exactly you think you'll do. The standoff might have escalated further if a smooth, cultured voice hadn't interrupted. Draco. Making friends already, I see. A tall man with the same platinum blonde hair as Draco approached. He carried a silver-topped cane and exuded an aura of wealth and influence. His cold gray eyes assessed Harry and Thalia with calculated interest. Father, Draco said, straightening immediately. I was just introducing myself to Harry Potter. Indeed. Lucius Malfoy's gaze fixed on Harry's forehead where the lightning bolt scar was partially visible through his unruly black hair. Mr. Potter. Your return to the wizarding world has caused quite a stir. So I've noticed, Harry replied neutrally. Malfoy's attention shifted to Thalia, his expression hardening. And you must be the American guardian Dumbledore mentioned. The one with unusual lineage. That's one way to put it, Thalia replied, meeting his gaze steadily. How fascinating, Malfoy said, though his tone suggested it was anything but. The old ways of magic mingling with the new. My colleagues at the ministry find it most concerning. I'm sure they do, Harry said. Change often makes people uncomfortable. Malfoy's eyes narrowed slightly at Harry's response. Quite. Well, we shall see how this experiment plays out at Hogwarts. The school has standards to maintain, after all. Standards that somehow allowed your son in? Thalia asked innocently. Those can't be very high then. Draco flushed angrily, but Lucius placed a restraining hand on his shoulder. Charming, the elder Malfoy commented icily. Dumbledore's progressive policies continue to surprise. First half-bloods, then Muggleborns, now, whatever you are. He looked Thalia up and down with undisguised disdain. Daughter of Zeus, she repeated, letting a small crackle of electricity run visibly through her silver bracelet. God of thunder, king of Olympus. But you can call me, sir. Several nearby shoppers gasped at the exchange. Lucius Malfoy's knuckles whitened on his cane, but his cold smile never faltered. Come, Draco, he said smoothly. We have more important matters to attend to than entertaining mythology. He turned back to Harry. Mr. Potter, a word of advice. The wizarding world has traditions that have served us well for centuries. Those who respect them tend to thrive. Those who don't. He let the threat hang unfinished. Thanks for the tip, Harry replied. Here's one in return. I've spent the last 2 years fighting monsters that would make your hair curl. Schoolyard politics don't scare me. Something flickered in Malfoy's eyes, surprise, perhaps, or recalculation. With a curt nod, he steered Draco away, the two hulking boys trailing behind. Well, that was enlightening, Thalia commented once they were out of earshot. So that's what passes for wizard aristocracy. Apparently. Harry turned back to the bookshelves, but his mind was racing. The confrontation had confirmed what Professor McGonagall had warned them about. The wizarding world was sharply divided along lines of blood status and traditionalism. You think we just made an enemy? He asked Thalia. She shrugged. Probably. But better an honest enemy than a fake friend. At least we know where we stand with the Malfoys. Harry nodded, picking up a book on wizarding politics. We should learn more about these traditions he was so hung up on. Knowledge is power, right? Now you're starting to sound like Annabeth, Thalia said with a grin. But you're right. The more we understand about how this world works, the better we can navigate it without getting caught in someone else's game. They purchased several additional books beyond their school requirements, histories of wizard conflicts, guides to magical government, and texts explaining wizarding customs and social structures. Light summer reading, Thalia joked as they lugged their purchases back to the leaky cauldron. Their room had become a strategic planning center, with notes, maps, and books spread across every surface. After 2 years of constant movement, they developed habits of preparation that were hard to break. I still can't believe they've been hiding an entire magical society right alongside the regular world, Harry said, flipping through Modern Magical History, which featured an entire chapter on his supposed defeat of Voldemort as a baby. Not that different from the gods, really, Thalia pointed out. Mortals walk past Mount Olympus every day without seeing it. Harry glanced at the snowy owl perched by the window. Hedwig, what do you think? Are wizards or gods more ridiculous with their secrecy? The owl gave a dignified hoot that somehow managed to convey judgment on both parties. Smart bird, Thalia laughed. So, 1 more week until September 1st. What's left on our preparation list? Harry consulted the parchment where they'd been tracking their progress. Practice with our wands, or focusing crystal in your case. Review first-year spell theory. And McGonagall mentioned something about a trip to the Ministry of Magic tomorrow. The Ministry? Why? Something about registering your unique magical status. Harry made air quotes around the phrase. I think Zeus arranged it. Better to have official recognition than deal with constant questions about why you're at Hogwarts. Thalia groaned. Government bureaucracy. My favorite. Look on the bright side, Harry offered. Maybe we'll run into more pleasant purebloods like the Malfoys. If we do, I'm zapping first and asking questions later, Thalia threatened, though there was no real heat in her words. They spent the evening practicing with their respective magical tools. Harry worked through the basic spells outlined in The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, while Thalia experimented with using her crystal rod to focus her lightning abilities. It's like having a lightning rod in reverse, she explained, directing a precise bolt into a metal cup they'd set up as a target. Instead of drawing lightning down, it channels it out with more control. Harry watched admiringly as Thalia reduced the cup to a molten puddle. Between your lightning and my wand magic, we should be able to handle whatever Hogwarts throws at us. Plus our combat training, Thalia added. Speaking of which, we should keep up our physical practice too. I don't want to get soft just because we're at wizard school. Harry agreed. Swordsmanship and physical conditioning had become integral parts of their daily routine over the past 2 years. While neither of them planned to openly carry celestial bronze weapons at Hogwarts, they had packed portable training gear. We'll find a place to practice, he promised. Maybe that Forbidden Forest, McGonagall mentioned. Sounds private at least. With a name like that, it's probably full of monsters, Thalia said with a grin. Perfect for keeping our skills sharp. As night fell over Diagon Alley, they continued their preparations, falling into the easy rhythm of partnership they developed over 2 years of facing dangers together. Whatever challenges Hogwarts might hold, they would face them as they had everything else, side by side. The Ministry of Magic was housed in an underground complex accessed through a derelict telephone booth in downtown London. As Harry and Thalia descended in the cramped elevator, he couldn't help but compare the experience to entering the underworld. Is it just me, or do magical governments have a thing for dramatic entrances? He muttered to Thalia. At least Olympus has a view, she replied as the elevator finally stopped with a mechanical ding. They emerged into a vast atrium with a polished dark wood floor. A fountain dominated the center, featuring golden statues of a wizard, witch, centaur, goblin, and house elf. The wizard and witch were positioned prominently, while the magical creatures gazed up at them adoringly. "Subtle," Thalia commented, eyeing the display with distaste. Professor McGonagall, who had accompanied them for this visit, pursed her lips in apparent agreement but said nothing. She led them to a security desk where a bored-looking wizard checked their wands, or in Thalia's case, her focusing crystal. "What is this?" the security wizard asked, examining the crystal rod with suspicion. "A ceremonial focusing implement authorized by the Department of International Magical Cooperation and the Department of Mysteries," McGonagall stated with such authority that the man handed it back without further question. They proceeded to a bank of lifts, boarding one that was already crowded with ministry workers and a collection of paper airplanes that hovered near the ceiling. "Interdepartmental memos," McGonagall explained when she caught Harry staring at them. "Much cleaner than owls." The lift clattered upward, stopping at various floors announced by a cool female voice. Level 7, Department of Magical Games and Sports. Level 6, Department of Magical Transportation. They exited at Level 5, Department of International Magical Cooperation, following McGonagall down a corridor lined with doors bearing nameplates in various languages. "Our appointment is with Madame Bones," McGonagall informed them quietly. "Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She's agreed to handle this matter personally, given its sensitivity." "Meaning Zeus put pressure on someone," Thalia translated under her breath. McGonagall's lips twitched. "One might say certain international parties expressed interest in ensuring smooth cooperation between magical communities." They were shown into a spacious office where a square-jawed witch with short grey hair and a monocle sat behind an imposing desk. She rose as they entered, her expression stern but not unfriendly. "Professor McGonagall. Mr. Potter. And you must be Miss Grace." She extended a hand to each of them in turn. "Amelia Bones, Head of Magical Law Enforcement. Please, be seated." Once they were settled, Madame Bones got straight to business. "I understand we have a rather unprecedented situation. A demigod attending Hogwarts alongside Mr. Potter." She fixed Thalia with an appraising look. "Daughter of Zeus, I'm told." "That's right," Thalia confirmed. "Would you mind providing a small demonstration?" Madame Bones requested. "For the record." Thalia glanced at McGonagall, who nodded slightly. Drawing her crystal rod, Thalia focused briefly before producing a small ball of crackling electricity that hovered above her palm. Madame Bones observed with clinical interest. "Fascinating. Not wizard magic, clearly. No incantation, no wand movement." She made a note on a piece of parchment. "And you can control this power at will?" "I've had several years of training," Thalia replied, extinguishing the electrical display. "And your purpose at Hogwarts?" "I'm Harry's guardian," Thalia stated firmly. "Where he goes, I go." Madame Bones raised an eyebrow. "A guardian at, how old are you, Miss Grace?" 15, Thalia admitted. "But I've been looking after Harry for over 2 years now. We've faced monsters, wizards, and gods together." "It's true," Harry added. "Thalia rescued me from my abusive relatives. She's the reason I'm alive." Something in Madame Bones's expression softened slightly. "Yes, I've reviewed the reports regarding the Dursleys. Deplorable situation. The improper use of magic office is still trying to determine who was responsible for the memory modifications performed on them." Harry and Thalia exchanged quick glances, both thinking of Zeus but saying nothing. "The purpose of today's meeting," McGonagall interjected smoothly, "is to formalize Miss Grace's status in the wizarding world. As neither muggle nor witch, certain accommodations are required." "Indeed." Madame Bones pulled out several official-looking forms. "Based on our consultation with the unspeakables in the Department of Mysteries, we've created a new classification, Extra Magical Being, Class A. This will grant you legal recognition in Wizarding Society, permission to carry your focusing implement, and the right to use your natural abilities without violating the statute of secrecy." Sounds reasonable, Thalia said cautiously. What's the catch? Madame Bones smiled slightly, as if appreciating her directness. Registration with the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, annual review of your activities, and adherence to basic wizarding laws regarding non-interference with muggles. She's not a magical creature, Harry objected, bristling at the classification. Merely a technicality of our legal system, Mr. Potter, Madame Bones assured him. The alternative would be classifying Miss Grace as a being of near-human intelligence, alongside goblins and Vila, which seemed rather more offensive. Thalia snorted. Bureaucracy at its finest. Fine, I'll accept the magical creature status if it means less hassle at Hogwarts. They spent the next hour completing paperwork and answering questions about Thalia's abilities. Throughout the process, Madame Bones maintained a professional but surprisingly sympathetic demeanor. One last matter, she said as they were preparing to leave. Mr. Potter, there have been some irregularities discovered regarding your family's estate. Harry stilled. What kind of irregularities? Unauthorized withdrawals, primarily. Small amounts, but consistent over the past decade. Our investigation is ongoing, but preliminary findings suggest someone with access to your trust key has been sampling the contents. Dumbledore, Thalia said immediately. Madame Bones neither confirmed nor denied this. We're pursuing all possibilities. In the meantime, I've ordered a complete audit of the Potter accounts and have arranged for new keys to be issued with enhanced security measures. Thank you, Harry said, genuinely surprised by her thoroughness. The law applies equally to everyone, Mr. Potter, Madame Bones stated firmly. Even those who present themselves as acting in your best interests. As they left the ministry, Harry felt a strange mix of emotions. On one hand, the confirmation that someone, likely Dumbledore, had been stealing from him reinforced his wariness. On the other, meeting Madame Bones suggested there were at least some people in the wizarding world who valued fairness and proper procedure. She seemed decent, he commented to Thalia as they followed McGonagall back to the telephone booth elevator. For a bureaucrat, Thalia agreed. But did you notice she never actually said Dumbledore's name? Even when it was obvious who we were talking about. Politics, McGonagall sighed, having overheard their exchange. Madame Bones is fair and honest, but also practical. Openly accusing Albus Dumbledore without ironclad proof would be career suicide. So what happens now? Harry asked. With the investigation, I mean. It proceeds quietly, McGonagall replied. And we remain vigilant. Back in Diagon Alley, they spent the remainder of the afternoon completing their preparations for Hogwarts. McGonagall left them with final instructions for reaching platform 9 3/4 on September 1st. You'll need to walk directly at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, she explained. It may seem solid, but it's merely an illusion to keep muggles out. Walk into a solid wall, Thalia repeated skeptically. That's the grand security system? It has worked perfectly well for centuries, Miss Grace, McGonagall replied primly. Though I suppose with your unique perception of magic, you'll likely see through the illusion immediately. The professor bid them farewell, promising to see them at the start of term feast. As they returned to their room at the Leaky Cauldron, Harry found himself increasingly anxious about the coming year. What if we're making a mistake, he asked Thalia that evening. Walking straight into Dumbledore's territory, even with Zeus's conditions. Thalia set aside the defensive magic book she'd been studying. Having second thoughts? Just being cautious, Harry clarified. Everything we've learned these past few weeks, the manipulation, the theft from my vault, the politics, it all confirms what we already suspected about Dumbledore and the wizarding world. Which is exactly why we need to be there, Thalia argued. Running and hiding didn't solve anything. We need to face this head-on, understand the game they're playing, and then change the rules. Harry nodded, recognizing the wisdom in her approach. You sound like Luke. A shadow crossed Thalia's face at the mention of their friend. Luke has his own ideas about changing the rules. I'm not sure I agree with all of them anymore. Harry understood her concern. Luke's bitterness toward the gods had grown increasingly extreme during their time at Camp Half-Blood. His talk of tearing down the old order had started to sound less like frustration and more like revolution. We'll find our own way, Harry promised. Not Dumbledore's. Not Luke's. Ours. Thalia smiled, the tension leaving her shoulders. That's the spirit. Now get some sleep. Tomorrow's our last day before the big plunge into wizard school. As Harry drifted off to sleep that night, his dreams were a chaotic mix of images: Hogwarts Castle, though he'd never seen it, Dumbledore watching him with calculating eyes, Draco Malfoy sneering, and strangely, a three-headed dog guarding a trapdoor. He woke with a start just before dawn, the dream slipping away before he could fully grasp its significance. Platform 9 3/4 buzzed with activity as Harry and Thalia pushed their trolleys through the magical barrier. The Hogwarts Express stood waiting, its scarlet engine gleaming, steam billowing over the crowded platform where students and parents milled about saying their goodbyes. Subtle, Thalia commented, taking in the magical train. You'd think wizards would have come up with something more efficient than a steam engine by now. Tradition, Harry reminded her, recalling their reading about the wizarding world's resistance to change. They're big on that here. They attracted attention immediately, Harry with his famous scar, and Thalia with her punk appearance and the crackling energy that seemed to follow her like an aura. Whispers broke out as they moved through the crowd. It's him, Harry Potter, who's the girl with the spiky hair? Heard she's some kind of foreign magic user, fame is seriously overrated, Harry muttered as they searched for an empty compartment. Tell me about it, said a voice behind them. They turned to find a tall, red-haired boy with a smudge on his nose watching them awkwardly. You're Harry Potter, aren't you? Before Harry could answer, the boy seemed to catch himself. Sorry. You must be sick of people gawking. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. His direct approach was refreshing after days of whispers and stares. Harry smiled. Nice to meet you. And yes, I am Harry. This is Thalia. Ron's eyes widened as he took in Thalia's appearance. You're the one everyone's talking about. The American with weird magic. Demigod magic, Thalia corrected, though she seemed more amused than offended. Daughter of Zeus. But weird works too. Wicked, Ron breathed. Is it true you can call down lightning? Among other things, Thalia confirmed. Want to help us find a compartment before Harry gets mobbed by more fans? They found an empty compartment near the end of the train and settled in, helping each other stow their trunks in the overhead racks. So you're starting first year too? Harry asked Ron. The redhead nodded. Whole family's been to Hogwarts. I'm the 6th in our family to go. Got a lot to live up to. He launched into an explanation of his older brothers, Bill and Charlie already graduated, Percy a prefect, and twins Fred and George who were apparently infamous troublemakers. Sounds like a lot of pressure, Harry commented sympathetically. Ron shrugged. It's not so bad. At least I'm not the girl. Ginny's got it worse, only daughter in generations. The train began to move, the platform sliding out of view as they picked up speed. London disappeared behind them, replaced by suburbs and then countryside. Their conversation was interrupted when the compartment door slid open to reveal a round-faced boy looking tearful. Sorry, he said, but have you seen a toad? I've lost him. When they shook their heads, the boy looked even more miserable. He keeps getting away from me. Gran's going to kill me. We'll help you look, Harry offered, standing up. I've got a better idea, Thalia said, pulling out her crystal rod. What's your toad's name? T. Trevor, the boy stammered, staring at the glowing blue crystal in her hand. Thalia closed her eyes briefly in concentration. The air in the compartment seemed to charge with static electricity, making everyone's hair stand slightly on end. After a moment, she opened her eyes. 3 compartments down, behind the snack trolley, she announced confidently. Better hurry before he hops away again. The boy gaped at her. How did you? Living things give off electrical impulses, Thalia explained with a shrug. When I focus, I can sometimes sense them. Toads have a distinctive pattern. Thank you. The boy rushed off toward the indicated compartment. Ron stared at Thalia with renewed awe. That was brilliant. Can all demigods do that? No, just children of Zeus, and even then it takes practice, Thalia replied. Most of us have powers related to our divine parent. Children of Poseidon can control water, Apollo's kids are great with medicine and archery, and so on. Are there many of you? Ron asked eagerly. More than you'd think, Harry answered for her. But most stay at Camp Half-Blood in America. It's safer there, fewer monsters trying to eat them. Monsters? Ron paled slightly. Like, actual monsters? Actual monsters, Thalia confirmed grimly. They can smell demigod blood. The more powerful your godly parent, the stronger your scent. And Zeus is, pretty powerful, right? Ron asked tentatively. King of the gods, Thalia replied. Which means I've been dealing with monster attacks since I was a kid. The compartment door slid open again, this time revealing a girl with bushy brown hair and rather large front teeth. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville's lost one. We just sent him 3 compartments down, Harry informed her. Thalia sensed it behind the snack trolley. The girl's attention immediately fixed on Thalia. Sensed it? How? That's not a spell I've read about. It's not a spell, Thalia explained, repeating her simplified explanation about electrical impulses. Instead of the awe Ron had displayed, the girl looked skeptical. That's not scientifically possible. Magical detection of electrical impulses would require extremely advanced charm work, at least an EWT level. It's not charm work, Thalia said, a note of impatience entering her voice. It's demigod ability. Different magical system entirely. The girl's eyes widened with sudden recognition. Oh. You're the demigod student. I read about you in the Daily Prophet supplement on unusual admissions to Hogwarts this year. They mentioned Zeus, Greek mythology, and lightning powers, but I assumed it was journalistic exaggeration. Not exaggeration, Harry interjected. I've seen Thalia blast monsters twice her size. The girl seemed to notice Harry for the first time, her eyes darting to his forehead where his scar was visible through his messy hair. You're Harry Potter. I've read all about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts. You can't believe everything you read, Harry replied, uncomfortable with her intensity. Those books got a lot wrong. Did they? The girl looked genuinely surprised, then thrust out her hand. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. After introductions were complete, Hermione invited herself to sit down, peppering them with questions about demigods, Harry's life before Hogwarts, and what they knew about the different houses. I've been asking around, and Gryffindor sounds by far the best, she informed them. Dumbledore himself was a Gryffindor. I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad. What house are your brothers in? Harry asked Ron, trying to steer the conversation away from Hermione's interrogation. Gryffindor, Ron replied, looking suddenly gloomy. Mum and Dad were there too. Not sure what they'll say if I'm not. House placement matters that much? Thalia asked, surprised. It's only the most important sorting in a young witch or wizard's life, Hermione answered before Ron could speak. It determines your peer group, your common room, your schedule. Practically everything at Hogwarts revolves around house affiliation. Sounds like an easy way to divide students and create artificial rivalries, Thalia observed critically. Hermione looked taken aback by this perspective, but before she could respond, the compartment door slid open once more. This time it was Draco Malfoy, flanked by the same two large boys they'd seen in Flourish and Blots. "So it's true," he drawled. "Harry Potter is in this compartment. And his unusual friend." His gaze swept dismissively over Ron and Hermione. "I see you're already collecting strays." "Malfoy," Harry acknowledged coolly. "Don't you have someone else to bother?" "Just thought I'd offer some friendly advice," Draco replied with a smirk. "Some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort." He glanced meaningfully at Ron. "I can help you there." He extended his hand, but Harry didn't take it. "I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks," he said. Draco's pale cheeks flushed pink. "Careful, Potter. Unless you're a bit politer, you'll go the same way as your parents." They didn't know what was good for them either. Both Harry and Thalia stood up at this, but surprisingly, it was Ron who spoke first, his face as red as his hair. "Say that again," he challenged. "Oh, going to fight us, are you?" Malfoy sneered. "Crabbe, Goyle, show Weasley what happens to blood traitors who don't know their place." The two hulking boys stepped forward menacingly, but froze when Thalia raised her crystal rod, its blue veins glowing ominously. "I don't think so," she said pleasantly. "See, I'm still classified as a magical creature according to your ministry. Which means if I accidentally electrocute someone threatening my friends, it falls under natural defensive instincts rather than assault with magic." She smiled, the kind of smile that made monsters reconsider their life choices. Interesting loophole, isn't it? For a moment, no one moved. Then Malfoy took a cautious step back. "This isn't over," he warned. "Hogwarts has rules, and even freaks like you have to follow them eventually." After they departed, Ron let out a low whistle. "That was brilliant. Did you see their faces?" "Who were those awful boys?" Hermione asked, looking shaken. "Draco Malfoy and his goons," Harry explained. "We met them in Diagon Alley. His father's apparently important in wizard politics." "Malfoys," Ron spat. "Dad says the whole family was on you-know-whose side during the war, but claimed they'd been bewitched afterward. Got off without punishment." "You know who?" Thalia questioned. "You mean Voldemort?" Ron flinched violently at the name, while Hermione gasped. "You said his name." Ron looked at Thalia with a mixture of horror and admiration. "Fear of a name only increases fear of the thing itself," Harry quoted from one of their history books. "Besides, after facing actual monsters, a wizard who was defeated by a baby doesn't seem that scary." Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, clearly uncertain how to respond to this blasé attitude toward the most feared dark wizard in recent history. The remainder of the journey passed more pleasantly. Ron taught them about Quidditch, the wizarding sport played on broomsticks. Hermione shared information about the subjects they'd be studying. When the snack trolley came by, Harry bought a selection of everything to share, fascinated by wizard sweets like chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. As darkness fell and the train approached Hogsmeade Station, they changed into their Hogwarts robes. Thalia grumbled about the impractical flowing garment but complied, though she refused to remove her silver circlet, her badge as Lieutenant of Artemis. "I haven't officially resigned," she explained when Hermione questioned it. "Just taking an extended leave of absence. The circlet stays." When they finally arrived at Hogsmeade Station, they were directed by a booming voice calling, "Fur's Years. Fur's Years over here." The voice belonged to an enormous man with a wild tangle of hair and beard, holding a lantern aloft. "That's Hagrid," Ron informed them. "Gamekeeper." "Hey, Hagrid," Harry greeted him, following McGonagall's suggestion to establish connections with Hogwarts staff who weren't completely under Dumbledore's influence. The giant man beamed down at him. Harry Potter. Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. And you must be," he paused, squinting at Thalia. "Blimey, yeah, look just like your dad around the eyes." Thalia raised an eyebrow. "You've met Zeus?" "Well, no," Hagrid admitted sheepishly. "But seen statues, haven't I?" Same intense look. He addressed the gathered first years. "Everyone here? Follow me." He led them down a steep, narrow path that opened suddenly onto the edge of a great black lake. Perched atop a mountain on the other side, its windows sparkling in the starry sky, was a vast castle with many turrets and towers. "Hogwarts," Hagrid announced proudly. A collective boohoo rose from the students. "No more and 4 to a boat," Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of small boats sitting in the water by the shore. Harry, Thalia, Ron, and Hermione claimed one boat together. As they glided across the smooth, glass-like surface of the lake, Harry felt a strange mixture of excitement and wariness. The castle was undeniably magnificent, but he couldn't forget that somewhere inside waited Albus Dumbledore and whatever plans he had concocted. "You feel it too?" Thalia murmured beside him. Harry nodded. "The magic. It's overwhelming." Indeed, the castle radiated magical energy so potent that Harry could almost see it, a shimmering aura of power built up over centuries of spellcasting. He noticed Thalia's crystal rod was glowing softly in response to the magical environment. "Stay alert," she whispered. "But also, enjoy this. It's pretty amazing." Harry smiled, grateful for her perspective. After all they'd been through, it was important to recognize moments of wonder amid the challenges. The boats carried them through a curtain of ivy that hid a wide opening in the cliff face, along a dark tunnel that seemed to take them right underneath the castle, until they reached a kind of underground harbor where they clambered out onto rocks and pebbles. Hagrid led them up a passageway in the rock, emerging finally onto smooth, damp grass right in the shadow of the castle. They walked up a flight of stone steps and crowded around the huge, oak front door. "Everyone here?" Hagrid raised a gigantic fist and knocked 3 times on the castle door. The door swung open immediately to reveal Professor McGonagall in emerald green robes, her stern face surveying them critically. "The Fur's years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." She pulled the door wide, revealing an entrance hall so big it could have fit the entire leaky cauldron inside. Stone walls were lit with flaming torches, the ceiling was too high to make out clearly, and a magnificent marble staircase facing them led to the upper floors. McGonagall led them across the flagged stone floor to a small, empty chamber off the hall. The students crowded in, standing closer together than they would normally have done, peering about nervously. "Welcome to Hogwarts," McGonagall said. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses." She proceeded to explain the house system, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, and how house points work toward the house cup at the end of the year. "The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school," she concluded. "I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting." Her eyes lingered for a moment on Neville's cloak, which was fastened under his left ear, and on Ron's smudged nose. Harry tried nervously to flatten his hair, while Thalia stubbornly adjusted her silver circlet to make it more prominent. "I shall return when we are ready for you," said Professor McGonagall. "Please wait quietly." After she left, nervous speculation broke out among the first years about exactly how they would be sorted. Ron's brother Fred had apparently told him they had to wrestle a troll, which had several students looking terrified. "It's just a hat," Thalia whispered to Harry. "An enchanted sorting hat, according to Hogwarts, a history." Harry nodded, grateful for their advance research. While the other students fretted, he took the opportunity to scan their surroundings, mapping possible exits and defensible positions, a habit ingrained by 2 years of constant vigilance. McGonagall returned shortly and led them into the Great Hall. Harry had read about it, but the reality was still breathtaking. Thousands of candles floating in mid-air over 4 long tables where the rest of the students were sitting, golden plates and goblets gleaming in the candlelight, and above it all, a ceiling bewitched to look like the night sky outside. "It's not real, the ceiling," Hermione whispered. "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." "It's still impressive," Harry acknowledged, though his attention was already fixed on the staff table at the top of the hall. There he was, Albus Dumbledore, sitting in a large gold chair at the center of the table, his silver beard and hair shining in the candlelight, his half-moon spectacles perched on his crooked nose. His blue eyes twinkled as they swept over the first years, pausing briefly on Harry and Thalia. Harry felt a subtle pressure against his mind, the same sensation he'd experienced when Dumbledore had tried to read his thoughts in the forest 2 years ago. This time, however, he was prepared. Zeus's training and the mental disciplines he'd practiced at Camp Half-Blood allowed him to recognize the intrusion immediately. "He's trying to get in my head," he muttered to Thalia. She nodded almost imperceptibly, her own expression hardening as she stared directly at Dumbledore, projecting a mental image of a lightning bolt, a warning. The pressure subsided, and Dumbledore's expression flickered briefly with surprise before returning to benign interest. McGonagall silently placed a 4-legged stool in front of the first years. On top of the stool she put a pointed wizard's hat, patched, frayed, and extremely dirty. For a few seconds, there was complete silence. Then the hat twitched. A rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing a song about the 4 houses and their founders. When it finished, the whole hall burst into applause. The hat bowed to each of the 4 tables and then became quite still again. "So we've just got to try on the hat," Ron whispered to Harry, looking relieved. "I'll kill Fred," he was going on about wrestling a troll. Harry smiled weakly. Simple as the task seemed, he couldn't help wondering what exactly the hat would see when it looked inside his mind. After 2 years of fighting monsters, experiencing Zeus's interventions, and having his magic unbound, would the hat even know what to do with him? Professor McGonagall stepped forward holding a long roll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she said. "Abbott, Hannah." A pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails stumbled out of line, put on the hat, which fell right down over her eyes, and sat down. A moment's pause. "Hufflepuff," shouted the hat. The table on the right cheered as Hannah went to sit down at the Hufflepuff table. The sorting continued alphabetically. Granger, Hermione, became a Gryffindor after nearly a full minute of deliberation, causing Ron to groan quietly beside Harry. Draco Malfoy was made a Slytherin almost the moment the hat touched his head. Then, finally, Potter, Harry. As Harry stepped forward, whispers suddenly broke out like little hissing fires all over the hall. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter?" The last thing Harry saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was the hall full of people craning to get a good look at him. Next second he was looking at the black inside of the hat, waiting. Said a small voice in his ear. "Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and what's this? A connection to divine power? Most unusual." Harry tensed, wondering if the hat would object to Zeus's influence. "No need for alarm, Mr. Potter. I've sorted stranger minds in my time, though not many. You've had quite the journey already, haven't you? Rescued by a demigod, trained in combat, magic unbound by Zeus himself. Dumbledore would be most interested to know all this." "You can't tell him," Harry thought fiercely. "You're bound to keep student secrets, aren't you?" The hat chuckled. "Indeed I am. Your secrets remain your own. Now, where to put you? You've got the cunning for Slytherin, certainly. That house could help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that. Not Slytherin," Harry thought firmly. "Not where Malfoy is. Not Slytherin, eh? Are you sure? You could be great, you know, it's all here in your head, and Slytherin would help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that. I'll find my own path to greatness, Harry thought. Without Slytherin's help. Well, if you're sure, better be Gryffindor. Harry heard the hat shout the last word to the whole hall. He took off the hat and walked shakily toward the Gryffindor table, where he was met with the loudest cheer yet. Percy the prefect got up and shook his hand vigorously, while the Weasley twins yelled, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" As he sat down opposite the ghost of Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, nearly headless Nick, Harry turned his attention back to the sorting. There weren't many people left now. Grace, Thalia. The hall went unusually quiet as Thalia approached the stool. Word had clearly spread about the American demigod student. She sat down, her silver circlet gleaming in the candlelight, and allowed McGonagall to place the hat on her spiky black hair. The hat seemed to take even longer with Thalia than it had with Harry. Nearly 2 minutes passed in silence while the hall watched curiously. Harry could see Thalia's hands gripping the edges of the stool, her knuckles white. Finally, the hat shouted, "Gryffindor." The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers again as Thalia removed the hat, looking slightly relieved. She strode to join Harry, sliding into the empty seat beside him. "What did it say to you?" he whispered as the sorting continued. "That I was too stubborn for Ravenclaw, too independent for Hufflepuff, and too principled for Slytherin," she replied with a small smile. "Also mentioned something about my heroic but reckless tendencies being perfect for Gryffindor." "Sounds about right," Harry agreed, grinning. Ron was sorted into Gryffindor as well, collapsing into a chair beside Harry with visible relief. "Glad that's over," he muttered. "Thought it might put me in Hufflepuff or something." Finally, Zabini, Blaze, was made a Slytherin, and Professor McGonagall rolled up her scroll and took the sorting hat away. Albus Dumbledore got to his feet, beaming at the students, his arms opened wide as if nothing could have pleased him more than to see them all there. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you." He sat back down to applause and cheers from the students. "Is he mad?" Harry asked Percy uncertainly. "Mad? He's a genius," Percy replied enthusiastically. "Best wizard in the world. But yes, he is a bit mad." "Potatoes, Harry?" Harry's mouth fell open. The dishes in front of him were now piled with food: roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, bacon, steak, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, fries, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and mint humbugs. Thalia glanced at the laden table, then up at the staff table where Dumbledore was chatting amiably with Professor McGonagall. "Impressive magic," she acknowledged. "But don't let the eccentric grandfather act fool you." Harry nodded, helping himself to the feast while keeping one eye on the staff table. Beside Dumbledore sat a hook-nosed teacher with greasy black hair who was watching him with an expression of intense dislike. Professor Snape, Harry recognized from their brief meeting at Camp Half-Blood's Boundaries. On Dumbledore's other side was a nervous-looking young man with a ridiculous purple turban. When their eyes met briefly, Harry felt a sharp, hot pain shoot across the scar on his forehead. Ouch! He clapped a hand to his head. "What is it?" asked Thalia immediately, hand drifting toward her concealed crystal rod. "Nothing," Harry said quickly, the pain having disappeared as suddenly as it had come. "Who's that teacher talking to Professor Snape?" "That's Professor Quirrell," Percy informed him. "Teaches defense against the dark arts. No wonder he looks nervous, everyone says the position's jinxed." Harry frowned, watching Quirrell carefully. Something about the turbaned professor triggered his danger sense, the same instinct that had helped him survive countless monster attacks. "I don't like him," Thalia murmured, following Harry's gaze. Something feels off. Harry nodded slightly, filing away the observation for later discussion. The rest of the feast passed pleasantly enough. When the desserts disappeared and Dumbledore got to his feet again, the hall fell silent. "Just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered," the headmaster said. "I have a few start-of-term notices to give you." He proceeded to inform them that the forest on the grounds was forbidden to all pupils, that magic should not be used between classes in the corridors, and that Quidditch trials would be held in the second week of term. "And finally," Dumbledore continued, "I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death." Harry and Thalia exchanged glances. A few students laughed, but most, like them, looked concerned. "He's not serious?" Harry muttered to Percy. "Must be," Percy replied, frowning. "It's odd, because he usually gives us a reason why we're not allowed to go somewhere. The forest's full of dangerous beasts, everyone knows that. And now everyone will want to know what's in the third-floor corridor," Thalia observed dryly. "Nothing attracts teenagers like forbidden areas with vague warnings." After a rendition of the school song, which Dumbledore conducted with his wand, the students were dismissed to their dormitories. Percy led the first-year Gryffindors through the chattering crowds, out of the Great Hall, and up the marble staircase. Harry's legs felt like lead as they climbed staircase after staircase. He was too tired even to be surprised when the people in the portraits whispered and pointed as they passed, or when Percy led them through doorways hidden behind sliding panels and hanging tapestries. At the very end of a corridor hung a portrait of a very fat woman in a pink silk dress. "Password?" she asked. "Caput Draconis," said Percy, and the portrait swung forward to reveal a round hole in the wall. They all scrambled through it and found themselves in the Gryffindor common room, a cozy, round room full of squashy armchairs. Percy directed the girls through one door to their dormitory and the boys through another. Harry was about to follow the other first-year boys when Thalia caught his arm. "Be careful," she said quietly. "And remember our signal if anything happens." Harry nodded. They'd established a simple system, 3 quick pulses of magical energy that they could both sense, a distress call if either of them encountered trouble. "You too," he replied. "See you in the morning." At the top of the spiral staircase, they were obviously in one of the towers. Harry found his bed at last, a 4-poster hung with deep red, velvet curtains. Their trunks had already been brought up. Too tired to talk much, the boys pulled on their pajamas and fell into bed. Harry lay awake for a while, unable to fully relax despite his exhaustion. The castle around him thrummed with ancient magic, some of it familiar, most of it strange. Somewhere in this vast building, Dumbledore was no doubt planning his next move. And what was the deadly secret of the third-floor corridor? Finally, fatigue overcame weariness, and he drifted off to sleep, dreaming of lightning and 3-headed dogs. The first week at Hogwarts passed in a blur of new experiences. Finding their way through the castle's 142 staircases, many of which moved without warning, proved challenging even for someone with Harry's enhanced magical senses. Portraits whose subjects visited each other, doors that weren't really doors, and trick steps that vanished beneath unwary feet added to the confusion. The classes themselves were more interesting than Harry had expected. Astronomy on Wednesday nights had them studying the night sky through telescopes, learning the names of stars and the movements of planets. 3 times a week they went to the greenhouses behind the castle for herbology with Professor Sprout, learning how to care for strange plants and fungi. History of Magic, taught by the ghost Professor Binns, proved to be the most boring class, while Charms with tiny Professor Flitwick and Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall were both fascinating in different ways. Thalia, despite not being able to cast wizard spells, attended all classes alongside Harry. She took notes, participated in discussions, and occasionally demonstrated how demigod abilities could achieve similar results to wizarding magic. The principles are often the same, she explained during one transfiguration lesson, using her control over air molecules to subtly reshape a leaf, not true transfiguration, but visually similar. Different sources of power, similar applications. Some professors, like Flitwick and McGonagall, were fascinated by these demonstrations and encouraged her participation. Others, like Snape, made it clear they considered her presence an unwelcome disruption. Their first potions lesson, held in the dungeons on Friday, proved particularly tense. "Ah, yes," Snape said softly during roll call, pausing at Harry's name. "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Draco Malfoy and his friends Crabbe and Goyle sniggered behind their hands. Snape finished calling the names and looked up at the class, his eyes cold and empty. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began in barely more than a whisper. The class hung on his every word as he described the power of potions in flowery, dramatic language. "Potter," he said suddenly. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry, prepared for this tactic from their research on Hogwarts professors, replied calmly, "The draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion." Snape's eyes narrowed slightly. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "In the stomach of a goat," Harry answered promptly. "It's a stone that will save you from most poisons." "What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir, also known as aconite." A flicker of annoyance crossed Snape's face. "Apparently fame isn't everything," he said coldly. "Though basic memorization of the textbook is clearly within your capabilities." He turned his attention to Thalia. "And you, Miss Grace? Why exactly are you in my potions classroom when you cannot perform even the simplest charm, let alone brew a potion?" Thalia met his gaze evenly. "Because potion making doesn't require casting spells, Professor. It requires precision, timing, and understanding of how magical ingredients interact, skills that aren't exclusive to wizards." "A clever answer," Snape replied silkily. "But ultimately meaningless. Potion making requires magical intent during crucial stages, something no demigod can provide." "Maybe," Thalia conceded with a shrug that clearly irritated Snape. "But I won't know until I try, will I? Besides, Harry and I work as a team. His magic, my strategy." Snape's lip curled. "How touching. 5 points from Gryffindor for your impertinence, Miss Grace. This is a school of magic, not a social club for Potter's entourage." The lesson deteriorated from there. Snape set them to mixing a simple potion to cure boils, sweeping around in his long black cloak, criticizing almost everyone except Malfoy, whom he seemed to like. Despite the hostile environment, Harry and Thalia managed to produce a passable potion. Harry handled the magical components, while Thalia, who had developed impressive precision during their monster fighting years, measured ingredients and maintained optimal temperature. "An unexpected approach," Snape commented when he examined their cauldron, sounding almost disappointed that he couldn't find obvious flaws. "Though unorthodox partnerships will only take you so far in the serious study of potions." As they climbed the steps out of the dungeon later, Harry's mind was racing. "That wasn't just about house rivalry or my father," he murmured to Thalia. "Snape's watching us specifically. Reporting to Dumbledore, probably." "Definitely," Thalia agreed. "The questions were a test, not just of your knowledge, but of how prepared you are. He expected you to fail." "Thanks for backing me up in there," Harry said. The team approach threw him off. "That's our advantage," Thalia reminded him. "No one here expects us to work as a unit. They're all focused on individual magical talent." Their conversation was interrupted by a barn owl swooping down to deliver a note to Harry. The untidy scrawl invited them to tea that afternoon with Hagrid, the gamekeeper they'd met on arrival. "Could be useful," Thalia observed as they headed toward their next class. "McGonagall mentioned he was close to your parents, and he seems friendly enough." "And not completely under Dumbledore's thumb?" Harry suggested. Thalia grinned. "Let's find out." At 2:55, they left the castle and made their way across the grounds to Hagrid's hut, a small wooden house on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. When Harry knocked, they heard frantic scrabbling from inside and several booming barks. "Back, Fong, back!" Hagrid's voice called. His big, hairy face appeared in the crack as he pulled the door open. "Hang on. Back, Fong." He let them in, struggling to keep a hold on the collar of an enormous black boarhound. The inside of the hut was a single room with hams and pheasants hanging from the ceiling, a copper kettle boiling on an open fire, and a massive bed in the corner. "Make yourselves at home," Hagrid said, releasing Fong, who bounded straight at Harry and started licking his ears. Like Hagrid, the dog was clearly not as fierce as he looked. "This is Ron," Harry introduced, as the redhead had joined them for the visit. "Another Weasley, said Hagrid, glancing at Ron's freckles. "I spent half me life chasin' your twin brothers away from the forest." The rock cakes Hagrid offered nearly broke their teeth, but they pretended to enjoy them as Harry steered the conversation toward Hogwarts gossip. Hagrid, it turned out, was a fountain of information once he got talking. "And then there's Filch, the caretaker," he told them. "Mean old git. And that cat, Mrs. Norris, I'd like to introduce her to Fong sometime." Harry casually brought up the third-floor corridor. "What's Dumbledore hiding there, Hagrid? Must be something important to risk student safety." Hagrid frowned. "Now, Don, you go pokin' around there, Harry. Dangerous business, that is. Not fair students to worry about." "But it involves Nicholas Flamel, doesn't it?" Harry pressed, dropping the name he'd spotted in one of Dumbledore's books during their brief meeting at Camp Half-Blood. Hagrid looked shocked. "How did you?" "No, never mind, I don't want to know. That's between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, it is." Harry and Thalia exchanged quick glances, both noting the confirmation. Nicholas Flamel, the alchemist mentioned in their history books as the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, which could transform metal into gold and produce the elixir of life. "Of course, Hagrid," Thalia said soothingly. "We're just curious, that's all. New school, lots of mysteries." They steered the conversation to safer topics, letting Hagrid reminisce about Harry's parents and their school days. Despite his obvious loyalty to Dumbledore, Hagrid proved genuinely fond of Harry and surprisingly respectful of Thalia's demigod status. "Always said other magical beings deserve respect, I have," he declared. "Centaurs, demigods, it's all the same to me. Magic's magic, different kinds or not." As they walked back to the castle for dinner, Harry mulled over what they'd learned. "The Philosopher's Stone," he said quietly to Thalia. "That's what's hidden in the third-floor corridor." "Something that valuable would need serious protection," Thalia agreed. "But why hide it in a school full of children?" "Maybe it wasn't safe anywhere else," Ron suggested, having been filled in on their theories. "Gringotts got broken into a few weeks back. Did you see the Daily Prophet? Someone tried to rob a high-security vault, but nothing was taken because it had been emptied that same day." The perfect setup, Harry realized. Make it public knowledge that Gringotts isn't safe, then bring the stone to the one place Dumbledore has complete control, Hogwarts. "Where he can use it as bait," Thalia added grimly. "Someone wants that stone. Dumbledore knows who, and he's setting a trap." "Using a school full of kids as collateral," Harry finished, his expression darkening. "Classic Dumbledore, the greater good above all else." "We should check it out," Ron said excitedly. "The third-floor corridor, I mean. See what protections they've got." "Not yet," Thalia cautioned. "If Dumbledore's using it as bait, the place is probably crawling with monitoring spells. We need to be smart about this." They agreed to gather more information before taking any direct action. Ron, excited to be included in their confidence, promised to ask his brothers what they knew about the Forbidden Corridor. The weekend brought their first opportunity for private training. Finding a secluded spot near the edge of the lake, Harry and Thalia resumed the combat drills they'd practiced for 2 years. "Your form's getting sloppy," Thalia criticized, easily sidestepping Harry's attack and sweeping his legs from under him. "Too many wizard comforts already." Harry rolled to his feet, grinning despite the mud now staining his robes. "Just giving you a false sense of security." They sparred for nearly an hour, using wooden practice swords transfigured from branches, a compromise between their celestial bronze weapons, too dangerous, and going completely unarmed, too limiting for training purposes. As they worked through familiar drills, a small crowd of curious students gathered at a safe distance to watch. The sight of the famous Harry Potter engaged in physical combat with the mysterious American transfer student was apparently more interesting than weekend homework. "We've got an audience," Harry noted, blocking a strike aimed at his ribs. "Let them watch," Thalia replied, increasing the intensity of her attacks. "Might as well show them that magic isn't the only way to fight." They shifted into a more advanced sequence, one that incorporated Thalia's lightning abilities and Harry's emerging talent for wandless magic. As Thalia sent small electrical charges along her practice sword, Harry countered with wandless shield charms, the magical barrier crackling where it deflected her electricity. "Impressive, Mr. Potter," came a voice from the edge of the gathered crowd. Professor Flitwick stood watching them, his small stature nearly hidden among the students. "Few wizards your age can produce wandless magic of any kind, let alone controlled shields." Harry lowered his practice sword, slightly embarrassed by the attention. "Thank you, Professor. It's something I've been working on." "And Miss Grace," Flitwick continued, turning to Thalia. "Your control over elemental forces is remarkable. The precision with which you direct those electrical currents would make many 7th-year charms students envious." "Different system, same principles," Thalia replied with a shrug, though Harry could tell she appreciated the recognition. Flitwick beamed at them both. "Indeed. Magic, at its core, is about intent and control, regardless of its source. A principle many wizards would do well to remember." He gestured to their practice swords. "And your physical combat skills. Most unusual for wizard education, but clearly effective. You must teach me that disarming move someday, Miss Grace." After Flitwick departed, their training session effectively overdue to the growing crowd, Harry and Thalia headed back to the castle to clean up before lunch. "Flitwick's all right," Thalia commented as they crossed the grounds. "Genuinely curious, not just looking for weaknesses." "McGonagall too," Harry added. "And Sprout seems decent. It's mainly Snape who acts like we're personal affronts to wizard education." "Don't forget Quirrell," Thalia reminded him. "Something's seriously off with that guy. Did you notice how your scar hurt when he looked at you during the feast?" Harry nodded grimly. "And every defense class since. It's like... I don't know, like there's something hostile behind that stuttering facade." They had discussed their suspicions about the defense professor several times that week. His apparent nervousness, the stuttering that sometimes slipped, and the odd cold calculation they occasionally glimpsed in his eyes all pointed to someone playing a role rather than a genuinely timid teacher. "We should keep an eye on him," Thalia suggested. "Especially if he's interested in the 3rd floor." Their opportunity to investigate came sooner than expected. That evening, while exploring the castle's layout, mapping escape routes, as Thalia called it, they found themselves in the 3rd floor corridor by accident. One of the moving staircases had changed direction while they were on it, depositing them in the forbidden area before they realized where they were. "Well, since we're here anyway," Harry murmured, glancing down the deserted corridor. Thalia nodded, drawing her crystal rod. "Quick look only. First sign of trouble, we're out." They moved silently down the corridor, years of monster hunting having taught them how to walk without making noise. Most of the doors they passed were ordinary classrooms, dusty from disuse. But at the end of the corridor stood a door different from the others, heavier, with ancient-looking iron reinforcements and a large lock. Harry approached cautiously, extending his magical senses. "Something big is behind there," he whispered. "Living, powerful." Thalia frowned, concentrating. "I feel it too. Electrical patterns like nothing I've encountered before. Multiple heartbeats, but synchronized somehow. Multiple heads?" Harry suggested, remembering his strange dream. Before Thalia could respond, they heard footsteps approaching, the distinctive uneven gait of Filch, the caretaker. "Quick, in here," Harry hissed, pulling Thalia into an empty classroom across from the mysterious door. They pressed themselves against the wall beside the door, listening as Filch's footsteps grew closer, accompanied by his mutterings to Mrs. Norris, his cat. "Sniff around, my sweet, they're in this corridor somewhere." Harry and Thalia exchanged alarmed glances. Someone had tipped Filch off to their presence, probably one of the portraits reporting to the staff. "Window," Thalia mouthed, gesturing toward the far side of the classroom. They crept silently across the room, wincing as the floorboards occasionally creaked beneath their feet. The window was old and stiff, but Harry managed to ease it open without too much noise. Looking out, he saw they were about 3 stories up, facing an inner courtyard of the castle. "Too high to jump," he whispered. Thalia peered out, calculating. "Not with a little help." She raised her crystal rod, concentrating on the air currents outside the window. "I can't fly, but I can create a cushion of air to slow our fall. Like parachuting without the parachute." The classroom door handle turned with a creak. They were out of time. "Do it," Harry decided, trusting her completely. Thalia climbed through the window first, balancing on the narrow ledge outside. She extended her hand to Harry, who followed her out just as the classroom door opened. Filch's triumphant "aha" turned to confusion as he found an empty room with an open window. "Now!" Thalia commanded, pulling Harry off the ledge. They fell, but instead of plummeting straight down, they descended in a controlled glide, the air around them thickening as Thalia manipulated its density and flow. They landed in the courtyard with only a slight impact, immediately ducking behind a stone pillar as Filch's face appeared at the window above. "Nicely done," Harry whispered, impressed by her control. "Thanks," Thalia replied, though he could see the effort had tired her. Manipulating air currents with such precision was still a developing skill for her. "Let's get back to Gryffindor Tower before he decides to search the grounds." They made it back without further incident, slipping into the common room just before curfew. Ron was waiting for them, eager for news of their exploration. "You won't believe what Fred and George told me," he said excitedly once they'd found a private corner. "They tried to go into that corridor the first day back and said they saw a massive 3-headed dog." Harry and Thalia exchanged quick glances. "A Cerberus," Thalia said. "Guardian of the underworld in Greek mythology. Or guardian of whatever's under that trapdoor it's standing on," Harry added, recalling his dream with new clarity. "The stone must be hidden beneath the floor. But why use a Cerberus?" Thalia wondered. "That's Greek mythology, not wizard security." Hagrid, Harry realized. "He's obsessed with dangerous creatures. Dumbledore probably had him procure it specifically." Their discussion was interrupted when Hermione Granger approached their corner, her arms full of books. "Whatever you 3 are planning, you should reconsider," she said primly. "That corridor is forbidden for good reason, and you're going to get Gryffindor in trouble." "We're not planning anything," Ron replied defensively, though his ears turned red. "Just talking." Hermione looked skeptical. "I heard about your training session by the lake today," she said to Harry and Thalia. "Professor Flitwick mentioned it in the library. Wandless magic and electrical manipulation, neither of which are standard first-year skills." "We've had unusual educational experiences," Thalia replied with deliberate understatement. "Clearly," Hermione said, her expression softening slightly with genuine curiosity. "I've been reading about demigods since you arrived." "The library doesn't have much," just mentions in ancient texts about wizard-demigod collaborations during the founding of the International Confederation of Wizards. Harry's interest was piqued. Wizard-demigod collaborations? The history books we read didn't mention that. It was largely covered up later, Hermione explained, warming to the academic discussion. When the Statute of Secrecy was established in 1692, the wizarding world distanced itself from other magical communities, including demigods. Convenient historical revisionism, Thalia commented dryly. Sounds like the gods approach too. Hermione hesitated, then sat down with them. I don't agree with breaking rules, she said firmly. But I also believe in having all the facts. Whatever's in that corridor, it's not just a simple prohibition. I overheard Professor McGonagall telling Professor Flitwick that the protections were Dumbledore's responsibility and that she hoped he knew what he was doing, bringing it here. Harry nodded appreciatively. Thanks, Hermione. That fits with what we've figured out so far. You don't seem like typical first years, she observed, studying them. Either of you. We're not, Thalia confirmed simply. But we're not your enemies either. We just want to understand what's happening here. Because knowledge is power, Hermione quoted, recognizing the phrase from their earlier conversations. Well, if you're determined to investigate, at least do it properly. I might be able to help with research. She stood, gathering her books. Just, be careful. And don't lose Gryffindor any points. After she left, Ron looked bewildered. Did Hermione Granger just offer to help us break rules? She offered to help us research, Harry corrected. But that's a good start. Over the next few weeks, they settled into a routine. Classes during the day, private training in the evenings, and careful investigation of the third-floor mystery whenever possible. Hermione, true to her word, provided valuable research assistance, particularly regarding Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone. The stone transforms any metal into pure gold and produces the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal, she explained, showing them an ancient alchemy text she'd uncovered in the library's restricted section, with a permission slip she'd convinced Professor Flitwick to sign for advanced theoretical research. Immortality and infinite gold, Ron whispered, awed. No wonder someone's trying to steal it. The question is who, Harry said. And whether Dumbledore is using it as bait for a specific person or just general protection. Their suspicions increasingly centered on Professor Quirrell. The stuttering defense teacher seemed to turn up near the third-floor corridor with unusual frequency, and Harry's scar burned whenever the man was nearby, especially when Harry wasn't looking directly at him. It's almost like my scar is warning me, Harry told Thalia after a particularly painful defense class. Like it can sense something wrong with him that my eyes can't see. Zeus did say the soul fragment he removed was from Voldemort, Thalia remembered. Maybe there's still some connection, even with it gone. Like an echo or an antibody reaction. Their opportunity to test this theory came during the Halloween feast. The Great Hall had been decorated with thousands of live bats, floating pumpkins with candles inside, and other spooky embellishments. The feast was underway when Professor Quirrell burst into the hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know. He then sank to the floor in a dead faint. The hall erupted in panic until Dumbledore shot purple firecrackers from his wand to restore silence. Prefects, he rumbled, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. As Percy began shepherding the Gryffindors out, Harry grabbed Thalia's arm. Quirrell, he whispered urgently. Look at him. Thalia followed his gaze. Quirrell was no longer on the floor. In the confusion, the defense professor had regained his feet and was slipping out a side door, not toward the dungeons where the troll supposedly was, but toward the grand staircase that led to the third floor. Distraction, Thalia realized instantly. He's going for the stone while everyone's focused on the troll. We have to stop him, Harry decided. Wait, Ron interrupted, having overheard them. Hermione doesn't know about the troll. She's been in the bathroom crying all afternoon after Malfoy made fun of her in Charms. Harry hesitated, torn between stopping Quirrell and saving their friend. Which bathroom? First floor, near the Transfiguration classroom, Ron said. You go warn Hermione, Thalia told Ron. Harry and I will follow Quirrell. Meet us at the third-floor corridor if you can, but get a professor if there's real trouble. They split up, Ron heading for the bathrooms while Harry and Thalia slipped away from the Gryffindor procession and hurried up the marble staircase. They caught a glimpse of Quirrell's purple turban disappearing around a corner on the second floor. He's heading for the third floor all right, Harry confirmed as they followed at a distance. They were nearly to the third floor when a horrible smell reached their nostrils, a mixture of old socks and public toilets that hadn't been cleaned for weeks. Then they heard it, a low grunting, and the shuffling footfalls of gigantic feet. The troll, Thalia hissed, pulling Harry into a shadowy alcove. It's not in the dungeons at all. The troll was a horrible sight, 12 feet tall, its skin a dull, granite gray, its lumpy body like a boulder with a small bald head perched on top. It was dragging a huge wooden club along the floor, leaving gouges in the stone. Quirrell must have let it in as a diversion, Harry whispered. But he lost control of it. The troll stopped next to a doorway and peered inside. It waggled its long ears, making up its tiny mind, then slouched slowly into the room. The key's in the lock, Harry muttered. We could lock it in. Wait, Thalia said, grabbing his arm. That's the girls' bathroom. The one Ron said Hermione was in. A high, petrified scream echoed from the bathroom, confirming their fears. New plan, Harry said grimly, drawing his wand. They ran to the doorway. Hermione Granger was shrinking against the opposite wall, looking as if she was about to faint. The troll was advancing on her, knocking sinks off the walls as it went. Confuse it, Harry said desperately to Thalia. He seized a tap and threw it as hard as he could against the wall. The troll stopped a few feet from Hermione. It lumbered around, blinking stupidly, to see what had made the noise. Its mean little eyes saw Harry. It hesitated, then made for him instead, lifting its club. Hey, ugly! Thalia shouted. She raised her crystal rod, sending a bolt of electricity at the creature. It struck the troll's shoulder, making it howl in pain and confusion. Run, Hermione! Harry yelled, trying to draw the troll further from the terrified girl. But Hermione couldn't move, she was still flat against the wall, her mouth open with terror. The shouting and echoes seemed to be driving the troll berserk. It roared and started toward Thalia, who had heard it with her lightning. Harry, now, she called. They had practiced this maneuver countless times against monsters. Harry raised his wand, focusing not on a specific spell but on the raw magical energy Thalia's lightning had left behind. Ventus, he shouted, using a hybrid incantation they developed that combined wizard technique with demigod power. The residual electricity Thalia had left on the troll's skin suddenly intensified, supercharged by Harry's magical push. Blue-white lightning encased the creature, making it convulse violently. Its club fell from its hand as it staggered, disoriented and smoking slightly. One more, Harry called. Thalia unleashed another, more powerful lightning strike. This time, Harry was ready with a full-powered stunning spell. Stupefy, he shouted, putting every ounce of his considerable magical strength behind it. The combined attack hit the troll like a freight train. It swayed on the spot for a moment, then fell forward with a crash that made the whole room tremble. Hermione, still pressed against the wall, stared at the fallen monster in shock. A sudden slamming and loud footsteps made the three of them look up. Professor McGonagall burst into the room, closely followed by Snape, with Quirrell bringing up the rear. Quirrell took one look at the troll, let out a faint whimper, and sat quickly down on a toilet, clutching his heart. Harry's eyes narrowed as he noticed Snape giving Quirrell a suspicious look, apparently the potions master had his own doubts about his colleague. More interesting was the fact that Snape's robes were torn at the knee, and Harry could see blood staining the fabric. He'd been somewhere other than the dungeons too. McGonagall was looking at Harry and Thalia with cold fury. "What on earth were you thinking?" she demanded, her voice shaking with anger. "You're lucky you weren't killed. Why aren't you in your dormitory?" Snape gave Harry a swift, piercing look, his black eyes glittering with suspicion. Then a small voice came from the shadows. "Please, Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me. Miss Granger." McGonagall sounded astonished. Hermione had managed to get to her feet at last. "I went looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it on my own, you know, because I've read all about them." Harry struggled to keep his face neutral. Hermione Granger, telling a downright lie to a teacher? "If they hadn't found me, I'd be dead now," she continued. Harry used a stunning spell while Thalia distracted it with some kind of electricity. They didn't have time to come and fetch anyone. It was about to finish me off when they arrived. Harry and Thalia tried to look as though this story wasn't new to them. "Well, in that case," said Professor McGonagall, staring at the three of them. "Miss Granger, you foolish girl, how could you think of tackling a mountain troll on your own?" Hermione hung her head. 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor for this," said McGonagall. "I'm very disappointed in you. If you're not hurt at all, you'd better get off to Gryffindor Tower. Students are finishing the feast in their houses." Hermione left, giving Harry and Thalia a grateful look as she passed. McGonagall turned to Harry and Thalia. "Well, I still say you were lucky, but not many first years could have taken on a full-grown mountain troll. You each win Gryffindor 5 points. Professor Dumbledore will be informed of this. You may go." They hurried out of the chamber, not speaking until they had climbed 2 floors up. Away from the smell of troll, it was a relief to breathe normally again. "Thanks for the save, Hermione," Harry said when they reached the portrait of the fat lady and found her waiting for them. "I should be thanking you," she replied, still slightly pale. "That was incredible magic. I've never seen anything like it." "Team effort," Thalia said with a shrug. "We've had practice. But we lost Quirrell in the process," Harry added quietly. "He was heading for the 3rd floor while everyone was distracted by the troll. And Snape was bleeding," Thalia noted. "I bet he went to the 3rd floor to head off whoever he suspected might use the diversion to go after the stone." "But he suspected Quirrell," Hermione mused thoughtfully. "Not you too." "Three-way chess game," Harry summarized. "Quirrell wants the stone. Dumbledore knows someone's after it but is letting the attempt play out for his own reasons. And Snape's trying to protect the stone, but doesn't trust Dumbledore's approach." "And where do we fit in?" Hermione asked. Thalia smiled grimly. "We're the wild cards no one's accounting for." They gave the password, Pig Snout, and entered the common room, which was packed with Gryffindors eating the food that had been sent up. Ron came hurrying over to them, looking both relieved and anxious. "I was just coming to find you," he exclaimed. "Are you all okay?" As they filled him in on what had happened, Harry couldn't help but feel they'd reached a turning point. Their unusual team had just expanded to include Ron and Hermione, and they'd confirmed their suspicions about Quirrell. But they'd also revealed more of their combined abilities than they'd intended. Word would certainly get back to Dumbledore about the impressive display against the troll. The old wizard would be recalculating his plans, adjusting for the unexpected power Harry and Thalia had demonstrated. "We need to be more careful," he murmured to Thalia later, after the others had gone to bed. "Dumbledore will be watching us even more closely now." "Let him watch," Thalia replied confidently. "We've faced worse than manipulative old wizards." Harry nodded, though he couldn't shake a feeling of unease. Something told him the game was about to become much more dangerous. The weeks following Halloween brought changes to their small group. Hermione had become a full-fledged friend after the troll incident, her initial rule-abiding rigidity softened by the experience. Her formidable intellect and research skills proved invaluable as they continued to investigate the mystery of the Philosopher's Stone. The third floor is just the first layer of protection, she explained, showing them a diagram she'd created. According to Hogwarts, a history, the castle contains deep sublevels that were used to store dangerous artifacts during various wizard wars. So the stone is probably at the bottom of a series of challenges, Harry reasoned. The Cerberus is just the gatekeeper. The start of the Quidditch season added another complication. Despite being a first year, Harry had been recruited as Gryffindor's seeker after McGonagall spotted him catching Neville's Remembrall during their first flying lesson. "You'll be the youngest house player in about a century," she'd told him, her stern expression softened by genuine excitement. "Your father would have been proud. He was an excellent Quidditch player himself." The connection to his father made it impossible for Harry to decline, despite Thalia's concerns about the additional attention it would bring. "Just be careful," she warned after his first practice session. "You're already in the spotlight as the boy who lived. Adding Quidditch star to that makes you an even bigger target." Her concerns proved prescient during Harry's first match against Slytherin. Halfway through the game, his broom began trying to buck him off, jerking and twisting with enough force that even his enhanced reflexes could barely keep him on. "It's being jinxed," Hermione gasped from the stands, watching through binoculars. "Look at Quirrell, he's staring at Harry and muttering non-stop." "And Snape too," Ron added, peering through the binoculars Hermione handed him. "He's doing the same thing." Thalia didn't waste time debating which professor was attacking and which might be counter-jinxing. She slipped away from the stands, working her way around to the teachers' section. Using the demigod stealth skills she developed during years of monster fighting, she positioned herself behind both professors. When neither Ron nor Hermione could see her, she raised her crystal rod and sent a precisely targeted electrical surge through the wooden structure of the stands. It wasn't enough to be dangerous, but more than enough to disrupt the concentration of everyone in that section. The effect was immediate. Both Quirrell and Snape jumped in surprise, breaking eye contact with Harry. Up in the air, his broom stopped bucking, allowing him to regain control just in time to spot the golden snitch and make a spectacular dive to catch it, nearly swallowing it in the process. Gryffindor's victory celebration was tempered by the sobering realization that someone had just tried to kill Harry in front of the entire school. It had to be Quirrell, Harry insisted later as they discussed the incident in the privacy of a disused classroom, warded by Hermione's surprisingly effective privacy charms. "My scar was burning the whole time my broom was acting up." "But Snape was jinxing your broom too," Ron argued. "Or counter-jinxing," Hermione suggested. "It's the same basic eye contact and incantation pattern." Thalia remained thoughtful. "There's more going on with Quirrell than we initially thought. The stuttering, nervous act doesn't match someone with the magical skill to jinx a racing broom from a distance. And there's something weird about his turban," Harry added. "I keep feeling like there's something hostile behind him, not just from him." Their investigation took on new urgency after this incident. Harry and Thalia increased their private training sessions, incorporating Ron and Hermione when possible. Ron proved to have a natural talent for tactical thinking, while Hermione's magical knowledge expanded their repertoire of defensive spells significantly. The winter holidays approached, bringing the question of where to spend them. Harry immediately decided to remain at Hogwarts, not wanting to return to the Wizarding World scrutiny in London. To his surprise, Thalia announced she needed to make a brief trip back to America. Zeus arranged for regular visits to Camp Half-Blood, remember, she reminded him. Chiron sent a message via Iris. "Something's happening that requires my attention. Is it safe for you to travel alone?" Harry asked, concerned. "I'll be using an official port key provided by the Department of Magical Transportation," she assured him. "Zeus's arrangements, again. I'll be back before the new term starts." Although reluctant to see her go, Harry understood the importance of maintaining their connections to Camp Half-Blood. With Ron also staying at Hogwarts, his parents were visiting his brother Charlie in Romania. They would continue their investigation while Thalia checked on the demigod situation. The day before most students departed for the holidays, they received unexpected news via Hagrid, who had become a regular source of inadvertent information. Dumbledore's leaving, too, he told them during one of their visits to his hut. Called to London for some important ICW business. Something about international magical cooperation. Harry and Thalia exchanged significant looks. Dumbledore leaving Hogwarts during the same period when Thalia would be away seemed too convenient to be coincidental. When exactly is he leaving? Harry asked casually. Day after tomorrow, Hagrid replied. Back after New Year's, he said. That evening, they held a strategic council in their warded classroom. It's a trap, Thalia stated flatly. They're trying to separate us. Dumbledore arranged that urgent message from camp to get me out of the way, then plans to leave himself so he has deniability if anything happens. But why? Hermione wondered. What's supposed to happen while you're both gone? A test, Harry realized. Dumbledore wants to see what I'll do without Thalia's protection. Whether I'll go after the stone alone. Or whether someone else will, Ron added darkly. Like Quirrell. We need to change our plans, Thalia decided. I'll tell Chiron I can't come until later. No, Harry countered, surprising her. You should go as scheduled. I'm not leaving you alone when Dumbledore's clearly setting something up. Thalia protested. I won't be alone, Harry pointed out, gesturing to Ron and Hermione. And we need to know what's happening at camp. If Dumbledore is manipulating events here, he might be doing the same there. After much debate, they agreed on a compromise. Thalia would make the trip as scheduled but would shorten it to just 3 days. During that time, Harry, Ron, and Hermione would maintain absolute vigilance, avoiding unnecessary risks and staying together at all times. And no matter what happens, Thalia instructed firmly, do not go after the stone alone. Promise me, Harry. I promise, he agreed. Unless there's direct evidence Quirrell is about to get it, we wait for your return. The day of departure arrived with a heavy snowfall that blanketed the castle grounds. Thalia's portkey was scheduled to activate at noon from McGonagall's office. As they walked there together, Harry felt an unsettling premonition. Something's going to happen, he murmured. I can feel it. Trust your instincts, Thalia replied, equally quiet. But also trust yourself. You've faced monsters, gods, and manipulative wizards. Whatever Dumbledore's planning, you can handle it. 3 days, Harry reminded her. Then we face whatever's coming together. 3 days, she confirmed, squeezing his shoulder. Watch your back, wizard boy. McGonagall was waiting in her office with a simple silver hand mirror that would serve as the portkey. The activation phrase is homeward bound, she informed Thalia. It will return you to this office at noon on the 23rd, unless you activate the return earlier with the phrase returning traveler. Thalia nodded, taking the mirror. She gave Harry one last significant look before grasping the portkey firmly and speaking the activation phrase. In a swirl of magical energy, she vanished. Harry felt her absence immediately, a hollow sensation that went beyond mere separation. For 2 years, they had rarely been apart for more than a few hours. Her demigod presence had become so familiar that without it, his own magic felt somehow less stable, less focused. She will return soon, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, her tone unusually gentle. In the meantime, I suggest you enjoy the holiday festivities. The castle at Christmas is quite magical. The next 2 days passed in tense watchfulness. Harry, Ron, and Hermione spent most of their time in the Gryffindor common room, venturing out only for meals and brief explorations of the nearly empty castle. As promised, they avoided the third-floor corridor entirely, though Harry kept a close watch on the Marauder's map, a magical document showing everyone's location in the castle, which Fred and George Weasley had generously provided after learning of their investigation. Quirrell spending a lot of time in his office, Harry noted, studying the map during their second evening without Thalia. Barely leaves except for meals. Waiting for something, Ron suggested. Or someone. Look. Hermione pointed to a dot moving along the third-floor corridor. It's Snape. He's checking the Cerberus again. Indeed, Snape's dot hovered near the forbidden door for several minutes before moving away. They had noticed him making similar patrols throughout the day. He's guarding it, Harry realized. With Dumbledore gone, he's taking extra precautions. On the morning of the third day, when Thalia was due to return, Harry woke with a strange sense of foreboding. His scar prickled uncomfortably, though not with the sharp pain he associated with Quirrell's direct attention. At breakfast, he noticed Quirrell was absent from the staff table. Checking the map discreetly under the table, he found the defense professor's dot pacing in his private quarters. Something's happening today, he whispered to Ron and Hermione. Quirrell's agitated. And look, Snape's not at breakfast either. He's already at the third-floor corridor. They decided to position themselves in the library, which offered a strategic view of the grand staircase while providing a legitimate reason for their presence. As the morning progressed, Harry's uneasiness grew stronger. His scar's prickling increased to a persistent ache, and he found himself repeatedly checking the time, counting the hours until Thalia's return at noon. Around 11 o'clock, Harry spotted movement on the map that made his blood run cold. Quirrell's dot was moving purposefully toward the third-floor corridor. More concerning, Snape's dot had disappeared entirely from the map. That's not possible, Hermione whispered, alarmed. The map shows everyone in the castle. Unless he's left the grounds, Ron suggested. Or someone's interfered with the map, Harry countered grimly. Remember, Dumbledore knows about these kinds of magical artifacts. He could have created a blind spot. They watched as Quirrell's dot reached the forbidden corridor and paused outside the door to the Cerberus's room. Then, bizarrely, the dot split in two, one labeled Quirinus Quirrell and another with a name that made Harry's scar explode with pain, Tom Riddle. Who's Tom Riddle? Ron asked, bewildered. I don't know, Harry replied through gritted teeth, fighting the pain. But whatever's happening, it's bad. Really bad. They abandoned their pretense of studying and hurried from the library, heading toward the third-floor corridor despite their promise to Thalia. The situation had changed dramatically. This wasn't mere suspicion anymore but direct evidence of something very wrong. As they approached the corridor, Harry heard music playing, a soft, melodic tune that seemed out of place in the tense atmosphere. Peering cautiously around the corner, they saw the door to the Cerberus's room standing ajar, a small magical harp visible just inside, playing itself. The dog, Hermione whispered. Music puts it to sleep. Remember what Hagrid let slip about magical creatures? The three-headed dog was indeed visible beyond the door, snoring heavily, all three of its massive heads resting on its paws. Near an open trapdoor in the floor stood Quirrell, but not the nervous, stuttering professor they knew from class. This Quirrell stood tall and confident, his turban removed to reveal a horrifying sight on the back of his head, another face, pale and snake-like with glowing red eyes. Voldemort, Harry breathed, recognition hitting him with absolute certainty. The face matched fragments of memory Zeus had restored, the man with red eyes from the night his parents died. The pain in his scar nearly blinded him as those red eyes turned in their direction, somehow seeing them despite facing the wrong way. Harry Potter, a high, cold voice hissed from the grotesque second face. How convenient. I was hoping to meet you again before I claim my prize. Quirrell turned fully, revealing the hideous parasite on the back of his head more clearly. The boy who somehow escaped me as an infant, accompanied by his little friends. No demigod protector today, I see. You killed my parents, Harry stated, his voice steadier than he felt. You're supposed to be dead. The face twisted in what might have been a smile. As you can see, the rumors of my demise were exaggerated. Mere bodiless existence is not death for one who has taken steps to ensure immortality. Steps I will complete today when I claim the Philosopher's Stone. You won't get past the other protections, Hermione said, trying to sound confident despite her obvious terror. Voldemort laughed, a chilling sound from that lipless mouth. Dumbledore's little puzzles? Already solved. My servant has been gathering information all year while playing his pathetic role. We know exactly what awaits below. Then why are you still here? Harry challenged, playing for time. Thalia would return in less than an hour. If they could just delay. An unexpected complication with the final protection, Quirrell answered, his voice overlapping strangely with Voldemort's, as though two people were speaking through one mouth. But nothing insurmountable. And now, with you here, we have leverage should Dumbledore return prematurely. He raised his wand, but Harry was faster. 2 years of combat training with Thalia had honed his reflexes to supernatural levels. Protego, he shouted, casting the shield charm they'd been practicing for months. The magical barrier sprang up just in time to deflect Quirrell's stunning spell. The force of the impact still drove Harry back several steps, his shield charm not yet powerful enough to completely negate such an attack. Impressive, Voldemort commented. The boy has had training beyond Hogwarts' first-year curriculum. But not enough, I think. Quirrell cast again, this time a more powerful curse that shattered Harry's shield and sent him flying backward into Ron and Hermione, knocking all three to the ground. Bring him, Voldemort commanded. The others are irrelevant. Quirrell advanced toward them, but before he could reach Harry, a blinding flash of lightning struck the stone floor between them, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap that shook the entire corridor. Get away from him, commanded a familiar voice charged with power. Thalia stood at the corridor entrance, her crystal rod extended, electricity crackling around her body in a visible aura. Her silver circlet gleamed with its own inner light, and her eyes blazed with the same electric blue energy that danced across her skin. The demigod returns, Voldemort observed, sounding more intrigued than concerned. Earlier than expected. I sense trouble, Thalia replied, moving to stand protectively in front of Harry and the others. The bond works both ways. Harry felt a surge of relief and renewed strength at her presence. The connection between them, the magical resonance they discovered years ago, flared to life once more, his wizard magic responding to her demigod power. An interesting development, Voldemort mused. Zeus's daughter, if I'm not mistaken. Your father and I might have had much to discuss, had circumstances been different. Save it, Thalia snapped. I've met gods, monsters, and titans. You're just another power-hungry creep with delusions of grandeur. Voldemort's red eyes flashed with anger. You dare, yeah, I dare, Thalia cut him off. Now back away from my friends before I show you what real lightning can do. For a tense moment, no one moved. Then Quirrell's body shifted, adopting a dueling stance. Perhaps a demonstration is in order, Voldemort hissed. Let us see how demigod power fares against the heir of Slytherin. What followed was unlike anything Hogwarts had witnessed in centuries, a duel between the most feared dark wizard of the age and a daughter of Zeus, with magic and divine power clashing in spectacular fashion. Quirrell/Voldemort attacked with a barrage of dark curses, each designed to maim or kill. Thalia countered with lightning and manipulated air currents, using her crystal rod to focus her powers with unprecedented precision. The stone walls cracked under the magical onslaught, paintings fled their frames, and the very air seemed to burn with conflicting energies. Harry didn't remain idle. As Thalia engaged the dark wizard directly, he helped Ron and Hermione to their feet and positioned them behind a nearby statue for minimal protection. We need to help her, he said urgently. Together, like we practiced. Ron looked terrified but determined. What's the plan? Distraction, Harry replied. Hermione, remember that bluebell flame spell? Can you create a lot of them, all around Quirrell? She nodded, drawing her wand with only a slight tremor in her hand. I can try. Ron, when she does, use Wingardium Leviosa on that suit of armor. He pointed to a medieval knight's armor standing in an alcove. Aim for his legs, try to knock him down. What about you? Ron asked. Harry's expression hardened. I'm going to try something Thalia and I have been working on. Something that might work against Voldemort specifically. While they prepared, Thalia continued her duel, matching Voldemort curse for curse with her unique abilities. When Quirrell sent a jet of green light, the killing curse, she didn't attempt to block it directly but instead used her control over air to create a vacuum in its path, disrupting the spell's trajectory. Impossible, Voldemort hissed. No mere demigod can counter Avada Kedavra. Guess I'm not a mere anything, Thalia retorted, though Harry could see the effort was taking its toll. Her face was pale, and sweat beaded on her forehead despite the winter chill in the corridor. Now! Harry signaled to his friends. Hermione flicked her wand in a circular motion, conjuring dozens of bright blue flames that surrounded Quirrell/Voldemort. Ron simultaneously levitated the heavy suit of armor and sent it crashing toward their enemy's legs. The dual attack momentarily distracted Voldemort, forcing him to divide his attention. In that crucial moment, Harry made his move, running forward to join Thalia. Like we practiced, he told her, grasping her free hand with his left while raising his wand with his right. Thalia nodded, understanding immediately. They had developed this technique during their private training sessions, a combination of her demigod electricity and his wizard magic, amplified by their unique resonance. As their hands connected, power surged between them, a visible current of energy that made their hair stand on end and the air around them crackle with potential. Thalia channeled pure lightning through her crystal rod while Harry cast the most powerful stunning spell he could muster, their energies merging into something entirely new. Stupefy Foolman, they shouted together, the incantation they'd created for this hybrid attack. A blast of purple-white energy erupted from their combined focus points, Thalia's crystal and Harry's wand, striking Quirrell/Voldemort directly in the chest with devastating force. The Dark Wizard was lifted off his feet and slammed into the wall behind him with enough impact to crack the ancient stones. For a moment, it seemed they had won. Quirrell's body slumped to the ground, motionless. Then, horrifically, a dark mist began to separate from the fallen professor, a shapeless specter with glowing red eyes that rose into the air with an unearthly scream of rage. This isn't over, Potter. Voldemort's disembodied voice echoed through the corridor. Your mother's protection and Zeus's favor won't shield you forever. The dark spirit rushed toward them with frightening speed. Harry braced for impact, but Thalia stepped forward, her crystal rod raised defiantly. Begone, she commanded, channeling what looked like pure white lightning, so bright it was painful to look at directly. When the light faded, the spirit was gone, and Quirrell lay unmoving on the floor, the back of his head now smooth and ordinary, no trace remained of the hideous face that had been attached there. Silence fell in the devastated corridor. Harry, Thalia, Ron, and Hermione stood frozen, struggling to process what had just occurred. Then the sound of running footsteps broke the spell, and Professor McGonagall appeared, her face pale with shock as she took in the scene of destruction. What in Merlin's name, she began, then stopped abruptly as she spotted Quirrell's body. Is that? Professor Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort, Harry explained, his voice hoarse. He was trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. McGonagall stared at him in disbelief, then at the extensive damage to the corridor. Stay here, she ordered. All of you. Do not move. She conjured her Patronus, a silver cat, and sent it racing away with a message, presumably to Dumbledore. Within minutes, the corridor filled with professors, Snape arriving first, followed closely by Flitwick and Sprout. Each reacted with varying degrees of shock to the scene, but none questioned the students directly. instead securing Quirrell's body and beginning to repair the worst of the damage. Dumbledore himself arrived shortly after, appearing with a crack of apparition that shouldn't have been possible within Hogwarts boundaries. His usual twinkling benevolence was replaced by a grave intensity as he surveyed the corridor. "I see my journey to London was cut unexpectedly short," he commented, his eyes finding Harry and Thalia immediately. "Perhaps you would care to explain what has transpired here." Before either could respond, a new voice interrupted, deep, powerful, and unmistakable. "I believe that explanation would interest me as well." Zeus stood in the corridor entrance, his pinstriped suit incongruous among the wizard robes yet somehow more imposing than any magical garment could be. The air pressure changed with his arrival, and the scent of ozone permeated the space. "Lord Zeus," Dumbledore acknowledged with a respectful nod, though tension was evident in his posture. "This is an unexpected honor." "Is it?" Zeus replied coldly. "When my daughter faces the fragmented soul of a dark wizard within your supposedly secure school? When Harry Potter, whom I placed under my protection, is nearly killed by your defense professor?" "I think not, Dumbledore." The two powerful beings faced each other across the ruined corridor, their confrontation somehow more intimidating for its quietness. No lightning or wand was drawn, yet the very air seemed to vibrate with potential conflict. "The situation developed unexpectedly," Dumbledore began. "Did it?" Zeus interrupted. "Or did you orchestrate events precisely to test the boy's capabilities? To see how he would face Voldemort without his protector? To measure what changes my intervention had wrought in your carefully constructed prophecy?" Dumbledore did not immediately deny these accusations, which was answer enough. "The prophecy remains, regardless of either of our wishes," he finally said. "Harry must eventually choose his own path," Zeus finished firmly. "Not follow the one you have mapped for him since infancy." The god turned to Harry and Thalia. "You both demonstrated remarkable strength today. Together, you drove back a soul fragment that has eluded wizard containment for a decade." "He'll be back, won't he?" Harry asked quietly. "Voldemort. He's not really gone." "No," Zeus confirmed. "What you faced was merely a shade, the weakest fragment of a soul already splintered by dark magic. The true conflict awaits." "But not today," Thalia added, standing protectively beside Harry. "And not on Dumbledore's schedule." Zeus smiled slightly, approval evident in his electric blue eyes. "Indeed not. When that day comes, you will face it on your own terms, with your combined strength." He turned back to Dumbledore, his expression hardening again. "The arrangement stands, wizard. Harry Potter and my daughter will continue their education at Hogwarts, but under my watchful eye. No more tests. No more manipulations. Is that clear?" Dumbledore met the god's gaze steadily. "As crystal, Lord Zeus. Though I maintain that our goals ultimately align, even if our methods differ." "Perhaps," Zeus conceded. "But remember this, gods play the long game too, Dumbledore. And we play it better than mortals ever could." With that parting statement, Zeus nodded once to Harry and Thalia before vanishing in a flash of lightning that left everyone except his daughter blinking spots from their vision. In the silence that followed, Dumbledore seemed to age visibly, the weight of recent events settling on his shoulders. "You should all visit the hospital wing," he said finally. "Madame Pomfrey will want to examine you after such an ordeal." "The stone?" Harry asked, not moving. "Is it safe?" Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. "You knew about the Philosopher's Stone?" "We figured it out months ago," Thalia replied with a shrug. "Not exactly subtle, hiding it in a school with only riddles protecting it." "Indeed," Dumbledore murmured, studying them with new consideration. "The stone is secure. In fact, after today's events, Nicholas and I have agreed it should be destroyed." "Destroyed?" Hermione gasped. "But Flammel will die. He has enough elixir to set his affairs in order," Dumbledore assured her. He and his wife have lived over 600 years. To them, it is merely like going to bed after a very, very long day. As they made their way to the hospital wing, escorted by Professor McGonagall, Harry felt a strange mixture of emotions: exhaustion from the battle, relief at Thalia's timely return, and uncertainty about what would come next. "We did it," Thalia said quietly, falling into step beside him. "First major wizard battle, and we're still standing. Thanks to you coming back early," Harry pointed out. "How did you know?" "I felt it," she replied simply. "The connection between us, it's getting stronger. I was at camp when I suddenly knew you were in danger. Zeus provided emergency port key return. Your father's taking a very active interest in all this," Harry observed. Thalia nodded thoughtfully. "More than usual for him. I think there's something bigger happening, something involving both pantheons that he's not telling us about." "More manipulations," Harry sighed. "Just what we needed." "Maybe," Thalia acknowledged. "But at least Zeus is upfront about using us as pieces in his game. Dumbledore pretends we're making our own choices while nudging us exactly where he wants us." Harry couldn't argue with that assessment. As they entered the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey immediately began fussing over them, he considered the events of the day. They'd faced Voldemort and survived. They'd proven the effectiveness of their combined powers. And they'd firmly established themselves as something more than Dumbledore's pawns. Whatever came next, whether Voldemort's return, Zeus's mysterious agenda, or Dumbledore's ongoing schemes, they would face it together, on their own terms. Not as the boy who lived in his demigod protector, but as Harry and Thalia, forging their own path through two intertwined worlds. The year had started with uncertainty and danger. It would end with a hard-won victory and a clearer sense of purpose. Storm clouds still gathered on the horizon, Voldemort would return, prophecies still loomed, and the gods' interest in their lives suggested conflicts beyond their current understanding, but for now, they had weathered the first storm and emerged stronger for it. Harry caught Thalia's eye across the hospital wing and smiled. She returned it with a nod of understanding. Whatever came next, they were ready to face it. Together. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.